The sharp pain in my tongue snapped me fully awake. Iron chains pinned me to the floor, and an ability-suppressing collar encircled my neck. I couldn't even form a complete sentence. Standing before me was Zhang Dongliang, the adopted son I had raised with my own hands. He had only just defected to Lin Tianfeng, yet he was already eager to present me as proof of his loyalty. But I wasn't looking at him. My gaze passed over the crowd and settled on Ningyu, Jiang Xiner, and Xiao Dao. The portal I had prepared in advance stood directly behind them. One step back and the three of them would at least have a chance to live, but not one of them moved. Ningyu looked at me, her expression far gentler than usual. Brotherine, without you, we would have died a long time ago. If you can't leave, then neither will we. Jiang Xiner and Xiao Dao offered no stirring speeches. They simply stepped up beside her. Over 7 years of the apocalypse, countless people had come and gone from my side, but I had truly trusted only a handful. The irony was that after the base fell, my so-called brothers and confidants either died or fled. The only ones who came back to save me were the 3 women I had never bothered to cherish. A tall man emerged from behind the crowd. Lin Tianfeng, the brother I had once trusted most, and now the lord of contracts who stood at the very peak of the apocalyptic world. 7 years ago, he had been an ordinary teacher at Guangzhou No. 2 High School. I saved his life, searched for resources on his behalf, helped him subdue his first contract beasts, and carefully built his reputation for benevolence and honor among the survivors. Later, his Sss-Rank ability, Contract Soul, grew powerful. Once that happened, a man like me with only a B-rank ability became a piece of his past he no longer wished to acknowledge. We went our separate ways 2 years ago. I led my people away and founded Paradise Base, believing we no longer owed each other anything. Only today did I understand that he had turned Zhang Dongliang long ago and had merely been waiting for the chance to wipe me out completely. Zhang Dongliang was still pledging his loyalty to his new adoptive father when Lin Tianfeng said only one thing. He couldn't even stop 3 ordinary people. What use would I have for an adopted son like that? A second later, a blade punched through Zhang Dongliang's chest from behind. Disbelief covered his face as he collapsed. I felt no satisfaction at all. Once the rabbit was caught, the hunting dog was cooked. All his betrayal had earned him was the privilege of dying one step before me. Lin Tianfeng lifted one hand. A white tiger with a pair of wings descended from the sky and blocked the portal. It was the same winged white tiger I had gone to extraordinary lengths to capture for him years ago. Now it crouched at his feet like the gentlest of pets. Brother Zhao, you always accuse me of being ungrateful. Lin Tianfeng smiled at me. Then I'll let you see with your own eyes what happens to those who remain loyal to you. I fought with all my strength, but the chains did not budge. 3 flashes of steel fell. Ningyu and the others collapsed in front of me. Xiao Dao never begged for mercy, not even at the very end. Before Ningyu closed her eyes, she was still looking at me, as if telling me she had never regretted her choice. Only then did I understand what I had truly lost. I had schemed against countless people in my life, yet treated those most worthy of my trust as disposable accessories. I had once believed that a cold enough mind and a powerful enough faction would let me survive to the very end of the apocalypse. But in the face of a fully matured Sss-Rank ability user, every strategy was as fragile as paper. There had actually been warning signs before Paradise Base fell. The Outer City Patrol had been reassigned without notice. Custody of the granary keys had changed hands. Zhang Dongliang had spoken in defense of Lin Tianfeng's people 3 times in a row. I saw all of it, but I believed the child I had raised would never dare betray me. I also believed the authority I had accumulated over the years could suppress any disloyalty. What truly killed me was not any single ambush. It was entrusting institutions to those close to me and dismissing vigilance as paranoia. Lin Tianfeng only had to buy one person to bypass the defenses I had built with my own hands. Ningyu had urged me to split evacuation authority among 3 people who answered to different chains of command. Jiang Xiner had warned me about discrepancies in the supply accounts. Xiao Dao had even tracked a suspicious messenger. I overruled every warning because I thought I understood power better than they did. Now they had proven with their lives which of us had seen things more clearly. If I could start over, I would obtain the strongest ability first. If I could start over, I would never pave the way for Lin Tianfeng again. If I could start over, I would kill him with my own hands and repay the debt I owed Ningyu, Xiner, and Xiao Dao. Lin Tianfeng walked over to me, his voice as calm as ever. You taught me to pull weeds up by the roots. Don't blame me. You know too much about my past, and I intend to become the savior in everyone's eyes. The winged white tiger raised one massive paw. Before darkness swallowed my consciousness, only one thought remained. If I truly had another chance, I would never place my fate in someone else's hands again. Don't move. Let me sleep a little longer. A drowsy woman's voice sounded beside my ear, and a warm weight pressed against my chest. My eyes flew open. White sheets. A hotel vanity. Clothes scattered across the floor. The face beside me, both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Everything was exactly as it had been that morning 7 years ago. My hands were intact. So was my tongue. The digital clock on the wall displayed the date. I gripped my wrist and counted my pulse, then bit the tip of my tongue. The pain, the taste of blood, and the matching movements in the mirror all proved this was no dying hallucination. My phone showed no signal problems. The news was still airing an ordinary weather report, and I could hear the horns of morning buses outside. I flipped over the hotel's notepad and wrote down 3 steps whose order absolutely could not change. Survive the meteor storm, shadow Lin Tianfeng, and obtain contract soul. Establish a shelter that could be sealed before the dead began to turn. Revenge, old friends, and the powers that would rise in the future could all wait until after I survived. It was the day before the apocalypse. I pushed the woman beside me away and stood barefoot in front of the full-length mirror. A 22-year-old face stared back at me. There were none of the scars left by 7 years of the apocalypse and none of the gauntness caused by chronic starvation. I stood 6 feet 1 inch tall, with clear skin and even a trace of a sheltered, scholarly air. I wasn't dreaming. I had truly come back. The woman climbed up from the floor and angrily demanded to know whether I had lost my mind. It took me several seconds to remember that her name was Wang Xiaola. I had met her at a nightclub the night before. In my previous life, we never saw each other again after the disaster began. I had no time to explain. I dressed quickly and slipped my phone, cigarettes, and lighter into my pockets. Before leaving, I took enough money from my wallet and left it for her, then told her to go home as soon as possible. She didn't understand my warning, and I couldn't waste the remaining dozen or so hours trying to prove the world was about to end. By the time I stepped out of the hotel, Guangzhou was already waking beneath the morning sun. Steam billowed from breakfast shops. Buses were packed with commuters. Elderly people held children's hands as they crossed the street. Everyone wore clean clothes. There was no stench of corpses in the air and no roar of monsters. I had dreamed of ordinary scenes like these too many times during the apocalypse. But at midnight tonight, a meteor storm lasting nearly a month would tear through this peace. Buildings would burn. Water and power would fail. Extreme heat would engulf the city. 1 month later, an unknown energy would turn vast numbers of the dead into zombies, while the surviving animals and plants began to mutate. I raised my eyes toward Guangzhou No. 2 High School. Lin Tianfeng was still an ordinary teacher. The star crystal containing the Sss-Rank contract soul had not yet fallen into his hands, so I couldn't kill him early. Only by following his original path could I hope to seize the crystal when it appeared. As for Ningyu, Jiang Xiner, and Xiao Dao, I hadn't met them until the 6th year of the apocalypse. I had no idea where they were now. Searching blindly through a sea of people would be pointless. I had to survive and become strong enough before I earned the right to speak of repaying them. I returned to the villa my parents had left me, got into my car, and drove straight to an ice cream factory 6 miles away. Between the savings my parents had left in my bank account and the credit I could immediately convert to cash, I had less than 3 million yuan in total. With only a dozen or so hours left, bargaining was meaningless. I divided the money among 7 categories: ice, insulation, drinking water, fuel, food, medicine, and tools, and checked each purchase off in my phone's notes as soon as it was completed so I wouldn't buy anything twice in the chaos. The heat during the meteor storm's early stage would be the deadliest threat. In my previous life, I survived inside this villa, which had escaped a direct hit by sheer luck, by tearing up the floor and soaking in filthy water that seeped into the basement. This time, I paid the factory owner enough to persuade him to deliver 50 metric tons of ice before nightfall. The construction market came next. Insulation panels, pneumatic nail guns, high-temperature adhesive. I bought everything that could seal doors, windows, and walls. Then I hired more than 30 renovation workers on short notice and ordered them to finish that same day. Appearance didn't matter. Only speed and function did. I didn't need to stockpile too much food. Once the zombies revived, ordinary food would spoil at an accelerated rate. What could truly sustain survivors in the long term were supernatural foods drawn from star crystals and mutated crops. I bought only enough canned food, compressed biscuits, milk, instant noodles, sausages, nuts, and dried fruit to last 3 months under strict rationing. I added 30 large containers of drinking water, liquefied gas, flashlights, gas masks, and common medicines. Weapons came last. I bought a hog-killing knife and a bone cleaver from a butcher at the market, then paid an auto repair shop to weld a steel shaft over 3 feet long onto the cleaver. With my current physique, I might not be able to obtain a gun. A sturdy, easy-to-maintain polearm like this would be far more reliable. I returned to the villa at dusk. I didn't merely stand there watching the workers move supplies. The roof was the most likely place to take a direct meteor strike, and there was no way to reinforce it. What I could do was divide the essential supplies among the inner sides of several load-bearing walls, preventing a single collapse from destroying everything. The 50 tons of ice couldn't simply be piled at random either. I used plastic sheeting and sandbags to separate it into sections and left channels for meltwater so flooding wouldn't wash out the storage area. I also prepared shovels, crowbars, rope, fire extinguishers, and basic materials for improvised air filters. None of them were supernatural, but any one of them could save my life if a door became buried, the walls caught fire, or the air quality deteriorated. There were dozens of people in my phone's contacts. I didn't send a mass message announcing the end of the world. That would only invite ridicule or bring a crowd to my villa. I sent the same message to a few people I still got along with. Go home tonight if possible, store water, and stay away from windows and underground gas lines. Whether they believed me was their choice. Several trucks stopped outside while the renovation crew emptied the house and installed the insulation panels. I gave every worker an extra 1,000 yuan and asked for only one thing: seal the building completely as fast as possible. None of them knew that the money would be meaningless tomorrow, but at least tonight they could take their pay home to their families. The insulation layer was finished by 7:30 p.m. At 9:30, 50 tons of ice filled the living room. After I sent away the last group of workers, I was the only person left in the villa. I ate my final hot meal before the apocalypse and bought 10 more cartons of cigarettes. At 10:30, I locked every door and window, sealed the entrance with the remaining insulation panels, and left only a tiny observation port that could be opened for a moment at a time. At 11:59, I sat in the living room amid rolling waves of cold air, the long-handled bone cleaver resting across my knees. My phone alarm rang. A second later, the horizon blazed as bright as day. The apocalypse had arrived. When the first meteor struck, the entire villa shook. The power went out instantly, and the chandelier died. I switched on my flashlight and lifted the insulation panel covering the observation port. Countless meteors trailed fire as they fell. In the distance, one building after another was punched through, and flames and columns of smoke rapidly swallowed the entire city. The water in the artificial lake churned and boiled. Cries for help rang out everywhere in the streets. Some people were trapped beneath rubble. Some pounded on their neighbors' doors. Others were still demanding to know why there had been no warning. But no one could save anyone now. Heat and thick smoke surged through the opening. I immediately shut the insulation panel and sealed it completely with high-temperature adhesive. The screams continued until dawn, then gradually faded into silence. I boiled water for a cup of instant noodles and ate it with salt-baked chicken. Mixed among the fallen meteors were blood-red star crystals. Each one could yield food, equipment, evolution serum, or even an ability. Items were ranked from weakest to strongest as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. For now, however, no one else knew these secrets. I used a marker to record the daily temperature, remaining drinking water, and height of the ice on the wall. For the first 3 days, the heat outside softened the edges of the insulation panels. After the 7th day, the ice began melting at a steady rate. By the 20th, the water in the living room was nearly knee-deep, so I raised the dry food and medicine again to keep a single aftershock from flooding the sealed containers. These repetitive, tedious inspections were habits purchased with death in my previous life. Few people died in a disaster because they failed to understand the big picture. Far more died because of a door that hadn't been locked tight, a wound they overlooked, or a barrel of water that became contaminated too soon. I knew better than to go outside immediately. The temperature out there was high enough to roast a living person, and the dense meteor shower wouldn't spare me simply because I had been reborn. I put on the military greatcoat my father had left behind and rested in the living room among the ice, conserving my strength while I waited for the opening that would come 1 month later. It wasn't long before frantic pounding sounded at the door. "Xiaoyin, I know you're in there. Open the door." I recognized Dong Jun, the security guard for the neighborhood. In my previous life, I let him into the villa after the underground garage collapsed. At first, he had been overflowing with gratitude. Once food became scarce, however, he used his greater strength to take control of all the supplies and forced me to dig a cooling pit for him. If he hadn't squandered so much of our stockpile, I wouldn't have been nearly too weak to move when the meteor storm ended. nor would I have missed the earliest chance to collect star crystals. Later, I killed him while he slept. In this life, he hadn't committed any of those acts yet, but I still couldn't open the door. Nor would Dong Jun leave on his own. If he kept hammering the door and damaged the insulation, the heat rushing in would be enough to kill me. I picked up the long-handled bone cleaver and pried open a narrow slit in the observation port. "Is that you, Brother Dong? Come closer. I can't see clearly." Thinking I was finally going to let him in, Dong Jun immediately brought his face close to the opening. I didn't hesitate. The point of the blade passed through the narrow gap and struck a vital spot with precision. After Dong Jun fell, I pulled the weapon back and resealed the port as quickly as I could. I did not call his death justice. The crimes from my previous life had not yet happened. The immediate truth in this one was that he was using tools to destroy my only layer of insulation, and I had no second shelter. When refusing to open the door was no longer enough to stop him, the only choice left was which of us would live. I wrote his name, the time, and my reason for killing him in a corner of the wall. It wasn't so I could defend myself to anyone later. It was a reminder. If the day came when I couldn't even be bothered to record a reason, when killing had become nothing but instinct, then I would be little different from the zombies of the future. This was the first life taken after the apocalypse, but it was not the first person I had killed across my 2 lives. I knew exactly why I had acted, and I knew exactly what inaction would have cost me. No one else came to the villa during the next 29 days. I ate when I was hungry, slept when I was tired, and spent the rest of my time rebuilding this body's strength with simple exercises. The 50 tons of ice kept melting and the water inside kept rising, but the temperature remained safe. Compared with struggling beneath filthy water in my previous life, this month could almost be called peaceful. By the 29th day, meteors were falling only at long intervals. I opened the observation slit. After burning for a month, the city had become a field of black ruins. Survivors and animals were hidden somewhere beyond sight. The surface was as quiet as a graveyard. I waited one more day. At last, the final meteors stopped falling. At midnight tonight, the dead would rise together. Before then, I had to find Lin Tianfeng and collect as many star crystals from the surface as possible before the zombies could reach them. I put on my gas mask and packed food and water. The hog-killing knife was strapped to my left arm, while my right hand gripped the long-handled bone cleaver. The villa door slowly opened. For the first time, the scorched and deathly silent world lay fully exposed before my eyes. The temperature outside was still around 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and ash from the fires drifted through the air. The neighborhood had been nearly flattened. Nothing remained of the old greenery but blackened roots. Unrotted corpses lay everywhere along the road. After tonight, they would rise again and continue evolving by devouring flesh and star crystals. My destination was the faculty housing complex at Guangzhou No. 2 High School. As I passed a half-collapsed shopping mall, I sensed someone watching me from behind a crack. It was quiet inside, and whoever was there did not call for help. I kept to my route and merely memorized the location. Right now, every stranger meant another risk. I had neither the supplies nor the strength to support anyone else. Not far ahead, a flash of red light came from a meteor crater. I immediately jumped down and used my blade to dig through the charred soil. Buried inside was a blood-red crystal the size of a walnut. Heat still lingered in the crater walls, and the soles of my shoes softened when I stepped on them. I first probed the area with a length of rebar and confirmed there were no cavities or risk of another collapse before bending down to dig. In the early days of my previous life, survivors fought and died over single star crystals. Many never even had time to open them before zombies buried beneath the ruins bit them. My first star crystal. I had not evolved yet and couldn't crush it in my bare hand, so I placed it on a slab of concrete and smashed it open with the bone cleaver. After 3 seconds of white light, a green military jacket appeared in its place. I had no appraisal ability, but my experience from my previous life was enough to tell me it was at least an F-rank piece of armor. Ordinary blades would have trouble cutting through it, which made it ideal for facing newly awakened zombies tonight. I put the jacket on immediately and continued on my way. The jacket automatically adjusted to my body, a feature shared by all supernatural equipment. I tested an inconspicuous spot 3 times with the hog-killing knife and left only shallow marks. Its protection, however, covered only my torso. My neck, head, and limbs remained vulnerable. I recorded the item's name, my testing method, and the result on my notepad. Until I obtained the eye of true sight, appraising things through experience could still lead to mistakes. Every unknown item had to be used as though it offered only the minimum possible effect. I could never gamble my life merely because something shone more brightly. Before moving on, I tied the jacket cuffs tight and wrapped cloth around the soles of my shoes. Exposed rebar and shattered glass in the ruins posed a more immediate danger than corpses that had not yet risen. Any injury to my foot would slow the pursuit. I also avoided the center of the road, keeping close to the edges of buildings for cover and marking a return landmark at every intersection. This was my only chance to stay on Lin Tianfeng's trail today, but I couldn't expose myself to other survivors simply because I was afraid of losing him. I had to preserve both my safety and my distance until the star crystal appeared. The faculty housing complex at Guangzhou No. 2 High School had also been reduced to ruins. I hid behind a broken wall and waited patiently. Before long, a gaunt man climbed out of the remains of a basement carrying a kitchen knife. Lin Tianfeng. He looked far more wretched than I remembered. His lips were cracked and his clothes were covered in blood and grime. In my previous life, we first met 3 days from now. By then he had already obtained contract soul, but a broken wall had crushed his leg while he was moving supplies. I was the one who saved him. I did not know the exact time or place where that star crystal would appear. I knew only that it would happen today. That meant I couldn't reveal myself or alter his path. Lin Tianfeng stood in the ruins and broke down for a long time. In the end, he still took his kitchen knife and went looking for food. I softened my footsteps and followed from a distance, neither coming too close nor allowing him to leave my range of awareness. Following him was harder than killing him outright. The ruins offered no reliable cover, and shattered glass crunched underfoot. I kept 2 blocks between us, moving only when wind swept through the broken walls. I used his footprints, the objects he disturbed along the way, and the sound of his coughing to correct my course. Lin Tianfeng spun around several times, but every time he saw only an empty city. The hungrier he became, the more his attention fixed on the food in front of him, and the less likely he was to imagine that someone had already been waiting 7 years for him. 3 hours passed without him finding anything. At one point, he even placed the knife against his own throat. In the end, he lacked the courage to take his life. After a short rest, he continued onward. I did not underestimate him because of it. A man who could survive to the 7th year of the apocalypse and rise to the top of the world would not die so easily here. What I truly had to guard against was what he might do when driven into a corner. A woman's cry for help came from a collapsed residential area nearby. When Lin Tianfeng heard that she had a 5-month-old baby with her, he immediately promised to save them. But I heard another meaning beneath his words. Kindness was not what had changed his mind. He had already begun to see the woman and child in the ruins as a potential source of food. Lin Tianfeng moved the rubble aside and crawled into a kitchen that had somehow remained mostly intact. I pressed myself against the broken wall outside and watched through a crack. A woman held an infant in her arms, surrounded by empty water bottles and food wrappers. She clearly had no idea that the outside world had been destroyed. She even promised to buy Lin Tianfeng a meal after he rescued her. Lin Tianfeng didn't answer. First, he searched the refrigerator and every cabinet, swallowing rotten vegetable leaves, crumbs from the wrappers, and the final drops at the bottom of each bottle. When he was certain no more food remained, his gaze settled on the child in the woman's arms. "Where did you hide the formula?" The woman told him it was buried in the collapsed bedroom. She and her child had survived until now only because she was nursing. Lin Tianfeng understood. What happened next was more direct than any excuse I had heard him offer in my previous life. He tore the baby from her arms, threw the child roughly aside, and forced the woman to provide him with something he could consume. The baby struck a length of exposed rebar and stopped breathing on the spot. The woman's sobs carried out through the ruins. I did not go inside to save her. It wasn't because I approved of Lin Tianfeng. I had to wait for him to find that star crystal. If I revealed myself now, the only Sss-Rank opportunity whose location I knew might vanish forever. All I could do was remember everything before me, then make Lin Tianfeng pay for it. I also understood the weight of that choice. Had I acted sooner, the baby might not have died. But if contract soul disappeared as a result, even more people might die in the future beneath uncontrollable mutated beasts and zombie hordes. There was no evidence to prove which outcome would be better, so I would not dress my silence up as some noble sacrifice. In that moment, I simply chose the goal that mattered most to me and accepted the debt created by that choice. I memorized the kitchen's location, the woman's condition, and Lin Tianfeng's weapon. The moment I obtained the star crystal, I would return, free her first, and let her decide how Lin Tianfeng should die. The woman had already suffered a month of malnutrition, and her left foot was pinned beneath rubble. Even if she were freed, her chances of crossing the ruins alone were poor. I hid a small bottle of water and a packet of crackers in a nearby gap in the wall, where they could be seen only from the kitchen exit. It wasn't compensation for the life that had been lost, nor was it meant to ease my conscience. It merely ensured that if I returned too late, she would not lose the ability to move from dehydration. A dozen minutes later, Lin Tianfeng tore the woman's clothes into strips and bound her hands behind her back. Then he looped a cloth rope around her neck and dragged her from the ruins as if she were cargo. The woman did not resist. She lowered her head and gathered the child's cold body into her arms. Only when Lin Tianfeng forcibly dragged her away did she leave it behind. I checked my watch. 1 in the afternoon. Only 11 hours remained until the zombies awakened, and the star crystal still had not appeared. I removed my gas mask, ate a packet of crunchy instant noodles, and washed it down with most of an energy drink before continuing the pursuit. With a little strength restored, Lin Tianfeng searched much faster. He cursed and struck the woman behind him all the way, treating her as a burden he could discard at any time, yet refusing to let her go. At around 2 in the afternoon, he suddenly stopped beside a shattered section of road. I immediately held my breath. Lin Tianfeng moved a piece of concrete and pulled a blood-red crystal from beneath it. The star crystal gave off a faint glow in the yellow afternoon light. He did not know what it was, but instinct made him clench it tightly and quickly slip it toward his pocket. That was it. The opportunity one had awaited across 2 lifetimes had finally appeared. I buried my killing intent as deeply as I could, straightened my military jacket, and emerged from behind the broken wall carrying the bone cleaver. I even wore the smile of someone meeting an old friend after many years apart. "Mr. Lin, is that you?" Lin Tianfeng spun around. He looked first at the blade in my hand, then at the supply pack on my back. The caution in his eyes quickly turned to greed. I raised the drink with only 1 swallow left in it. Lin Tianfeng's pupils followed the bottle. His lips were cracked, and he swallowed visibly, but the hand holding his knife remained close to his thigh. Hunger and thirst had not robbed him of his calculating mind. I deliberately exposed the corner of something in my pack side pocket while keeping more than 2 steps between us. If he lunged to rob me, I would let the military jacket take his first slash and ruin his wrist. If he proposed a trade, the timeline would remain aligned with my previous life. This was not a fair exchange. It was a test of each other's desires. All I had to do next was convince him that I knew nothing about the star crystal in his pocket. "You are." Lin Tianfeng clearly didn't recognize me. I casually invented an identity, claiming that a relative's child had once been his student and that I had seen him at a parent-teacher conference. He relaxed considerably after hearing that, though he kept the hand holding the star crystal pressed firmly inside his pocket. I pretended I had only just noticed and pointed at his pocket. "Mr. Lin, what did you find?" "A piece of imitation jewelry. I'm keeping it as a souvenir." He spoke lightly, but his eyes never left the bottle in my hand. A month of hunger and thirst after the apocalypse had driven him close to his limit. To him, that single mouthful of sugary liquid mattered far more than any supposed trinket. I deliberately raised it toward my mouth. Lin Tianfeng finally lost his restraint. "Brother, you've still got supplies anyway. How about trading the rest of that drink for this stone? From now on, I'll treat you like my big brother." Hearing the words, "big brother," nearly made me draw my blade on the spot. But I couldn't take the risk. No one could guarantee that the crystal he had picked up was the right one. If I acted too early, the real contract's soul might disappear when the timeline changed. I forced my hatred back down, accepted the star crystal, and tossed him the final swallow of the drink. After finishing it, Lin Tianfeng still wanted to travel with me. He had clearly set his sights on the food in my pack. I merely said I wasn't used to bringing strangers along and turned away. Only after reaching the cover of a broken wall did I smash the star crystal open with my bone cleaver. This time, no white light appeared. Instead, a brilliant golden radiance burst forth. After a full minute, a tiny golden vial dropped into my hand. It held only a single drop of liquid, yet the aura it gave off made even my soul tremble. An Sss-Rank ability awakening serum. Contract soul. I tipped my head back and drank it. There was none of the burning pain I had felt when awakening my B-rank ability in my previous life. Only a cool power that rapidly spread through every limb and bone. Half an hour later, I opened my eyes again to a transformed world. I began with the simplest possible tests. With my eyes closed, I could distinguish 2 beetles crawling on the other side of a broken wall. From 90 feet away, I could hear the scrape of Lin Tianfeng twisting open the bottle cap. When I focused, the life around me appeared at the edge of my perception like faint sparks. But this awareness was not omniscience. I could detect sounds, smells, and vague fluctuations of life, but I couldn't see exact movements through walls, much less read human thoughts. After maintaining it continuously for 5 minutes, my temples began to throb. Forming a contract also had prerequisites. The target had to be a non-human life form, and it first had to be subdued or willingly accept the bond. The stronger its rank and will, the longer the connection took to establish. If I rashly approached a high-rank mutated beast now, it could kill me before my ability finished its work. An unlimited number of contracts was merely the theoretical ceiling of my future. It was not proof that I was invincible now. I tried extending the power of contract soul toward an ordinary insect nearby. The spiritual connection dispersed on its own the moment it touched the insect. Not every mundane creature was worth contracting or capable of sustaining a stable bond. Bloodline potential, mental strength, and distance all affected the result. Even that single failure consumed a small amount of mental energy. If I made repeated attempts in combat, the headache might destroy my judgment before anything else did. My first contract beast had to be strong enough to matter, and the bond had to be completed in a safe environment. I couldn't simply grab some random animal to test the ability. I could clearly see tiny stones hundreds of yards away. Wind, footsteps, and faint breathing in the distance entered my ears in distinct layers. My perception covered nearly 2/3 of a mile immediately after awakening, and that was only a secondary effect of my enhanced mental power. The true power of contract soul was the ability to form contracts with any life other than a human. As long as I subdued a target and had enough time to complete the contract, it could never betray me, no matter what rank it eventually reached. More importantly, there was no theoretical limit to the number of contracts I could hold. If I found and subdued enough mutated beasts, I could build an army loyal to me alone. Of course, I was still an ordinary human for the moment. Without a contract beast, this Sss-Rank ability couldn't block so much as a single blade for me. When Lin Tianfeng first awakened in my previous life, a collapsing wall had nearly killed him. What truly made him invincible were the mutated beasts I later captured and raised for him. In this life, that road belonged to me. I put away the empty vial and closed my eyes to listen. It didn't take long to pick up Lin Tianfeng's voice 500 yards away. He was cursing the woman for walking too slowly and once again using violence to force her obedience. I drew the hog-killing knife and rapidly closed in on the sound. I had confirmed the star crystal. Lin Tianfeng no longer had any value left. I had promised Ning Yu and the others before they died that this time, I would end him with my own hands. I circled behind Lin Tianfeng and pressed the hog-killing knife against the side of his neck. "Don't move." Lin Tianfeng went rigid. The moment he recognized my voice, he began pleading. "Brother, there's no bad blood between us. If you want this woman, take her. We can negotiate over the supplies too." Even at the edge of death, he had no idea why I had returned. "Kneel." When the edge split his skin, he no longer dared argue. He dropped into the dust with a thud. The bound woman backed away, and only hatred remained in the eyes she fixed on him. First, I severed the muscles and tendons his arms needed to exert force, ensuring he could never lift a weapon again. Lin Tianfeng collapsed in agony and finally revealed genuine fear. "What the hell do you want?" "I only want your life." I crouched in front of him and gave the answer calmly. In my previous life, he had controlled me in the same way, suppressing my ability, binding me, and forcing me to watch the people most important to me die before my eyes. Now I could return every torment in kind. Yet once I truly acted, I discovered that hatred brought none of the satisfaction I had imagined. Ning Yu and the others would not come back to life because of this, nor would cutting him a few more times turn me back into the man who still believed in brotherhood. Lin Tianfeng kept begging. He promised to serve me like an ox or a horse for the rest of his life. He even offered to give me the woman he had supposedly just rescued. Hearing that erased my last trace of hesitation. I cut the cloth strips binding the woman and handed her the hog-killing knife. "He killed your child. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I finish him?" Her hands trembled when she took the knife, but she did not retreat. She made no effort to prolong it. She simply used all her strength to cut open the side of Lin Tianfeng's neck. As blood poured out, she sank to her knees. Only after she was certain he could never hurt her again did she set the knife down. I neither stopped her nor took pleasure in watching. This was her vengeance. I had given her the choice. Lin Tianfeng soon stopped struggling. The Lord of Contracts who had stood above countless people in my previous life died before the apocalypse had truly begun, never knowing what kind of future he had just traded away for one mouthful of a drink. I wiped the blade clean and released a long breath as I looked at the corpse. The woman wound the cloth strips around her wrists, then went to her child. She made no sound as she cried. She simply wrapped the tiny body in the least damaged piece of clothing she had and placed it in a corner where it was unlikely to be stepped on. I gave her a few minutes and used the time to search Lin Tianfeng's body. Apart from the empty drink bottle, his kitchen knife, and a few bits of rubble, he had nothing else of value. The transfer in the timeline was complete. The future savior no longer existed. I retrieved the hog-killing knife and rinsed it with clean water so the lingering scent of blood wouldn't attract targets after the dead turned. Then I told the woman that every intact corpse might rise at midnight, including Lin Tianfeng and her child. She had to leave before then or destroy their brains herself. It was cruel, but more likely to keep her alive than a gentle lie. In the end, the woman used a length of rebar on both bodies that might rise. When it was over, she placed her child in the deepest part of the kitchen and sealed the entrance with broken bricks. She didn't ask my name. She only asked where she should go. I pointed toward the half-collapsed mall I had passed earlier. I told her it had an underground storage room and that I had heard a young man and woman moving inside. Whether she made contact with strangers was her choice. I was only giving her information I had personally confirmed. Then we separated. I did not look back and promised that we would meet again. Before tonight arrived, any promise would only make a person lower their guard. The shackle that had weighed on my heart for 7 years finally loosened. But the faces of Ningyu, Xiner, and Xiaodao at the moment of their deaths still surfaced in my mind. All three were alive now. As long as I continued growing stronger, I might still meet them again someday. Several faint words of conversation drifted from the distant mall. Contract Soul had sharpened my hearing, but I could distinguish only 2 young voices, one male and one female. One of them called me a bad man. I didn't go over to confront them. What other people thought of me didn't matter in the apocalypse. Staying alive did. The afternoon was already more than half gone. Less than 10 hours remained until the zombies awakened. I pulled my thoughts back and prepared to continue searching for star crystals. After I had gone some distance, I realized the woman was still following me. Stop following me. I won't take responsibility for whether you live or die. She did not answer. She only stood far behind me in the ruins. She had thrown away the cloth rope Lin Tianfeng used on her, but she still had no idea where she could go. I turned and left. After tonight, any wrong choice could cost a life. Whether she survived would have to depend on her own decisions. After awakening Contract Soul, I became much more efficient at finding star crystals on the surface. The instant a trace of red light flashed 300 yards away, I jumped into the meteor crater and dug a second star crystal from the soil. Smashing it open produced a bottle of F-rank mineral water capable of replenishing a full day's water needs. It wasn't especially valuable, but at least it wasn't useless. I continued searching, only for the woman to catch up again. Her strength was exhausted. Her bare feet bled with every step across the rubble, yet she stubbornly kept her distance. I checked behind her first. She had no companions, and no one appeared to be deliberately following her. Her palms were empty, her stride was growing shorter, and she truly was close to her limit. Taking her in would mean sharing water, food, and attention during watch. It would also mean bringing someone who had just suffered overwhelming trauma into a high-risk search. She might deserve sympathy, but that did not mean she had earned trust. Confusing the two in the apocalypse often killed both sides. What exactly do you want? I held the bone cleaver across my body. You avenged me, she said hoarsely. Let me follow you. I can work. I can help you find things too. She had clearly mistaken the way Lin Tianfeng exploited her for a method of survival. I had no desire to accept a stranger, much less drag a defenseless burden through tonight. I took a salt-baked chicken leg and a drink from my pack and tossed them in front of her. This is the last time. Find somewhere you can seal shut and hide there. Do not open the door tonight. If you follow me again, I won't go easy on you. That warning revealed a small amount of information. I considered it repayment for her personally putting an end to Lin Tianfeng. The woman picked up the food and finally stopped. I walked for 5 minutes and confirmed that she wasn't following before resuming my search. The next star crystal produced a jet-black F-rank butterfly knife. I drew it across a meteor fragment, leaving a cut as smooth as a mirror. Weapons from star crystals truly were far superior to ordinary steel. I clipped it to my belt and relegated the hog-killing knife to backup duty. Half an hour later, I found another star crystal and opened an F-rank stuffed bun. It could supply a full day's energy and rapidly heal light to moderate injuries, making it my most important life-saving resource for now. The fourth crystal yielded another bottle of mineral water. Before dark, I found 3 more star crystals in succession. To save time, I didn't open them on the spot. Only after the sun had completely set and the surface no longer reflected light did I shelter behind a broken wall and smash all 3 open. One package of F-rank instant noodles, capable of supplying a day's energy and protecting against extreme cold. one bottle of F-Rank mineral water. The white light around the final crystal lasted longer. A piece of black, netted equipment dropped onto the ground. I picked it up and stared for several seconds as my expression gradually darkened. It was a pair of women's fishnet stockings. Based on experience, its rank might even exceed F. I had no supernatural protection at all on my lower body, and the zombies would erupt tonight. Rationally, I knew I shouldn't discard this equipment. My dignity told me I would rather gamble with my life than put it on. I hurled the fishnets more than 30 feet away and turned to leave. 20 steps later, I stopped. Giving up combat power for the sake of pride in the apocalypse was stupider than wearing women's clothing. Expressionless, I went back and picked them up. I didn't put them on immediately. First, I tested their stretch and stabbed at them. The mesh looked delicate, but even half my strength with the butterfly knife failed to sever it. They also adjusted automatically to fit, proving they were genuine supernatural equipment. I rebuilt my inventory from scratch: 3 bottles of water, 1 pack of instant noodles, 1 healing bun, 1 military jacket, 1 butterfly knife, and a pair of fishnet stockings with unknown effects. Beside every consumable, I marked its irreplaceable purpose so hunger wouldn't tempt me to eat medical supplies as ordinary food. By the time I finished organizing everything, the sky had darkened further. Only a few hours remained until midnight. I ran 3 short circuits and recorded the difference between my normal condition and the equipped state. With the fishnets on, my speed over short distances increased significantly, but so did my momentum when stopping suddenly. On one turn, I lost control and drove my shoulder straight into a broken wall. Equipment provided capability, it did not provide mastery. I reduced my travel speed by 20% until my steps, vision, and reactions synchronized again. Escaping danger wasn't only about running fast. In a field of ruins, it was equally important to stop in time. I changed into the fishnet stockings behind the ruins, then pulled my original pants back on over them. The moment the equipment fitted itself to my body, my legs became light. With one push, I covered nearly 100 yards in seconds, already faster than the limits of an ordinary person. This was at least an E-rank support item. As long as my outer pants didn't tear, no one would ever know what I was wearing underneath. I quickly accepted reality and turned my attention to my next objective. At the ruins of the Guangzhou Zoo was a star crystal that had granted me my B-rank ability, Eye of True Sight, in my previous life. It could read a creature's attributes and appraise supernatural items. That ability had been the foundation that let me build a faction and avoid danger throughout the apocalypse. A mutated macaque with tremendous potential was also somewhere in the zoo, making it the ideal first contract beast. With the fishnets amplifying my speed, I reached the zoo in 20 minutes. The buildings had collapsed, and animal corpses lay scattered through the debris. The monkey had not yet mutated and was hiding in some underground space. I went straight to the meteor crater from my memories, only to stop at the bottom. The star crystal that should have been exposed on the surface was gone. I turned over all the soil with my blade and even excavated 3 feet around the crater, but found nothing. It had still been untouched 3 months into the apocalypse in my previous life. Its early disappearance could have only one explanation. I had already changed the timeline. Someone had taken the star crystal containing Eye of True Sight. I suppressed my anger, closed my eyes, and listened to everything around me. More than half a mile away, a set of unsteady human footsteps was receding into the distance. I immediately gave chase. In less than a minute, I saw the staggering figure clearly. It was the woman Lin Tianfeng had controlled earlier. She should have died today, but my intervention kept her alive and brought her all the way to the zoo. Every deviation now made sense. I tightened my grip on the bone cleaver and prepared to take the star crystal back. When the woman heard my footsteps and turned to recognize me, however, delight appeared on her face. I had already selected the angle of my strike the moment she turned. If she reached for a hidden weapon, I would knock it away first, then decide whether lethal force was necessary. Rebirth did not mean treating every deviation as hostility. It meant confirming risks earlier than I had before. I was just going to look for you. She did not run. Instead, she took 3 blood-red crystals from where she had hidden them against her body and spread them all across her palm. I saw you searching for these. When I came across them on the way, I collected them for you. Blood stained all 3 star crystals. Rubble had cut every one of her fingers, and her shoes had disappeared somewhere along the way. She had clearly been following my general direction ever since we separated, searching until her strength gave out. What do you want in exchange? I asked. Nothing. She placed the crystals in my hand. You gave me food, and you avenged my child. I only wanted to do one thing that still meant something. I fell silent for a long time. If she had asked to follow me, demanded food, or requested protection, I would have seen this as a transaction. But she asked for nothing. After handing over the star crystals, she turned to leave. For 7 years of the apocalypse, I had believed that unconditional kindness only got people killed. Yet this woman, who had almost nothing left, had handed me the most valuable things she possessed. In the end, I did not raise my blade. Find a sturdy room and seal the entrance before midnight, I warned her. The dead are going to stand up again. The woman paused and looked back, carefully committing my words to memory. Then she limped away. I watched her disappear before lowering my gaze to my palm. I did not ask her name. It wasn't because she didn't matter, but because knowing it now wouldn't increase anyone's chances of survival. I left a pair of makeshift cloth shoes and half a bottle of ordinary water beside a broken wall she had passed. I didn't turn around and call her back to collect them. She would see them if she retraced her path. If she didn't, my route would remain unchanged. The 3-star crystals were similar in size and impossible to distinguish by appearance. I numbered each with scraps of cloth and marked the one found closest to the zoo crater. Experience from my previous life could improve the odds, but it could never replace verification. One of these 3-star crystals had to contain my eye of true sight. No one could predict what the other 2 would yield. I also marked the route the woman had probably taken on my map. She had obtained 3-star crystals and handed them all over, which meant she still didn't know how to open them. Once survivors broadly discovered their value, collecting them so defenselessly would invite immediate robbery. If we met again, I should at least teach her how to identify and protect resources. I could not treat today's kindness as something I was owed, nor allow it to become a weakness others used against her. No one could predict what the remaining 2 crystals would yield. When I smashed the 1st star crystal open, a crimson pill appeared. Without eye of true sight, I couldn't determine its exact effect. Judging by its form, I could only guess that it was some kind of control or enhancement drug. I stored it separately and opened the 2nd crystal. The white light lasted for a full 5 seconds. An unremarkable bronze ring appeared on the rubble. I slipped it onto my finger. The instant I willed it, the bone cleaver vanished from my hand. A separate space of 10 cubic meters unfolded within my mind. A spatial ring. In my previous life, I hadn't obtained a similar piece of equipment until the 5th year of the apocalypse, and I had paid a staggering price for it. In a world where no home was permanent, it was more than a warehouse. It meant supplies, weapons, and an escape route could all be carried with me. In practical value, even this ring with only 10 cubic meters of capacity was no worse than an ordinary A-rank item. I stored and retrieved objects several times to confirm that it worked reliably, then immediately smashed open the final star crystal. A blue serum appeared within the white light. Even without an appraisal, there was no possibility I would mistake it. The B-rank ability, Eye of True Sight. It had accompanied me through 7 years in my previous life, allowing me to see monsters' attributes, appraise countless treasures, and earn favors from many powerful people. Now it had returned to me, but I already possessed the stronger contract soul. It was possible for one person to possess 2 abilities, but absorbing the second would be more dangerous than the first. Midnight was close. I had to find a secure location before anything else. I returned to the ruins of the zoo's administration building. Using the spatial ring, I moved intact concrete blocks back and forth and built a triangular space on level ground just large enough for one person to lie down. I continued piling rubble over the outside until it formed a mound 15 to 20 feet high. Then I sealed the entrance completely with concrete, making it difficult for either scent or sound to escape. The spatial ring couldn't store living things, nor could it remove structures still joined to their foundations. I had to select loose blocks one by one, test their balance, and only then store them. If I pulled out a load-bearing block directly, the remains of the entire administration building might collapse while I was absorbing the serum. I left 2 bent ventilation channels at the top of the shelter and covered their outer ends with damp cloth to filter the dust. The channels couldn't lead straight inside, or the smell of flesh and any light would give me away. I also left a surface on the final entrance stone that I could touch from within and pull into the ring, ensuring I wouldn't seal myself in after waking. I placed the mineral water, butterfly knife, and military jacket within arm's reach. If I remained conscious while absorbing the ability, I could rehydrate in time. If I blacked out completely, I still wouldn't lose precious time after waking because my equipment was buried deep inside the ring. Finally, I placed a very fine thread beneath the ventilation channel. If anything outside began digging into the mound, the changing airflow would make the thread move first. I set my flashlight to its lowest brightness and placed the gas mask across my chest so the straps couldn't tangle around me in the cramped space. The Eye of True Sight serum offered no explanation of what would happen if absorption failed. All I could do was reduce the variables according to my previous experience, take no other drugs at the same time, begin neither overfed nor dehydrated, and keep metal weapons from pressing against my body. After confirming that no gaps remained, I drank the Eye of True Sight serum. A burning sensation exploded in my stomach and swiftly swept through my entire body. The Sss-Rank ability had already pushed this ordinary body close to its limit. The power of a second ability scoured my nerves and bones again and again like fire. My fingers were the first thing I lost control of, followed by blue spots appearing across my vision. I turned off the flashlight to avoid excess heat and stimulation, then rolled onto my side to keep my airway clear. Even if I vomited during the absorption process, I wouldn't choke. I clenched my teeth and lay within the tiny space as sweat soaked through my clothes. In my previous life, absorbing Eye of True Sight had taken 3 hours. It would take longer this time, but if I endured it, I would possess 2 abilities when the apocalypse truly began. Time crawled by. The pain eventually exceeded what this body could bear, and I lost consciousness before midnight arrived. I had no idea how much time passed before a series of vibrations traveled through the ground. Outside the ruins, low growls drew closer. The bodies killed during the meteor storm, corpses that had never decomposed, were clawing their way out of the ground under the drive of an unknown force. The animals began to mutate as well. The true apocalypse erupted while I lay unconscious. When I opened my eyes again, the growls of zombies were already sounding outside the mound. I didn't rush out. First, I switched on my flashlight and activated the newly awakened Eye of True Sight. Information about the bronze ring immediately appeared in my mind. Spatial ring, A-rank spatial equipment, contains a separate space of 10 cubic meters. Then I examined myself. Human male, awakened ability user. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 12. Remaining lifespan, 21,920 days. 21,920 days was roughly 60 years. The panel displayed the natural lifespan projected from my body's current condition. It did not mean I was immune to knife wounds, infection, or starvation. Too many people in my previous life had treated the lifespan figure like a protective charm, only to die in an accident that same day. I moved every joint and lightly scratched my skin with a fingernail, confirming that awakening the ability had left no numbness or loss of control. A stronger mind did not mean a stronger body. With a strength of 7, I still couldn't overpower a horde of zombies head-on. Most physical attributes of an ordinary adult fell between 5 and 10. My body remained that of an ordinary person, though Contract Soul had raised my spirit to 12. Eye of True Sight couldn't read the details of abilities ranked above B, so Contract Soul did not appear on the panel. That had no effect on its actual power. I took out the Crimson Pill next. Potent Knockout Incense. F-rank control drug. Renders life forms below F-rank unconscious for 10 minutes. It was exactly what I needed. The mutated macaque in the zoo had tremendous potential, but it was also extraordinarily wary. In my previous life, we had failed several times while trying to capture it for Lin Tianfeng and succeeded only after using an A-rank capture net. It had just mutated now and had not yet reached F-rank. 1 dose of knockout incense would solve the most difficult part, subduing it. I continued checking my equipment. Long-handled bone cleaver, unranked. Durability, 8. Sharpness, 6. Butcher knife, unranked. Durability, 5. Sharpness, 9. Butterfly knife, F-rank offensive equipment. Durability, 13. Sharpness, 14. Military jacket, F-rank defensive equipment. Durability, 16. Fishnet stockings, E-rank support equipment. Movement speed plus 28. Charisma plus 3. The fishnet's attributes confirmed my judgment. As for charisma, it had no effect on zombies, so I ignored it. Once my preparations were complete, I used the spatial ring to remove the concrete blocking the entrance one piece at a time. The moment I emerged, a zombie wearing a zoo uniform smelled living flesh and staggered toward me. Male zombie, unevolved. Strength, 8. Agility, 6. Spirit, 0. It was slightly stronger than me, but its movements were stiff. I thrust the bone cleaver through its open mouth. The point pierced the back of its skull, ending the fight in 1 blow. 7 more zombies nearby were drawn by the noise. I didn't stand my ground and fight them all at once. I used the fishnets to open the distance, let them spread out during the pursuit, then turned and destroyed their brains one at a time. When the second zombie fell, the long-handled cleaver lodged in its skull. I didn't plant a foot on the corpse and struggle to yank it free. Instead, I released the weapon, sidestepped, killed the approaching target with my butterfly knife, then used the falling body's weight to twist the cleaver loose. The fourth crawled out from under an abandoned car and nearly seized my ankle. The fishnets increased my movement speed. They did not reveal blind spots for me. I retreated to a broken wall, forcing the remaining enemies to approach from the front before I regained control of the rhythm. After all 8 zombies stopped moving, I stabbed each one through the eye socket to verify the kill. Corpses felt no pain, and even severing the neck might not immediately stop their jaws. Only destroying the brain guaranteed safety. By the time the last one fell, I was breathing hard. I counted the bodies first, then inspected the military jacket and fishnets. 2 claw marks scored the jacket's chest, but had not penetrated. The fishnets were intact, though zombie fluid had reached them through tears in my outer pants. Only after confirming I had no open wounds did I retrieve my blades from the 8 corpses. Every impact in a fight carried outward. The longer I remained in place, the greater the chance of a 9th or 10th zombie arriving. I allowed myself only 2 minutes for verification, then moved immediately. This body had not evolved, and repeatedly swinging a long-handled weapon consumed far more energy than I had expected. I did not underestimate zombies simply because I had won one small fight. They outnumbered survivors by nearly 50 to 1. Even without actively feeding, they would gradually grow under the influence of the unknown energy. Those that devoured flesh or star crystals would grow far faster. These newly risen ordinary zombies had no corpse crystals and nothing else of value. I put away my weapons and accelerated toward the macaque habitat. I had to claim my first contract beast before it and the surrounding animals evolved any further. I encountered many animal zombies along the way. They had possessed natural advantages in speed or strength even while alive, making them harder to deal with than human zombies after they rose. I didn't waste my energy and went around whenever possible until a dense chorus of shrieks and impacts sounded ahead. I hid behind a broken wall and saw dozens of zombie monkeys surrounding one small, thin macaque. It was only around 6 months old and covered in wounds, yet it moved with astonishing speed. Every time it was about to be caught, it used rubble or rebar to change direction, but it still seemed to regard the zombies as members of its troop. It only fled and never fought back. One zombie monkey finally grabbed its tail and lifted it off the ground. The little monkey shrieked in fright. Its right leg suddenly swelled until it was as thick as an adult human's. One kick sent its attacker flying into a slab of blue stone, disabling the zombie monkey on the spot. Gigantification. That confirmed its identity beyond doubt. In my previous life, this macaque could enlarge its entire body by the time it reached C rank. It later died, saving Lin Tianfeng in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, when it had been only 1 step from B rank. A mutated beast with such astonishing potential could never be allowed to fall into Lin Tianfeng's hands again. The little monkey wasn't used to one leg suddenly growing longer, and it lost its balance when it tried to run. In barely a minute, several more wounds appeared across its body. Only after being driven into a corner did it finally understand that its familiar troop would not stop. One of its paws abruptly grew enormous and clamped around the head of the leading zombie monkey. The little monkey froze for an instant after fighting back for the first time. Then its survival instinct took over completely. Its enlarged hands and feet changed in turn. It stopped fleeing and began confronting the attackers directly, eliminating them one after another. The battle lasted several minutes. After the last zombie monkey fell, the little macaque stood amid what had once been its troop, covered in blood and trembling continuously. It had won, but felt no excitement. It merely crouched in place and let out low whimpers. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Rushing in to save it might have seemed faster, but it would have turned dozens of zombie monkeys against me at once. By waiting until it fought back for the first time, I let it wear down the enemy and understand that its old troop was already dead. A contract couldn't erase that judgment. Otherwise, it would hesitate again in the same situation later. I checked the wind once more. If the knockout incense blew back toward me, both the monkey and I would lose consciousness. If it spread toward the horde, the fallen attackers might block the passage. I left one corner of the paper wrapping exposed so I could pinch out the flame at any time and chose a retreat route in advance. I put on my gas mask, crushed the potent knockout incense, wrapped it in paper, and lit the edge. When the wind was favorable, I approached from behind. The strange fragrance soon drifted toward the little monkey. It sensed something was wrong and turned to look at me, but its body immediately lost balance. It swayed twice and collapsed. The incense lasted only 10 minutes, so I wasted no time and used Eye of True Sight to read its attributes first. Juvenile macaque, unranked mutated beast. Strength, 14. Agility, 17. Stamina, 9. Spirit, 7. Bloodline talents. Gigantification, Berserk. Berserk was a second talent I had never seen during its early growth in my previous life. It could temporarily increase combat power, but at the cost of stamina and vitality. The little monkey had no idea how to control it. If fear triggered it automatically, the creature might win a fight only to collapse immediately afterward. For that reason, the first thing I would teach it after the contract was not how to grow large and slaughter enemies. It would learn to recognize retreat signals and conserve its strength. 2 talents. It had not even formally advanced yet, and its strength and agility already far exceeded an ordinary human's. I had made the right choice. I secured its limbs with cloth rope, lifted it by the tail, and carried it back to the mound. After resealing the entrance, I took out a salt-baked chicken leg and waved it under the monkey's nose. I didn't tighten the knots enough to cut into flesh. They restricted only the joints. The incense had only a few minutes left. If the contract failed, it could wake and bite off my fingers. I placed the butterfly knife to my right and left the entrance incompletely sealed, preserving a way to end the attempt and escape at any time. The moment 10 minutes passed, the little monkey opened its eyes. It looked first at the rope, then at me, and finally locked its gaze on the chicken leg. My name is Zhao. I bit off a mouthful of meat, making sure I had all its attention. Starting today, I'll be your master. Follow me, and you'll have food and a chance to grow stronger. Refuse, and the contract will still be completed. You simply won't get this meal. I pressed my hand onto the top of its head. Contract soul activated for the first time. A mental chain invisible to the naked eye extended from my palm and entered the little monkey's consciousness. It struggled instinctively, but couldn't shake even the partially formed power of the contract. About a minute later, the chain fully connected to its soul, and for the first time, I clearly heard its thoughts. When is this guy with the pig face going to give me the chicken leg? I fell silent behind the gas mask for 2 seconds, then raised my hand and smacked it once. From now on, call me master. Once the contract was complete, the hostility in the little monkey's eyes rapidly disappeared. It retained its own personality and judgment, but now regarded me from the bottom of its heart as the one being most worthy of its protection. The mental connection had not turned it into a puppet. I could hear thoughts it intentionally sent and issue commands that carried binding force, but I couldn't rummage through all its memories. Its thoughts would grow vague over great distances. If it was severely injured, I would sense that something was wrong, but I wouldn't suffer its wounds. That boundary was important. Treating the contract as perfect remote control would inevitably lead to mistakes whenever information was missing. A truly reliable contract beast still needed training, rewards, and consistent rules. Master, I'm hungry. I untied it and tossed over the chicken leg. Through our mental link, I quickly learned what it had endured. When the meteor storm began, it fell into a reservoir at the zoo and survived for a month on moss from the walls and a little water. When it finally climbed out, its entire troop had already become zombies. It couldn't describe dates, using only many dark times to explain the passage of days. I had it identify the reservoir and its troops' territory on a zoo map, then specifically asked about the sense of animals that hadn't turned. Contract communication was not automatic language translation. The more precise the question, the more useful the answer. The chicken leg disappeared in a few bites, but it kept staring at me expectantly. The little monkey had many claw wounds, so I had no choice but to take out my only stuffed bun. After it ate the supernatural food, white motes appeared around its injuries. The bleeding soon stopped, and the torn flesh gradually healed. It had barely begun asking for more when I started removing the concrete from the entrance. Food has to be earned through work. Come outside with me. Daylight had arrived. Reanimated animal zombies were everywhere in the zoo. A snake as thick as a large bowl was the first to spot us, slithering rapidly along the ground. Zombie snake, unevolved. Strength, 10. Agility, 12. Spirit, 0. Its attributes were lower than the little monkey's, making it ideal for a first real battle. I handed the hog-killing knife to the little monkey. Cut off its head. The little monkey approached with the knife, but the moment the zombie snake opened its mouth and lunged, it spun around and hid behind me. Master, I'm scared. Fight even if you're scared. First, I demonstrated the snake's striking distance. Tapping the ground with a piece of rebar made the zombie snake turn toward the vibration. Before its head rose, its body tightened. Whenever the monkey saw that movement, it had half a second to shift from the front to the side. It understood the motion but still didn't dare approach. Fear couldn't be erased with one command, so I divided the fight into 3 goals. Evade the first bite, pin the snake at the critical point behind its head, and only then swing the knife. If it failed any step, it was to open the distance and start again immediately. I grabbed the monkey by the nape and threw it in front of the zombie snake at an angle. The snake immediately tried to coil around it. Shrieking, the monkey rolled away while screaming for help in its mind. I did not kill the snake for it. A contract beast wasn't merely a tool that obeyed orders. It had to understand why it drew a weapon and learn to judge independently when I wasn't there to remind it. Otherwise, when real danger came, it would carry its impressive attributes straight to its death. You're stronger and faster than it. Grab it behind the head and cut that head off. If you can't kill it, it will eat you. The little monkey looked at the corn sausage I had just unwrapped. Hunger and the will to survive finally suppressed its fear. One paw rapidly grew huge and clamped around the snake's vulnerable point with precision. Its first slash went wide and removed only a chunk of rotten flesh. I reminded it again that the head was the lethal target. The little monkey pulled the snake's body straight and brought the blade down a second time, completely separating the head from the body. The zombie snake stopped moving. The little monkey stared for several seconds, then ran back with the knife, chest thrust proudly forward. "Master, I killed it. Remember how that felt?" I handed it the corn sausage. "You were stronger than it. The only thing truly holding you back was fear." It was not a victory worth boasting about, but it marked the beginning of my first contract beast learning how to fight. After finishing the corn sausage, the little monkey casually tossed the hog-killing knife onto the ground. I pointed at it. "Pick it up. In the wild, letting go of your weapon is the same as placing your life in someone else's hands." It clearly didn't take the warning seriously, though it obediently bent down. At that exact moment, 3 zombie wolves charged from behind the ruins. The first was already lunging for the back of its neck. I had heard rubble shifting from more than 30 feet away, but failed to determine in time whether it was wind or a living creature. That lapse belonged to me as well. If the zombie wolf had been any faster, my observational mistake would have left the little monkey badly injured. After the fight, I stated my error clearly instead of placing all the blame on the monkey for dropping its knife. Discipline worked only when everyone accepted their share of responsibility. The master was no exception. The little monkey swung on instinct and sliced away half the first zombie wolf's skull. The other 2 flanked from opposite sides, and it could block only one. I struck the wolf on the left with the back of the bone cleaver, crushing its brain, while the monkey drove the hog-killing knife into the final wolf's eye socket. When the fight ended, it stood in place clutching the knife. Every trace of carelessness had vanished from its face. "Danger won't warn you before it comes," I said as I put away the cleaver. "Whether you're eating, traveling, or resting, you keep watch. If you lose your life, no amount of food will matter." We avoided the densest hordes outside the zoo and slowly crossed the city using broken walls and wrecked vehicles as cover. Before long, the little monkey spotted 3 zombies ahead who looked like a family and eagerly asked for another fight. I assigned it the 2 adults while I handled the child zombie, whose movements were the least stable. The little monkey's first thrust still struck the waist. The female zombie didn't react and kept attacking. The other 2 were drawn by the commotion, and the monkey instantly lost its composure. The head. I killed the child zombie with 1 slash and reminded it, "You're not fighting living people. Ordinary wounds won't stop them." The little monkey steadied itself. 1 enlarged arm split open the female zombie's skull. Then, just as I prepared to attack the last one, it rushed forward and finished the fight with the hog-killing knife. Filthy blood sprayed across my face while it waited eagerly for praise. I wiped my face, then still reached out and patted its head. "That one passes. Next time, pay attention to where I'm standing. Don't let the result of your attack hurt an ally." Delighted, it shrank back to its normal size and grabbed the hem of my jacket. Even after becoming a mutated beast, a 6-month-old monkey was still a child at heart. A contract guaranteed loyalty, but experience and judgment could only be trained little by little. Along the way, we eliminated several more isolated zombies. The little monkey gradually became braver. Eventually, it began selecting targets without my orders and learned to check its escape route first. I established 3 hand signals for it. A closed fist meant stop, palm down meant hide, and 2 fingers pointing forward granted permission to attack. Our mental link was convenient, but fatigue or unknown interference could delay the connection. Visual signals had to serve as a second command system. I no longer handed it the hog-killing knife without preparation. I wrapped the handle in non-slip cloth and connected it to the wrist with a short cord. The cord would catch the weapon if released, but could be cut quickly if a zombie seized it. After every battle, the monkey had to clean the blade first and then inspect the edge for rolling or chips. The first time I signaled it to hide, it closed its eyes and lay flat on the ground. Only after I corrected it did it learn to conceal itself beneath vehicles and behind corners. The training looked clumsy, but it improved survival odds more than killing a few extraordinary zombies ever could. As we passed a collapsed restaurant, it smelled something in an old steamer basket and asked whether there were steamed buns inside. The moldy, rotten food naturally couldn't be eaten. I promised that once we found mutated wheat, I would let it have a truly fresh steamed bun. The little monkey committed that promise firmly to memory. To me, it wasn't an empty line meant to humor the creature. Ordinary food was spoiling at an accelerated rate after the apocalypse. New mutated crops would become the primary food source for every living thing. Only those with a stable supply of food had the right to discuss long-term survival. 2 hours later, we circled back to my neighborhood. The villa stood alone amid the ruins. A familiar zombie wandered outside its door. Wearing a security guard's uniform, it was Dong Jun, the man I had killed. I personally destroyed his brain, retrieved my key, and opened the front door. No one had touched the supplies inside, but the food was already showing obvious signs of decay. We didn't have much time left. I loaded every usable supply into the spatial ring. Before moving anything, I divided the ordinary food into 3 categories based on smell and packaging. Safe to eat directly, must be heated soon, and already spoiled. I left the 3rd category behind so it wouldn't contaminate the other supplies in the ring. The isolated space could slow outside interference. It couldn't make spoiled food fresh again. For the next 3 days, I took the little monkey out every day specifically to hunt zombies that had swallowed star crystals. Ordinary zombies still hadn't formed valuable corpse crystals. Only those with star crystals inside them showed abnormal enhancement. On the first day, we searched the neighborhood perimeter and chose only isolated targets. On the second, we entered the commercial street and used the sound of metal to lure zombies one at a time into narrow alleys. On the third, we practiced covering each other in turns. The little monkey pinned enemies down while I destroyed their brains from the side or rear. Before every operation, I wrote down the conditions for aborting. 2 unidentified enhanced targets appeared. A horde of more than 50 cut off our retreat, or either of us suffered an injury that impaired movement. Without those limits, the 9-star crystals could easily become bait that lured us into reckless risks. We found 9 such zombies in total. The first 7-star crystals produced nothing but F-rank consumables: mineral water, instant noodles, stuffed buns, compressed biscuits, and canned tuna. They looked ordinary, but each had a specific use. Mineral water replenished a full day's hydration. Instant noodles protected against extreme cold. Stuffed buns healed injuries. Compressed biscuits kept one's energy high. Canned tuna provided resistance to viruses below F rank for 24 hours. It was normal not to receive equipment or serums. The odds of obtaining a high-rank item from a star crystal were already extremely low. Acquiring the spatial ring and 2 abilities in succession had been incredible luck that could not be replicated easily. Late on the 3rd night, I held the final 2-star crystals. The first produced yet another bottle of mineral water. When the white light around the second faded, a vial of black serum dropped into my palm. Evolution Serum, F-rank Basic Serum. Activates the human evolutionary genome, making the user an F-rank evolver. At last, it had appeared. Abilities and evolution were 2 different systems. Abilities granted special powers, while evolution directly strengthened the body. Contract Soul couldn't protect me without Contract Beasts, and Eye of True Sight was not a combat ability. Only by becoming an evolver would I gain real confidence in close-quarters fighting. Using an evolution serum demanded a terrifying amount of energy. The first time I took one in my previous life, I consumed nearly all the food Lintion foam, and I had spent 6 months accumulating. Yet insufficient nutrition still left me weak for more than 10 days. I recalculated based on our current reserves. Supernatural food could directly supply a day's needs, but might not cover the immediate consumption of genetic reconstruction. Nearly 100 pounds of ordinary high-calorie food could serve only as a buffer. The doors and windows had to be sealed. The little monkey had to guard the entrance. Anything that might attract a horde needed to be dealt with in advance. I also reserved the cantuna. Its viral resistance was combat insurance and couldn't be wasted just to make the evolution process more comfortable. If the food truly proved insufficient, I would rather abort or endure weakness than consume every fallback at once. This time, I prepared in advance. Except for the canned tuna reserved against infection, I took out all our supernatural food and ate it in one sitting, then drank several bottles of supernatural mineral water. Only after piling nearly 100 pounds of still edible ordinary food beside me did I open the evolution serum. The moment the black liquid entered my stomach, My bones and muscles felt as though they were being torn apart and rebuilt. My body's energy was consumed at a frantic rate. The food I had just eaten was rapidly converted, and my body visibly grew thinner. At first, the little monkey only stared at the supernatural food and drooled. When it saw that I was losing even the strength to tear open packages, it immediately ran over to help. It didn't steal a single bite. It kept feeding me open biscuits, sausages, and water. After 1 hour, the worst of the pain began to recede. After 2 hours, most of the 100 pounds of food was gone and my cheeks had become hollow. After 3.5 hours, every supply had been consumed. The evolution process finally neared completion. I lacked even the strength to read my status panel and collapsed directly onto the bed. Before losing consciousness, I handed the bone cleaver to the little monkey. Guard the door. When I wake up, I'll take you to find real supernatural food. The little monkey crouched beside the bed with the cleaver in its arms and never moved a single step. It was already the next morning when I woke. I sat up with almost no effort, feeling a long-missed power flowing through my muscles. The little monkey had remained beside the bed. The moment it saw my eyes open, it began leaping around in delight. Master didn't die? That's great. Now there'll be more food. The first half pleased me. The second made me raise a hand and smack it. I ate several compressed biscuits that hadn't spoiled too badly, then activated Eye of True Sight. Human male, awakened ability user, F-Rank evolver. Strength, 15. Agility, 17. Stamina, 13. Spirit, 24. Remaining lifespan, 29,923 days. Every attribute had nearly doubled, and my lifespan had increased by more than 20 years. My strength and stamina were slightly higher than when I first evolved in my previous life, clearly due to the additional foundation provided by the supernatural food I had consumed before taking the serum. I began with 10 squats, a sprint, and several test swings. Even after the numbers rose, my muscle control still needed time to adjust. My first slash was faster than expected and nearly struck the doorframe. When I stopped abruptly after a run, my feet slid an extra foot and a half. Without recalibration, becoming stronger could make my movements less accurate in a fight. The hunger remained after evolution, which meant my body had only finished restructuring itself and had not replenished the full deficit. I limited myself to 70% exertion for the next 2 days. A good-looking status panel meant nothing if low blood sugar made me collapse on the road. The little monkey had also gone hungry all night. Remembering that it had never left the bedside, I tossed it several sausages that were still edible. Then I stored the cookware, clothing, bedding, and remaining supplies in the spatial ring. I didn't plan to return again. Before leaving, I checked that meltwater hadn't blocked the drain and placed the remaining ordinary drinking water somewhere clearly visible inside the door. The villa was no longer suitable for long-term residents, but to the next survivor who found it, a lockable door and several containers of uncontaminated water might still mean a few more days of life. I left no name, only a simple arrow pointing toward the most intact room upstairs. In my previous life, I had once survived an entire winter on half a bag of salt left by a stranger. These things wouldn't affect my own reserves, but they might send someone else's timeline down a different path. We had already cleared the nearby zombies that had swallowed star crystals. Staying here would only make us miss resources in other areas. The villa had been left by my parents and had sheltered me through both lives. Before leaving, I placed the key where it could easily be seen in front of the door, hoping whoever came next wouldn't smash the entrance just to get inside. We had barely left the neighborhood when several newly arrived zombies spotted us. I met them head-on. After becoming an F-Rank evolver, their movements looked far too slow. Combined with the movement speed from the fishnets, I struck several times before the horde could surround me. A few turns later, every zombie lay on the ground. I split open one skull and removed a white crystal the size of a peanut. Ordinary corpse crystal, unranked. Only a few days had passed since the dead rose. Yet ordinary individuals were already naturally forming corpse crystals. Their growth rate far exceeded that of survivors. Even without devouring flesh or star crystals, they drew evolutionary energy from the unknown force in the environment. I crushed the corpse crystal, and a trace of energy entered my body. It traveled from my palm up my arm and spread through my entire body, without the violent restructuring caused by a serum. It vanished completely after 10 seconds, and my strength test showed no visible change. Without Eye of True Sight, an ordinary person could barely detect an accumulation of 0.01%. They might even assume corpse crystals did nothing. F-Rank Evolver. Evolution Progress. 0.01/100. One ordinary corpse crystal added only 0.01%. Advancing from F rank to E rank required 10,000 ordinary corpse crystals or 100 F rank corpse crystals. A single E rank corpse crystal would contain enough energy to cross my entire current stage directly. Each rise in rank increased the energy within a corpse crystal by roughly 100-fold. I checked the other bodies, but found no second crystal. Natural evolution had only just begun, so corpse crystals would still appear in only a small number of individuals for now. More dangerous were the fortunate zombies that had devoured multiple star crystals at the beginning of the apocalypse. They would grow far faster than their kind and gradually gain control of lower-rank hordes. Survivors in my previous life called these monsters, nearly invincible within their rank, zombie kings. According to my memories, no early zombie king had appeared near Guangzhou, but I had already altered the timeline. My old experience could serve only as a reference, never again as absolute fact. I left the neighborhood with the little monkey. From now on, every corpse crystal and every star crystal had to become our strength as soon as possible. We pushed south through the city. Ordinary corpse crystals gradually became more common, and my evolution progress crept from 0.01 to 0.18. The increase looked tiny, but it was already far earlier than in my previous life. The ruins of a school appeared ahead, with several thousand zombies gathered on its athletic field. I intended to detour, but eye of true sight caught an abnormal target at the center of the horde. Female zombie, unranked. Evolution progress, 98/100. Strength, 18. Agility, 11. Spirit, 0. It was only one step from F rank. It had definitely swallowed a star crystal, and it was about to form a high-purity corpse crystal. Both the risk and the reward were right in front of me. Monkey, do you want supernatural food? I didn't immediately use food to excite it. First, I made it study the athletic field. A broken section of wall east of the classroom building could serve as the first escape route. The parking lot to the west was too open, offering no cover if the horde turned. The northern passage was blocked by a school bus and could be crossed only if it enlarged itself. When the little monkey repeated the route, it confused east and west. I rebuilt the terrain with 3 piles of stones and did not begin until it could identify every turn correctly. The plan also had clear abort conditions. If the female zombie moved with the horde, a second enhanced target appeared on the field, or the monkey couldn't open the distance on its first circuit, we would abandon the attempt immediately. A near F-rank corpse crystal was tempting, but not important enough to bury my only contract beast beneath thousands of zombies. The little monkey immediately fixed its eyes on me. I pointed toward the horde. Draw the other zombies away. I'll handle the one in the center. If the star crystal gives us food that isn't essential for survival, you get half. It still felt instinctive fear towards several thousand zombies. I planned its route around the field and the direction of retreat in advance, then made one point clear. The moment it could no longer maintain gigantification, it was to return along the original route and never turn back to keep fighting. The little monkey took a deep breath and rapidly enlarged both legs. It burst from cover, shrieked deliberately, and raced around the field's perimeter. The horde erupted instantly. Thousands of zombies chased the bounding figure, flowing away from the center in a black mass. The little monkey used its speed to keep pulling them along. Occasionally, it turned and eliminated the closest one, but its legs began trembling as time passed. The female zombie did not follow. It had only recently swallowed the star crystal and temporarily felt less desire for flesh. That was the basis on which I dared execute the plan. The moment the final ordinary zombies left, I sprinted at full speed toward the target. From 25 feet away, I leaped and brought the bone cleaver straight down at its head. The female zombie raised a hand to catch the blade. I severed its right wrist, and the impact knocked its body down as well. But when I swung a second time, it opened its mouth and bit onto the blade. Its teeth had already completed their F-rank enhancement ahead of the rest of its body and actually deformed the steel. I didn't fight it for the weapon. I released it immediately, and the butterfly knife appeared in my hand from the spatial ring. The fishnets let me circle behind it in an instant. The F-rank blade cut through neck bones that had not yet completed their evolution, separating the female zombie's head from its body. I seized the head and immediately ordered the little monkey to retreat. It was nearly at its limit. The moment it heard the command, it turned and ran along the planned route while the horde pursued. I didn't wait for it in place. I withdrew toward the safe zone first, preventing 2 targets from drawing the horde to the same point. I didn't stop to examine the spoils until I was 3 miles away. The female zombie's head was still biting the bone cleaver. The blade was ruined beyond further use. The little monkey caught up several minutes later. Its arms and chest had been clawed, but fortunately none of the wounds were critical. I made it sit and checked its pupils, breathing, and the color around each wound. Ordinary zombie viruses were not completely ineffective against mutated beasts, though the animals were more resistant. None of the 3 scratches showed black lines, and its bones had not shifted after gigantification ended. On its 3rd circuit, it had ignored the plan to cross the school bus and altered its route to shake the leading zombies. That was how it got clawed from the side. A successful result did not make the choice correct. I recorded the deviation in our training notes. Next time, the one serving as bait needed a clearly defined second escape route. It did not complain when it saw me. Its first words were a reminder about the food I had promised. Looking at the monkey that had entrusted its life to me, I seriously reflected for the first time. The contract guaranteed loyalty, but that did not give me the right to ignore the price it paid. You did very well this time. I decided to give it the female zombie's high-purity corpse crystal. The bone cleaver was ruined. I hammered its broken blade off the rebar shaft and handed the steel rod, more than 3 feet long, to the little monkey. Use this for now. It's more reliable than a hog-killing knife with a rolled edge. It treated the steel rod as a reward and excitedly swung it several times. I had it smash open the female zombie's skull, then removed 2 things from inside. A corpse crystal only 1 step below F rank, and a star crystal. If I absorbed the corpse crystal, it would add only close to 1% to my evolution progress. Given to the still unranked little monkey, however, it might push the creature directly into F rank. A contract beast's power was part of my total combat strength. The calculation was easy. I tossed it the corpse crystal, then built a temporary shelter so the disturbance of evolution wouldn't draw a horde. The little monkey entered and crushed the crystal. Repeated impacts soon sounded through the heavy concrete. Its evolution didn't require huge amounts of food the way a human's did. The corpse crystal's energy directly transformed its flesh. Every few seconds, one wall of the shelter bulged outward. I kept adding concrete from outside and used an abandoned vehicle to block the direction most likely to collapse. What came through the contract was not language, only pain and instinctive agitation. I couldn't stop the process for it. All I could do was maintain the connection so it knew both the exit and I were still there. While it evolved, I opened the star crystal. When the white light faded, a green pill fell into my palm. Talent pill, B-rank drug, randomly enhances one of the user's innate talents. I had taken a similar pill in my previous life and knew there was no additional danger, so I swallowed it immediately. As its sweet taste dissolved, a flood of instinctive knowledge about firearms, bows, crossbows, aiming, and ballistics poured into my mind. New talent acquired, B-rank marksmanship. I picked up a thin piece of rebar and placed 3 empty cans 65 feet away. My first throw hit the rim of the leftmost can. After correcting for the wind, my second struck the middle can. The talent didn't make objects fly toward the target automatically. It turned distance, gravity, and release angle into nearly instinctive judgments. When I actually used an M82A1, recoil, weapon condition, and variations between ammunition lots would still affect the result. I needed to zero the rifle properly. A B-rank talent did not mean I could never miss. The talent also sharpened my feel for bowstring rebound and the drift caused by arrow fletching. I recalibrated my makeshift bow and discovered that 2 arrow shafts had slight bends. They might work at close range, but beyond 50 yards they would deviate. I snapped and discarded both immediately rather than mixing hidden dangers back into the quiver. Whether it was a firearm or a bow, I could become proficient in a short time. The weapon's experience from 7 years in my previous life compounded with the talent. Range combat would become my true advantage. Guangzhou had a civilian shooting range. Its owner had secretly kept an M82A1 sniper rifle in the basement along with 60 rounds of large-caliber armor-piercing ammunition. The rifle had a range of more than a mile and enough power to penetrate ordinary armor. It suited me perfectly. A tremendous crash sounded behind me. A fist the size of a stew pot blasted away the concrete. A 10-foot-tall golden ape climbed out, muscles bulging over its entire body. One arm was nearly as thick as my waist. Juvenile macaque, F-rank mutated beast. Strength, 28. Agility, 36. Stamina, 24. Spirit, 9. Bloodline talents. Gigantification, berserk. The little monkey had advanced successfully. Except for spirit, its attributes were nearly twice mine. It had not yet adapted to its strength and shook loose a shower of sand that fell all over me. I smacked it once. It immediately shrank to its young form and cupped its hands together in apology. I gave it 6 loaves of bread that had just begun to mold and 8 compressed biscuits myself. Our food reserves were dwindling. In addition to weapons, We had to find a stable supply of mutated crops next. Once the man and monkey finished eating, we set out for the shooting range. We killed zombies as we walked. The little monkey practiced controlling its F-rank strength, while I used simple bows found along the way to train my distance judgment. The B-rank talent hadn't conjured weapons from thin air, but it made every shot controllable. Several hours later, a tremendous wave of roaring rose from the direction of the shooting range. I climbed to high ground and saw several thousand zombies chasing a boy in his teens. The boy was clearly running out of strength, yet he was deliberately drawing every nearby horde farther away. He wasn't running for his life. He was clearing the shooting range for someone else. I did not save the boy. I hadn't made that decision impulsively after seeing him. First, I estimated the horde's speed, the boy's remaining stamina, and the distance we would have to cover to reach him. Even if the little monkey enlarged itself and charged in, it could create only a brief opening among thousands of zombies. If the boy had already been bitten, rescuing him would also bring the infection into our group. Through binoculars, I marked the direction of his final turn. If he used the buildings to shake his pursuers, we could search that route after leaving the range. If he failed, charging into the tide now would only create a second casualty. A tide formed by several thousand zombies was not something an F-rank mutated beast and I could confront directly. Besides, he had deliberately led them away from the shooting range. He had clearly made his choice. I led the little monkey around the flank and approached the entrance only after the zombie tide had completely receded. Most of the shooting range had collapsed, but there were almost no zombies nearby. The boy had carried the danger away and inadvertently created the best possible search window for me. Using clues I had heard in my previous life, I quickly found the entrance to the administration building's basement. A slab of concrete weighing 3 or 4 tons pinned down the metal door. An ordinary survivor could never move it. I stored the obstruction directly in my spatial ring, then cut through the electronic lock with the butterfly knife. Before removing the concrete, I had the little monkey support the broken beam above while I cleared our footing. The distribution of force would change instantly when the heavy slab entered the ring. If the ceiling began to descend, we would retreat through the gap on the right. We could not let the promise of firearms lure us into a sealed basement. Once the door opened, I waited another 10 seconds for the trapped air inside to escape. I heard no human breathing, only 2 sets of dragging footsteps, and proceeded inside. Pull the door open. The little monkey activated gigantification, seized the warped metal panel, and pulled with brute force. After a screech of metal, it tore the entire door from its frame. A middle-aged male zombie lunged from the darkness. Judging by his clothes, he had owned the shooting range while alive. The little monkey slammed him down with one palm and finished him using the metal door. A young female zombie then emerged from deeper in the basement, and I quickly killed her with the butterfly knife. Neither had formed a corpse crystal. The food inside had long since been consumed. Only moldy wrappers and empty water bottles remained. The M82A1 wasn't in plain sight either. I extended my awareness through the walls and finally discovered a find seam behind the wallpaper. A hidden room. I used the butterfly knife to cut a square opening through the metal door. I entered first, and the little monkey shrank down to follow. Cash, antiques, paintings, and calligraphy filled the room of more than 500 square feet. Banknotes once worth tens of millions were now less useful than a loaf of bread. I walked past the waste paper and opened the long wooden case on top. Every component of the M82A1 lay neatly arranged inside. Beside it were exactly 60 armor-piercing rounds. I assembled the rifle quickly. I did not pull the trigger immediately. The basement was enclosed, and the gunshot would reflect between the concrete walls. It could damage our hearing and draw the distant horde back. I inspected the chamber, firing pin, and optic one by one, then numbered the 60 rounds in groups of 10. Any test firing would wait until we reached an open, secure area. The wooden case also contained maintenance oil and basic tools. I stored them separately from the ammunition. In the apocalypse, one broken spring could turn an elite firearm into nearly 30 pounds of scrap metal. The rifle was heavy enough that an ordinary person would have to brace it before firing. With the strength of an F-rank evolver, I could already fire it from my arms. My B-rank marksmanship talent also made its structure and aiming method exceptionally familiar. The hidden room held a sharpened Tang Dao as well. It was more than 5 feet long and weighed nearly 9 pounds. It had no rank, but was more reliable than my current ordinary weapons. I put the rifle, ammunition, and Tang Dao into the spatial ring, then had the little monkey carry the metal door it had removed as a heavy weapon for emergencies. I did not leave immediately. A civilian shooting range should also have an armory. Even if the building had collapsed, guns, bows, arrows, and ammunition buried deep below might have survived. More importantly, I had heard faint human voices in the distance while inside the basement. One male and one female, coming from the other side of the range. The boy who had led away the zombie tide had most likely done it for them. I searched the armory first. A section of ballistic glass protruded from the ruins near the shooting lanes, and the words weapons storage were still visible. I used the spatial ring to remove the concrete above it, while the little monkey enlarged one arm to help. After a dozen minutes, we uncovered crushed tables and chairs, metal cabinets, and a large quantity of damaged archery equipment. No intact compound bow remained, but there were plenty of usable components. I assembled 3 bows and selected 100 arrows without bends or cracks from several thousand shafts. I drew each bow in turn, eliminating 2 limbs whose fibers began to split, then numbered the remaining 3 by draw weight. I rolled the arrow shafts over flat ground and discarded any that wobbled by more than a finger's width. Waterlogged or loosened fletching was secured again. My B-rank marksmanship talent could correct a point of impact, but it couldn't make damaged equipment behave consistently. Daily combat required repeatable equipment performance. I couldn't gamble every time on which direction a bent arrow would fly. Arrows could be recovered, making them far better suited to ordinary combat than a sniper rifle with only 60 rounds. The little monkey then dragged a deformed safe from the ruins. I handed it the butterfly knife to cut the shell open. Inside were well-preserved handguns and ammunition. In the end, 12 revolvers, 120 shotgun shells, and 1,600 separately stored handgun rounds were serviceable. The cylinders of the 2 best revolvers still held a few old cartridges, which I recorded separately as ammunition already in the weapons. Most long guns had been deformed, and there was no large-caliber ammunition compatible with the M82A1. I inspected each revolver at random, confirming that the cylinder, hammer, and barrel weren't warped. Then I placed the 2 in best condition at the outermost edge of the ring. The other 10 were wrapped in oiled cloth as reserves for arming trusted people or replacing parts later. We had no compatible weapon for the shotgun shells yet, so they could only be sealed away. I recounted the general handgun ammunition into packs of 50 for a total of 1,600. The old cartridges already in the cylinders were not mixed into that inventory. Blades and bows were for ordinary zombies. Gunshots were reserved for breaking through encirclements and dealing with human threats. I placed every weapon in the spatial ring, keeping only 1 compound bow and 50 arrows on my person. Before leaving, the little monkey divided the remaining 50 arrows into 2 bundles. One went into the ring, the other on its back. We wouldn't carry all 3 compound bows at once either. The best served as the primary weapon, the second as backup, and the third was broken down for parts. If we had to retreat suddenly, we wouldn't sacrifice our ability to draw blades by clutching every piece of equipment. The metallic noise from excavating the armory might draw the zombie tide back. I set a final search limit of 5 minutes and would stop the instant I heard the first massed roar in the distance. We would not keep risking our lives for one gun that might be buried deeper. This haul was enough to deal with ordinary zombies and most survivors at our current stage. As I prepared to leave, I heard the voices from the other side again. An adult man was threatening a girl and trying to force her to do something that would clearly harm her. She kept refusing, terror filling her voice. Song Xiaodao, you'd better do as you're told. My footsteps stopped abruptly. Xiaodao, the youngest of the 3 people who had returned to save me in my previous life, was named Song Xiaodao. She was already an adult 7 years later. I had never asked where she lived when she was 12, nor did I know what she had endured. Many people shared the same name, but even the possibility was enough to make me verify it. I signaled the little monkey to advance silently and followed the sound to the outside of a half-collapsed kitchen. Through a crack in the broken wall, I first saw an adult man cornering a girl. Her clothes were torn and one cheek was swollen, but she had quietly clenched a stone in her hand. She was looking for a chance to fight back. She had not completely surrendered. The man's name was Wang Quan. From their fragmented argument, I quickly pieced together what had happened. The girl's older brother, Song Xiaojian, had just been forced to draw away the zombie tide. Wang Quan had used her safety to make the boy sacrifice himself. Now he had turned on her. So the boy who led away thousands of zombies was her brother. I did not continue watching. Before entering, I used sound to confirm that only Wang Quan and the girl were inside, then had the little monkey breach the wall from behind. The front entrance was narrow. If Wang Quan took the girl hostage, charging in from the front would place her at the edge of his blade. Controlling his wrist from outside his line of sight was the least dangerous approach. I also gave the monkey limits: subdue only, do not pursue, and do not enlarge its entire body near the girl. With a strength of 28, one uncontrolled swing could kill the person we were trying to rescue. The little monkey's body rapidly enlarged behind me. A palm as broad as a fan reached through the broken wall and accurately seized the wrist Wang Quan was about to swing at the girl. Bone cracked. The girl looked up at me. Hope appeared first in her eyes, then changed into even deeper fear. She recognized me, and at last, I saw her face clearly. The little monkey flung Wang Quan against the wall and did not pursue him further. I had ordered it to control its strength because I had no right to decide for Song Xiaodao how this man should die. The girl huddled beside the broken wall and watched me warily. She had clearly seen me before. The gaze I sensed while passing the mall must have belonged to her and her brother. They might also have seen or heard part of what happened when I killed Lin Tianfeng. Your name is Song Xiaodao? I asked. She hesitated, then nodded. Yes. As she leaned away from the little monkey's enormous head, the torn edge of her clothes briefly exposed a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her waist. Song Xiaodao had been injured 7 years later, and I had seen the same mark while checking her wound. I did not confirm her identity from the birthmark alone. I also asked her brother's name, his birth month, and their old home address. Every answer matched fragments she had occasionally mentioned in my previous life. She didn't know why I knew these things, but her guard loosened slightly because of them. Once I confirmed her identity, I examined her facial injuries first. Her cheekbones showed no obvious displacement, her pupils responded normally, and the corner of her mouth had only a superficial injury. The real dangers were dehydration and several days without food. She couldn't eat a large amount immediately, so I gave her only half a bottle of ordinary water and a small piece of biscuit to let her stomach recover. It really was her. I had assumed I wouldn't meet Xiaodao until the 6th year of the apocalypse. I never imagined that the first route I changed after rebirth would lead me to her at the very beginning of the disaster. But the person before me was only 12 years old, little more than skin and bone, with a face swollen from Wang Quan's blows. She looked nothing like the composed adult woman who had chosen to die beside me. Do you know me? She asked. I know the person you'll become. That answer made her even more suspicious. I didn't demand that she believe me immediately. I merely told her that her future self favored her left hand, hated having her hair touched, and always checked the exits first in dangerous situations. Those details proved I wasn't inventing everything on the spot, though they still weren't enough to explain rebirth. You don't owe me anything on behalf of your future self. I placed the clothing where she could take it herself. I'm saving the person standing in front of me. Whether you come with me is your decision too. She stared at me for a long time before pulling on the long t-shirt. At least from that moment onward, she no longer saw me only as another adult preparing to control her. I didn't explain my rebirth. I simply took a clean long t-shirt from the spatial ring and handed it to her. It hung almost to her knees, but at least covered the torn fabric she had been wearing. Wang Quan was still wailing on the ground. When he heard us talking, he began begging for mercy. He claimed he had saved the siblings and insisted that Song Xiaojian had volunteered to lure the horde away. Xiaodao stared at him, her eyes slowly turning cold. At last, I learned from her what had happened earlier. When the meteor storm began, she and her brother Song Xiaojian hid in a mall office. An adult man named Wang Quan helped them find shelter, but after the zombies rose, he took the siblings' last food for himself. When they reached the outside of the shooting range, he used Xiaodao as a hostage and forced Song Xiaojian to lure away the horde. It matched the boy I had seen perfectly. Wang Quan tried to continue arguing, but the little monkey pressed down on his broken arm. He screamed immediately and could no longer form a complete sentence. I drew the Tang Dao and planted it in front of Xiaodao. Before you choose, understand the consequences. I pointed at Wang Quan. If you let him go, he knows we have weapons and supplies, and he may return with others. If you kill him, you'll remember today for a very long time. Neither answer can make everything the way it was. I did not need her to prove her loyalty by killing. What I needed to know was whether she understood that the threat still existed, rather than swinging a blade because of fear or pressure from me. He got your brother killed and nearly did the same to you. Now you decide. Let him go, or personally, make sure he can never hurt anyone again. Xiaodao looked at the sword, which was taller than she was, and her face turned pale. It was cruel to make a 12-year-old face such a choice, but the apocalypse wouldn't give her a second chance because she was young. Wang Quan had already proven that he would use her as leverage again whenever he had the opportunity. In the end, she pulled the Tang Dao free with both hands and dragged the heavy blade toward Wang Quan one step at a time. I did not rush her. This would be the first time she actively decided her own fate in the apocalypse. Xiaodao did not bring the blade down immediately as I had expected. First, she asked Wang Quan exactly where her brother had been forced to go. Seeing a chance to live, Wang Quan immediately revealed the horde's direction and repeatedly insisted that he had only been trying to keep all three of them alive. If you really wanted all of us to survive, why didn't you go yourself? Xiao Dao asked. Wang Quan had no answer. Xiao Dao raised the sword with both hands. Her first strike merely cut deeply into his thigh, taking away his ability to escape. She did not continue torturing him one slash at a time. Instead, she turned to me. I don't want to dirty the blade for someone like him. Can we leave him to those zombies from before? It's your choice. I made her state her reason again. She wasn't acting because I had ordered her, or because she wanted to prove her courage. She had concluded that as long as Wang Quan remained alive, he would continue exploiting the weak. Saying the reason aloud would help her distinguish self-protection from venting rage in the future, instead of turning her first act of vengeance into a template for every conflict. I had the little monkey drag Wang Quan out of the kitchen. Isolated zombies had already begun wandering back toward the shooting range, and the smell of blood soon attracted two of them. Wang Quan finally understood what Xiao Dao intended. He pleaded desperately for help, then turned to curses. She stood behind the door without looking away and personally confirmed that the man who had caused her brother's death disappeared beneath the horde. I did not let the process continue for long. Once Wang Quan was dead, the little monkey drew away the nearby zombies. Only then did we emerge again. Revenge did not lighten Xiao Dao's face. She crouched by the wall, retching, one hand clenched around the hem of her shirt. I gave her water to rinse her mouth and clearly separated the decision from its execution. She had chosen to prevent Wang Quan from harming anyone else. The zombies had delivered the final result. If a safer method of restraint existed in the future, she did not have to treat death as the only answer every time. She asked whether I would dispose of her the same way whenever she made a mistake. Mistakes are corrected first. Concealment is investigated first. Deliberately harming a teammate is something else entirely. A team needs rules. It can't depend on whether I'm in a good mood that day. Why did you save me? Xiao Dao asked quietly. 7 years from now, you came back to save me when everyone else had betrayed me. I looked at her. I owe you a life. Now I'm giving you two choices. Come with me, and I'll protect you within the limits of my ability, but you must learn to fight and work. Or stay here. I'll give you a knife and some food, and from then on we'll owe each other nothing. What was my relationship with you 7 years from now? You were one of the people I trusted most. I did not impose the emotional relationship of her adult self on a child. Whether the same things happened in the future should be decided by her after she grew up. What I needed to do now was keep her alive until then. Xiao Dao didn't hesitate. I'll go with you. It was the most realistic choice. With no weapons, food, or family, staying alone would almost certainly kill her. The two zombies that had been drawn away returned. I took out the compound bow and destroyed both brains with 2 consecutive arrows. The little monkey instinctively ran to search their heads, but I stopped it. From now on, Xiao Dao will retrieve the arrows and corpse crystals. Xiao Dao looked at the filth on the ground, and her face immediately went white. I personally removed 2 unranked corpse crystals first, wiped them clean, and showed them to her. Corpse crystals and star crystals looked different. The former were milky white and came from zombies that had completed the earliest stage of evolution. The latter were blood red, had originally fallen with the meteors, and might remain inside a zombie's skull after being swallowed. I had her store the 2 kinds in different colored cloth bags so they wouldn't be confused during a retreat. Before extracting anything, she had to confirm that the jaw no longer moved, then cut in behind the temple. Torn gloves had to be replaced immediately, and bare skin with an existing wound could never touch corpse fluid. These steps mattered more than speed. Every zombie that completes its initial evolution has one of these crystals in its brain. They can strengthen evolvers and mutated beasts. If you're coming with me, you need to know where our resources come from. She forced down her nausea and nodded. I didn't make her touch anything barehanded. I gave her cloth strips, makeshift gloves, and the butterfly knife, then demonstrated how to cut through the side of a completely disabled head without splashing filth onto herself. The apocalypse demanded ruthlessness, but it did not demand the pointless torment of a child. When we left the shooting range, Xiao Dao looked back for a long time. The direction in which her brother had led the horde was silent. She didn't demand that I rescue him immediately. She asked only one question. Did you see him? I remembered the boy who had run alone towards several thousand zombies and gave her the answer I could actually confirm. I saw a teenage boy leading the horde away. Xiao Dao immediately seized my sleeve. He was wearing a school uniform, and there was a small scar through his right eyebrow. That's my brother. I had seen him only from a distance and from behind, so I couldn't confirm the scar. But his age, location, and actions all matched. There were more than 5,000 zombies, and he was already exhausted. I did not offer a pleasant lie. His chances of surviving were low. I didn't see him leave when I circled around. Xiao Dao stood frozen as tears suddenly filled her eyes. So he's dead. I did not answer. Without a body, I couldn't present a judgment as fact. But under those circumstances, hope truly was slim. She asked me to travel a short distance in that direction. I agreed to look as long as it didn't take us too far off course. If we found Song Xiaojian as a zombie, I would let him rest for good. If we found nothing, we couldn't spend all our time on a search that would almost certainly yield no result. We set a search limit of 40 minutes and a maximum radius of just over a mile. Every bloodstain or scrap of school uniform would be photographed and marked, but we would not enter the area with the densest footprints. Xiao Dao accepted those limits and did not try to extend the route endlessly by asking for just a little farther. The moment we finished speaking, the recently dead Wang Quan suddenly rose from the ground. His body was incomplete and his movements slower than an ordinary zombie's, but he immediately lunged at Xiao Dao, the nearest person. She shrieked and hid behind me. I handed her the butterfly knife. This is your first lesson. I can't kill it. Its muscles haven't recovered. It's slower than you. Circle behind it and stab through the back of the skull. I'm right here. Xiao Dao realized I wasn't going to act for her and had no choice but to meet it with the knife. Her first evasion nearly ended with her being grabbed. On the second, she used her smaller body to slip beneath the zombie's arm, turned, and drove the butterfly knife into the back of its skull. Wang Quan collapsed again, this time with no possibility of rising. Xiao Dao trembled all over, then bent forward and vomited. I didn't force her to continue immediately. Only after her breathing steadied did I identify the problems in her movement. She had gotten too close, held her angle too flat, and failed to retreat the instant the blade went in. 3 nearby zombies were drawn by the noise. I killed them with the bow while Xiao Dao put on gloves, removed the corpse crystals using the method she had just learned, and wiped them clean. Her face was still pale when she handed me the 3 crystals, but her movements were no longer chaotic. We followed the direction in which Song Xiaojian had taken the horde. We found no boy, only a mass of confused tracks and bodies trampled to pieces. Going farther would put us back in the path of the horde, so I ultimately led her away. Before withdrawing, Xiao Dao tied the blue strip of cloth her brother usually wore with his school uniform to a length of rebar. If Song Xiaojian had truly shaken the horde and retraced his path, he would know she had been there. We also carved a south-pointing arrow on the back without revealing specific supplies or our numbers. It was the only method available that preserved the possibility of reunion without dragging the whole team into a zombie tide. Xiao Dao remained silent throughout the journey. When we stopped briefly that night, she refused to eat the half of an ordinary biscuit she had saved for her brother. I gave her a separate cloth bag and allowed her to keep items for finding Song Xiaojian, but the total weight could not exceed 2 pounds. Grief needed a place, but it also needed boundaries. She couldn't turn every supply into something reserved for a person who might never return. She placed the photograph of the blue cloth marker, half a biscuit, and a key her brother often carried inside. Then she picked up her own quiver without being asked. I did not comfort her. She needed time to accept that her brother's fate was unknown, and she needed a reason to keep living. Our next destination was the southern outskirts of Guangzhou. In my previous life, a mutated chestnut tree grew there. Its fruit kept well and contained more than 10 times the energy of ordinary chestnuts. If we found it before anyone else, our short-term food problem would be solved. The little monkey and I killed isolated zombies along the way while Xiao Dao recovered arrows and corpse crystals. My evolution progress gradually rose from 1.83% to 3.78%. For the first time, she asked whether corpse crystals could make her stronger too. They can, but you haven't activated your evolutionary genes yet. Then I'll learn everything I need to learn first. Losing her brother had not broken her completely. Instead, it made her understand for the first time that this world would not wait for anyone to be ready. We didn't leave the city until late at night. Xiao Dao was so tired that her steps wavered, yet she kept following behind to retrieve arrows and corpse crystals. I told her the village ahead would be our resting place for the night. At the far end of the abandoned fields, a surviving 2-story rural house stood amid the ruins. In front of it grew a chestnut tree more than 100 feet tall, its canopy heavy with spiked burrs the size of human heads. We had found it. The little monkey smelled the fruit and tried to rush over. I grabbed it and pulled it back. I heard no living person breathing inside the building. The silence was unnatural. Before I could investigate further, the front door burst open and between 100 and 200 zombies poured out. Fall back. Xiao Dao, run first. I loosed arrows in rapid succession to pin down the leading targets while examining the horde's attributes. Most were still unranked, but 2 F-rank zombies were mixed among them, both stronger and faster than the ordinary individuals. Xiaodao was exhausted and couldn't run fast enough. The little monkey instinctively picked her up to retreat, and I immediately changed my order. Put her somewhere safe. You handle the ordinary horde. Leave the 2 F-ranks to me. After enlarging itself, the little monkey met the horde head-on. Every swing of its steel rod brought down a zombie. It still had no suitable armor and was soon surrounded by a mass of corpses. I used the bow to eliminate targets trying to bite it from the sides, preventing the monkey from being buried in one place. The 2 F-rank zombies did not join the attack. They retained a tiny degree of judgment. Avoiding the little monkey, they charged straight at me. One had strength 22 and agility 15. The other, strength 24 and agility 16. Their agility alone was already close to mine, and their strength was superior. I fired 2 test arrows first. Both enhanced zombies moved off the arrows' paths. They lacked human intelligence, but had already developed a basic reflex for danger. I immediately abandoned the plan to shoot while running. Xiaodao was behind me. Any sideways dodge might lead the targets straight to her. I ordered her into the corner of a broken wall with only one exit, while the little monkey piled bodies outside as a barrier. That way, even if my first volley failed, I would have 3 seconds to switch to a firearm rather than leave her alone against F-rank targets. The female zombie tilted its head away from the lethal point, and the arrow lodged only in its chest. The male zombie sidestepped completely. They rapidly closed to within 30 feet. I put away the compound bow and drew a loaded revolver. The 2 shots sounded almost as one. After the first, the male zombie changed direction toward the noise. My second shot had to account for the sudden turn of its head. I waited until the sights crossed its brow again before pulling the trigger instead of wasting a round early for the sake of a dramatic, simultaneous kill. The gunshots would travel for miles. Once both targets fell, I immediately started the clock. We had at most 15 minutes to finish the cleanup. No matter how many corpse crystals remained after that, we had to leave the open ground at the village entrance. My B-rank marksmanship talent sent both bullets precisely through their brows. The 2 F-rank zombies fell one after the other and never moved again. I immediately switched back to the bow and helped the little monkey finish the ordinary horde. Xiaodao did not keep running. She watched from behind the broken wall and called out whenever a stray zombie approached. A dozen minutes later, the little monkey knocked down the final zombie. The gunfire had already drawn a response from beyond the village. More than a dozen figures appeared on the western field ridge. I did not sort through anything in the open. Instead, I had the monkey drag the bodies inside the wall while Xiaodao closed the only intact iron gate. We eliminated the remaining ordinary targets in groups with arrows and spent no more handgun ammunition. The post-battle count was more than 100 ordinary zombies and 2 F-ranks. We did not record the initial estimate of 1 to 200 as a precise number of kills. Our inventory used only the corpse crystals and star crystals actually recovered. The little monkey was covered in scratches and nearly out of strength. After confirming there was no risk of infection, I gave it 19 compressed biscuits as both provisions and a reward. Xiaodao was too hungry to stand steadily, but she still had to finish her assigned task first. I didn't make her process more than 100 bodies alone. I had her inspect the 2 F-rank zombies first while the little monkey and I handled the rest. 2 F-rank corpse crystals, 2 star crystals. I absorbed the corpse crystals, and my evolution progress increased by 2 full percentage points. It would take 10,000 ordinary corpse crystals to produce the same result. That was the value of hunting higher-ranked targets. Xiaodao handed me the 2 clean star crystals. They were our only star crystal income for the day, and they might directly determine our strength in the next stage. The first star crystal produced a bottle of F-rank iced black tea. After consumption, replenishes 1 full day's hydration and doubles all physical attributes for 1 hour. Doubling my attributes could change the outcome of a critical battle. I classified it as a life-saving supply. When the white light around the second crystal faded, a short white dress fell into my hands. Women's clothing again. Dress, F-rank defensive equipment. Durability, 15. Strength +8. Charisma +10. Its defense was close to the military jackets, while the additional 8 points of strength equaled the total strength of an adult. Xiaodao's eyes immediately lit up, but I did not assign it on the spot. She hadn't evolved, and she might not be able to control a sudden increase in strength. More importantly, equipment had to be allocated according to total combat effectiveness, not preference. Work first. I'll decide afterward. Although disappointed, Xiaodao went to process the bodies. I turned my attention to the mutated chestnut tree. Every burr was the size of a human head, its spines sharp as blades. The little monkey tried to pick one directly and immediately punctured its fingers, forcing it to knock the fruit down with the steel rod instead. A dozen minutes later, spiked burrs covered the ground. There were 303 in total. I randomly peeled and weighed 10. The edible portion ranged from 10.6 to 11.9 pounds, averaging slightly more than 11. To remain conservative, I recorded the harvest as roughly 3,300 pounds instead of counting the entire weight of the burrs as food. Resource ledgers should underestimate rather than overestimate. Otherwise, actual distribution would inevitably fail. 7 burrs split open when they hit the ground, contaminating the flesh with corpse fluid and muddy water. We separated them into an immediate consumption area. The intact fruit was wiped with dry cloth before entering the ring so it wouldn't contaminate medicine or clothing. Each burr conservatively contained about 11 pounds of edible chestnuts, meaning we had obtained roughly 3,300 pounds of mutated chestnuts in one harvest. 1 pound could sustain an ordinary person for around 10 meals, and long-term consumption would gradually improve the body. This food was enough to support us while we searched for the next resource. A 10 cubic meter ring was not an unlimited warehouse. The 3,300 pounds of chestnuts and their shells occupied almost half the space. They had to be packed tightly rather than stored as intact burrs. I separated edible nuts, intact chestnuts suitable as seed, and damaged fruit for immediate use, while always leaving an outer area open for weapons. We kept only several hundred pounds of the longest, hardest spikes and buried the rest in place. Future traps required usable materials, not every object that merely looked scarce. I cut the burrs open with the tang dao while the little monkey held and moved them. We placed all the chestnuts in the spatial ring and kept several hundred pounds of stripped spikes for making traps later. It took us more than 2 hours to finish processing the fruit. With help from the little monkey and me, Xiaodao also collected more than 100 ordinary corpse crystals. She handed me the final bag of cleaned crystals and dropped to the ground from exhaustion. After absorbing them, my evolution progress reached 10.09%. If I continued hunting at this pace, I might enter E-rank in around 10 days. But I did not let the figures go to my head. The Dawei Mountains still held the winged white tiger and the rumored life space, while Yanqing also contained other opportunities. Before leaving Guangzhou, however, our first priorities were rest, hydration, and a reliable supply line. We would travel no farther tonight. I sent Xiaodao to clear the rooftop of the rural house, assigned the little monkey to stand watch, and inspected the old well in the backyard myself. I had visited this place in my previous life and knew the well connected to an underground river with clear water. Only when Xiaodao heard we could drink did I realize I had forgotten to give her water ever since leaving the shooting range. She didn't complain. She simply cupped the well water in both hands and drank for a long time. I boiled the water first, then filtered it through clean cloth and a layer of charcoal. A connection to an underground river did not guarantee safety. Corpse fluid from the surface had already begun seeping into the soil. Xiaodao had to drink in several portions rather than fill her stomach all at once after severe dehydration. I recorded the oversight in our supply sheet. Every person had to report their water level proactively every 2 hours, rather than making the weakest member ask. Team management that remembered only weapons and victories would eventually be destroyed by 1 bottle of water. Only then did I understand that I was still holding a recently rescued child to the standards I had used for evolvers in my previous life. Training could be strict. Her most basic survival needs could not depend on her reminding me. I set a pot of water to boil and buried chestnuts beneath the coals. Tonight, at last, we could truly eat our fill. Skeletons and large stains left by feeding zombies still littered the rural house. I didn't waste time cleaning the entire building. I had Xiaodao sweep out only enough space on the rooftop for us to rest. I drew water in the backyard and hung the pot I had brought from home over the fire. As the chestnuts roasted, their black shells split to reveal golden flesh. The fragrance soon overwhelmed the stench of corpses around us. That fragrance could also draw living creatures. I moved the fire into a sheltered corner downwind, opened the lid only when adding water, and stationed the little monkey on the roof to watch the surroundings. Before the buffalo appeared, 2 stray dogs had already followed the smell from outside the village. We drove them off with stones rather than gunfire that would create a greater disturbance. The little monkey ate 7 or 8 chestnuts in one sitting. I was too full to continue after 3. Xiaodao ate only half of one, yet her strength returned rapidly. The mutated chestnuts held far more energy than ordinary food. Our 3,300-pound harvest was worth even more than I had estimated. Halfway through eating, Xiaodao suddenly remembered her brother and carefully saved the other half of her chestnut. If he's still alive, I want him to taste one too. I didn't tell her we would definitely find him, nor did I urge her to give up. A little hope could at least help her keep moving forward. After eating, I heated water to clean my body and equipment. More than a month of apocalyptic life had left me covered in ash, sweat, and the stench of corpses. Even if I became dirty again tomorrow, I would maintain basic cleanliness whenever conditions allowed. All clothing was divided into contaminated and clean zones. Anything touched by corpse fluid was rinsed with well water, then boiled or dried in the sun. Wound care tools went into a separate metal case and were never mixed with the butterfly knife used for extracting corpse crystals. We still didn't fully understand the zombie virus. Becoming an evolver was no reason to assume immunity to every toxin and disease. Once people discarded every habit, they soon forgot what still separated them from monsters. While changing clothes, I took out the F-rank dress again. An 8-point strength increase was not small. It raised my close combat power by more than half, and could even reverse the outcome of certain contests of strength. The only problem was that the equipment's appearance truly did not suit me. I hesitated between survival and pride for only a few seconds. In the end, I wore the dress as the innermost layer, then pulled ordinary clothes and the military jacket over it. As long as I didn't show it deliberately, no one would know. Giving up 8 points of strength because of a clothing style in the apocalypse would be more ridiculous than any dress. When I returned to the roof, Xiaodao was heating a second pot of water. I gave her a private space and left a clean t-shirt by the entrance so she wouldn't have to keep wearing clothing stained with corpse fluid. The little monkey disliked water. Only when I threatened to withhold tomorrow's chestnuts did it reluctantly wash its fur. Its scratches had not fully healed, and after bathing, it crawled into the tent and fell asleep. I laid out the moisture barrier and bedding, told Xiaodao to rest first, and kept watch beside the fire myself. Standing watch did not mean sitting awake until dawn. Every 15 minutes, I made a circuit of the rooftop, checking the tripwire at the stairs, the wind direction, and the fire's cover. I also used the contract to wake the little monkey for short shifts. It couldn't independently judge every sound yet, but it could alert me to unusual scents while I closed my eyes for 10 minutes. Xiaodao volunteered for a shift. I did not let her stand watch alone. Instead, I took her through one patrol and taught her which footsteps came from wind-blown debris and which continued to approach. She had nearly reached her physical limit today. Forcing herself through a night watch would only leave her unable to move tomorrow. After a full day of marching and fighting, both Xiaodao and the little monkey needed to recover. I used Contract Soul to listen for movement within roughly 2/3 of a mile. The zombies in the village had been cleared. Occasional footsteps crossed the fields, but none came closer. In the latter half of the night, Xiaodao called for her brother in her sleep, and the little monkey slept deeply. I did not wake her. I merely moved the Tang Dao out of her reach while leaving it where she would see it upon waking. Someone who had suffered trauma might swing instinctively during a nightmare. Keeping a weapon pressed against the body was not always safe. When she noticed the changed position in the morning, I explained why and agreed that she would personally remove the blade before sleeping from then on. She did not argue. She only asked when she would be allowed to stand a real watch. My standard was the ability to distinguish 3 alert signals accurately after a full day of marching, not any fixed age. I had just prepared to close my eyes when a suppressed cry sounded below. "Xiaoyin, come look." I immediately seized my weapon and rushed to the edge of the roof. At some point, a massive buffalo had appeared beneath the chestnut tree. It raised its head as it chewed leaves from the ground, and its cold, one-eyed gaze met mine directly. Eye of True Sight immediately supplied its information. Adult buffalo, E-rank mutated beast. Strength, 42. Agility, 39. Stamina, 50. Defense, 63. Spirit, 8. Bloodline talents. Monstrous strength, iron armor. My grip on the blade tightened instantly. It stood an entire rank above the F-rank little monkey, and its defense was as high as 63. Of all my current weapons, only the M82A1's armor-piercing rounds might break its hide. Whether they could inflict a fatal wound was completely uncertain. I sent Xiaodao upstairs to wake the little monkey while making no threatening movement myself. The buffalo looked at me once, then continued eating leaves. It clearly had no habit of preying on humans. When the little monkey arrived, it immediately enlarged itself and moved in front of me, but did not charge recklessly either. After a brief standoff, the buffalo finished the leaves on the ground, swished its tail, and slowly left. From beginning to end, it had never regarded us as a real threat. That only made me more determined to understand where it had come from. Animals had begun mutating on a large scale only a few days ago. A buffalo shouldn't have reached E-rank this quickly. It had to have obtained some special resource. I told the little monkey to shrink down and follow from a distance, temporarily giving it the fishnet stockings to increase its escape speed. There were only 3 orders: do not approach, do not attack, and return immediately upon discovering a high-rank target. I also tied a pale strip of cloth around its neck. The fishnets increased speed but did not provide invisibility. If it was injured and collapsed in the ruins, the cloth would let me identify it more quickly from high ground. Before leaving, it had to repeat the return direction and leave stone markers at every intersection that would not attract zombies. 3 hours later, the little monkey returned with fresh wounds all over its body. 2 bites marked its right leg, but the fishnets were undamaged. That meant the attacks had struck an area no longer covered after gigantification changed their fit. The wounds were minor. I treated them with a small amount of mashed leaf, then made it draw the route where it had been surrounded. Completing the reconnaissance mission did not mean disobeying the order not to go deeper could escape review. The little monkey admitted that it had followed into the second row of factory buildings because it wanted one more look at the zombie king. It gained intelligence this time, but nearly remained there forever. If it pursued without permission again, rewards would be cancelled and all independent operations suspended. It reported that after leaving the village, the buffalo had gone directly to the industrial park on Guangzhou's western outskirts. The densest concentration of zombies in the entire city gathered there, yet the buffalo charged straight through. Ordinary individuals were smashed apart, and even 5 or 6 F-rank zombies failed to stop it. A towering zombie appeared once it entered the depths of the industrial park. The little monkey couldn't read attributes. It could only confirm that the zombie overpowered the E-rank buffalo in strength. The two fought fiercely until the wounded buffalo fled. The monkey followed too deeply, was surrounded by the outer horde, and escaped only through gigantification and the fishnets. It had brought back only the fragments it witnessed personally. I couldn't conclude that the towering zombie always remained in the industrial park, nor could I be certain there was only one E-rank target nearby. I divided confirmed and inferred into 2 columns. Confirmed, combat power of E-rank or higher, plus at least 5 or 6 F-rank guards. Inferred, it could rally hordes and might already have formed a territory. That distinction would decide whether we avoided the area immediately or returned later with sufficient ranged firepower to reconnoiter again. Did you see where that zombie went? The little monkey shook its head. It had been too busy escaping to continue observing. I didn't blame it. Returning with the information had already completed the mission. Continuing the pursuit would only have cost me my first contract beast. The anomaly in the industrial park lay outside my memories. In the early days of my previous life, there had been no public record of anything in Guangzhou capable of suppressing an E-rank mutated beast. Either the zombie later left, or everyone who saw it died. Whichever was true, approaching now would be unwise. I took back the fishnets, roasted several chestnuts for the little monkey, and dressed its wounds with leaves. It fell into a deep sleep as soon as it finished eating. Before dawn, I filled every remaining water container and prepared to leave the village. The withdrawal order was set. Xiaodao would carry a light pack in front, the little monkey would guard the near side, and I would collect the tent and water. Then we would all leave along the southern field ridge. New leaves wouldn't grow back on the chestnut tree overnight. We had already extracted the village's value, and there was no reason to keep accepting the industrial park's threat for the sake of an old house. But heavy footsteps sounded in the distance again. The buffalo from last night had returned. This time, its body was covered in tearing wounds, one I could barely open, and its horn was stained with black blood. It ignored us, went directly to the chestnut tree, and lowered its head to search for the remaining leaves. It had not returned for revenge. It had returned to heal. After the buffalo swallowed the final leaves, its wounds visibly stopped bleeding. I immediately picked up an intact leaf and examined it again with eye of true sight. Chestnut leaf, F-rank medicinal mutated crop, rapidly heals injuries when consumed. The same mutated plant produced nutritious fruit and healing leaves. Over 7 years in my previous life, I had never seen a second crop with 2 distinct effects. The little monkey had knocked down at least several hundred pounds of branches and leaves last night. The buffalo had already eaten most of them. The loss pained me enough to make me want to attack immediately. After finishing the leaves on the ground, the buffalo began ramming its head into the trunk. Great sheets of foliage fell, and it lowered its head to eat one leaf after another. At least 2,000 pounds remained in the canopy. These medicines could prevent countless casualties in the future. I couldn't let it waste them all. First, I tried reaching out with contractual intent, but its intense hostility rejected me. Then I threw dozens of pounds of leaves away from the trunk, hoping to buy time for harvesting. The buffalo ate the bait and immediately resumed ramming the tree. There was no window for negotiation. Only when further delay threatened to destroy the entire tree did I draw the sniper rifle. I took out the M82A1 and aimed my first shot at the buffalo's horn. The purpose was not to enrage it, but to test the difference between an armor-piercing round and its hardest body part. The result proved that the frontal horn layer couldn't be penetrated, so I immediately shifted all subsequent shots toward old wounds on its neck. After each recoil, I reconfirmed Xiao Dao's and the little monkey's positions to prevent ricochets from hitting them. The armor-piercing round struck sparks and shattered, leaving only a shallow mark on the horn. Completely enraged, the buffalo lowered its head and charged the rural house. I fired 3 more rounds into the relatively weak area around its neck. The first penetrated the surface. Scales rapidly grew and stopped the next 2. As iron armor covered its entire body, its muscles expanded further and monstrous strength activated at the same time. The buffalo struck a load-bearing wall. The entire wall collapsed instantly, and the roof pitched violently. I stored the rifle and rushed back to the tent, waking the little monkey and Xiao Dao. There was no time to collect everything. Before it destroyed the second load-bearing wall, we jumped from the opposite side. The little monkey enlarged itself and picked up Xiao Dao while I used the fishnets to open the distance first. Our withdrawal was still too slow. 2 containers of ordinary water and 1 set of bedding inside the house couldn't be stored in time, and the rooftop tripwire vanished beneath the collapse. Fortunately, our weapons, supernatural food, and star crystals always remained in the spatial ring. Nothing truly irreplaceable was lost. I recorded the loss. Every temporary camp needed a 30-second evacuation pack. Whenever a large target came within 500 yards, non-essential supplies had to be stored immediately. We couldn't wait for the walls to collapse before deciding what to take. Xiao Dao twisted her ankle in the 10-foot fall, and flying stones split the little monkey's back. Both could still move, so I did not use healing supplies. I braced the ankle with cloth and changed the way the monkey carried her. During an escape, preserve function first. Do not stop within the pursuer's sight to seek complete treatment. The rural house collapsed behind us with a roar. The buffalo did not stop. Eyes red, it continued the pursuit. I ran while using the sniper rifle to slow it, firing 2 more rounds. Both avoided vital areas. I sought only to reduce its speed. Counting 1 shot at the horn, 3 at the neck, and 2 during the pursuit, I had used 6 armor-piercing rounds in this encounter. The gunfire was also drawing distant hordes toward the village. Even if we escaped the buffalo, we could not return to the old house and remain there. The little monkey was more agile but slower than the buffalo in a straight line. Its horns nearly grazed the monkey's back several times. Xiao Dao went pale from the jolting as the creature carried her in one hand. Circle around the village. Draw it away from the chestnut tree. Once it was far from the medicinal leaves, we would have a chance to shake it and return for the harvest. The pursuit continued for 10 minutes. The buffalo's old wounds tore open again, but its speed did not visibly fall. Just as I prepared to fire again, a dense chorus of zombie roars sounded ahead. A zombie more than 7 feet tall charged from the ruins with 26 F-rank zombies. Eye of true sight swept across the leading target. Male zombie, E-rank. Evolution progress, 79/100. Strength, 61. Agility, 36. Defense, 72. Spirit, 7. Those attributes could no longer be explained by ordinary E-rank evolution. This was the monster that had defeated the buffalo last night. A true zombie king. The moment the buffalo saw the zombie king, it abandoned its pursuit of us and charged the monster instead. This was clearly not their first clash. The buffalo activated both talents at once and drove its remaining horn toward the zombie king's chest. The 26 F-rank zombies behind the king rapidly closed in as well, and a black mass of corpses instantly drowned the battlefield. I fired a test shot at the zombie king's chest. This was the 7th round I had used. The bullet left only a shallow crater in the outer layer of its sternum, proving that intact skin offered defense far beyond the M82A1's power. In the future, continuing to fire anywhere other than the eye sockets, mouth, or an existing wound would only convert limited ammunition into noise. The armor-piercing round merely scratched the surface before ricocheting away. 72 defense was far beyond the firearm's limit. A frontal fight was unwinnable. Back to the village. Collect the leaves and leave Guangzhou immediately. I led the little monkey and Xiao Dao away along the flank. The battle between the buffalo and the horde bought us time, and no other threat remained near the chestnut tree for the moment. Our return route avoided the village entrance where the gunshots had been loudest and entered behind a collapsed courtyard wall. The little monkey first confirmed that no zombies were hiding beneath the tree, and only then did Shout Out enter the collection zone. I remained on high ground and continuously watched the distance between the buffalo and Zombie King. If either left the fight, the harvest would end immediately. The little monkey used the Tang Dao to cut down all the smaller branches while Shout Out gathered them, and I loaded them into the spatial ring. The leaves occupied too much volume and quickly filled the ring. I had no choice but to discard most spoiled, ordinary food, toiletries, and 10 containers of well water. I kept only supernatural supplies, weapons, drinking water, and the 3,300 pounds of chestnuts. In the end, we collected nearly 2,000 pounds of leaves, leaving only unusable thick branches and the trunk on the ground. Xiao Dao was deeply reluctant to abandon the food and clung to several bags of cooked dishes that already stank. I told her the chestnuts could sustain us for a long time, while the leaves could save lives at critical moments. With limited space, we couldn't exchange a future escape route for one bag of rotten meat today. We had just finished when the buffalo came racing back from outside the village. Large sections of its scales had shattered and one horn had broken. Only 12 F-rank zombies remained behind the pursuing Zombie King. In the brief battle, the buffalo had killed 14 high-rank zombies and badly injured one of the king's shoulders and its waist. The Zombie King's right arm remained attached by only a small amount of tissue, while the horn had punched a large hole through its waist. Its movement speed had fallen noticeably. I had intended to withdraw immediately, but realized that the 14 fallen F-rank zombies all contained corpse crystals and very likely star crystals as well. I did not turn back the moment I saw the spoils. First, I checked 3 conditions. The buffalo was still holding the Zombie King in combat. The 14 bodies lay within 200 yards of our withdrawal line, and the little monkey and Xiao Dao could complete extraction within 2 minutes. If any condition failed, we would abandon them. The operation was limited to 90 seconds. Xiao Dao would bag the crystals without cleaning each one. The little monkey would split open the skulls, and I would extract the contents with a butterfly knife. At the sound of the Zombie King's roar approaching, we would leave regardless of how many bodies remained unchecked. The risk was still enormous, but the reward was enough to complete the next evolution for both the little monkey and me. I changed course and led the team around toward the first battlefield. The spatial ring was already nearly full, so I prioritized the contents again while moving. Ordinary well water and spoiled food went first. Intact firearms, ammunition, chestnuts, and medicinal leaves remained. Large furniture and metal of unknown use were discarded. 2,000 pounds of medicinal leaves occupied astonishing volume. They had to be compressed into layers while leaving one empty space from which I could retrieve healing supplies instantly. When the 90 seconds ended, all 14 F-rank bodies had just been checked. Xiao Dao reported 14 corpse crystals and 14 star crystals. I recounted them at the sealed mouth of each bag on the spot rather than trusting memory merely because the Zombie King was approaching. Losing any one could alter a later battle, but returning to double-check would be equally foolish. The 14 bodies lay scattered across churned earth, and several heads still retained biting movement. We quickly ended the remaining activity and removed 14 F-rank corpse crystals and 14 star crystals. I neither absorbed nor opened anything there. I ordered an immediate withdrawal. Footsteps closed in behind us once more. The buffalo's abdomen had been ripped open, yet it still dragged the Zombie King toward us. Its single eye no longer watched its pursuer. It stared fixedly at me. At last, it understood that I had taken every leaf capable of healing its wounds. Before dying, it decided to kill me first. The buffalo burst into its final sprint, crossing several hundred yards in the blink of an eye. I had no time to evade. I could only draw the M82A1, aim at the section of broken scales on its head, and pull the trigger. Its charge angled slightly left. I stepped half a pace to the right first, so even if it didn't fall, it would only graze my shoulder. I braced the stock against my chest and fired not at the intact skull, but into the opening the Zombie King had torn earlier. Even after the round entered, the buffalo's momentum threw up a great wave of earth. The armor-piercing bullet entered its skull. It was the 8th round used in this series, and the 7th fired at the buffalo. The bullet entered only because the Zombie King had already ripped open the scales on its head. Blindly assuming the same result next time would still end in failure against an intact E-rank mutated beast. The massive body brushed past me and crashed down. Half a second slower, and the frontal impact would have crushed me. The Zombie King was directly behind it. I fired repeatedly at the point where its arm was nearly severed. The final strip of connecting tissue snapped, and the limb fell away completely. It felt no pain. Instead, the attack drove it into an even more violent state. Its body swelled again, and its speed abruptly exceeded mine even with the fishnets. I fired 12 more rounds in succession, placing every shot into the severed shoulder and the old wound at its waist. Counting the 7 rounds used earlier and the one to the buffalo's head, total ammunition expenditure reached 20, leaving 40. Not one round that struck an intact area caused meaningful damage. Only trajectories inside the existing wounds continued expanding the destruction. The recoil rapidly numbed my right shoulder, and the sights returned more slowly after each shot. I could no longer trade rate of fire for distance. I had to create one chance to put the muzzle inside its body. Claws struck my back from behind. I heard fabric and bone make noise at the same time, and all the air was crushed from my lungs. My first reaction after landing wasn't to stand. I rolled out of range of its next stomp, braced on my left elbow, and checked my legs. Both could still exert force, and my spine retained sensation. Only then did I keep moving. The F-rank military jacket tore open, and the impact hurled me more than 60 feet. I rolled through the mud as though a sledgehammer had compressed my organs. Blood came out the moment I opened my mouth. Without the military jacket and the dress hidden beneath it, that blow would have punched through my body. I forced myself upright and kept firing near the wounds to slow the zombie king's approach. The armor-piercing rounds couldn't penetrate intact defense, so I could only exploit the damage caused by the buffalo. The little monkey enlarged itself and charged in, smashing the steel rod down on the zombie king's head. The rebar bent instantly. The monster only tilted its head and kicked the monkey away with a backhanded motion. The little monkey rolled twice when it landed, its right shoulder visibly dislocated. Through the contract, I ordered it to stop confronting the monster head-on and make noise from its blind spot instead. But when it saw me forced against the wall, it chose to seize the zombie king's head during its second charge. That violated a local command, but it was not meaningless loss of control. It judged that only destroying the monster's vision could create a path to survival. After the battle, I would have to distinguish independent judgment from blind disobedience. Xiao Dao tried to approach, and I shouted her back. She stopped more than 30 feet away. Instead of freezing completely because of the command, she dragged aside a metal panel blocking the path and opened a lateral retreat route for us. That was far more effective than swinging a knife at a monster with 72 defense. She had no equipment and remained an ordinary human. Joining a battle like this wouldn't be courage. It would be suicide. The zombie king charged through the gunfire, seized my collar with its remaining arm, and lifted me off the ground. I was less than 2 feet from its rotten mouth. At that range, I could see the black fragments of flesh between its teeth. I still did not panic. Its strength, speed, and defense were overwhelming. The only weakness I could exploit was the hole through its waist. If the sniper rifle couldn't penetrate intact skin from outside, I would put the muzzle inside the wound. The little monkey lunged again, wrapped itself around the zombie king's head, and dug its fingers into both eyes. The monster struck it with the remaining arm. The monkey refused to release its grip until it had torn out both eyeballs. Only then did the claws rip open its abdomen and fling it away. Those few seconds were an opening it had purchased with its life. I did not insert the barrel immediately. The wound at the zombie king's waist opened and closed with its movement. At the wrong angle, the ribs would trap the rifle. I first feigned a retreat to the left, drawing a horizontal sweep from its one arm. When the body's rotation exposed the opening fully toward me, I stepped in and drove the rifle as deep as possible. At the same time, Xiao Dao dragged the unconscious little monkey clear, leaving no ally behind the muzzle. All the necessary conditions would exist only once. I thrust the M82A1's barrel directly into the great hole in the zombie king's abdomen. I pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing round detonated through its insides. I fired all 10 armor-piercing rounds remaining in the magazine into the zombie king without stopping. After those 10 shots, the M82A1's total ammunition reserve fell to 30 rounds. I did not reload. The barrel was already hot from continuous fire, and putting more armor-piercing rounds into an abdomen that had lost all structure would only accelerate the damage. When the sniper rifle was thrown aside, I immediately marked its location in my mind so I could recover it after the battle. The wound at the monster's waist continued tearing open from within, spilling black blood mixed with tissue. The zombie king still did not fall. Its remaining arm suddenly exerted force and flung both me and the rifle away. When I hit the ground, pain tore through my chest, and every breath felt like a knife. The sniper rifle slid from the monster's abdomen, but it dragged its ruined body toward me again. Xiaodao suddenly wrapped her arms around its lower leg from the side and drove the butterfly knife toward the back of its knee. The blade broke only a small patch of skin, but the zombie king paused briefly. A second later, one kick sent her flying more than 60 feet. She landed in the mud and stopped responding. The little monkey attacked again, clinging to the zombie king's head and desperately widening the wounds around its eyes. The monster struck repeatedly, tore the monkey from its shoulder, and threw it in the other direction. Both of my companions were down. I barely managed to stand after swallowing a handful of chestnut leaves, but could hardly hold the Tang Dao steady. Even without its eyes and one arm, the zombie king's intact defense remained beyond all my current weapons. The only thing that could still change the outcome was the 14-star crystals we had just obtained. I took them all out at once and crushed them one after another. White light flashed repeatedly. 6 bottles of mineral water, 2 stuffed buns, 1 compressed biscuit, 1 package of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, and 1 bottle of iced black tea fell to the ground in succession. The first 12 items from the 14-star crystals were all survival supplies. I did not stop merely because no high-rank equipment had appeared, nor did I swallow every provision at once. I ate 1 healing bun first and confirmed that the pain in my chest eased. I waited to open the iced black tea until the zombie king came within 65 feet, extending the amount of enhancement time that would remain after the battle. The tuna's antiviral effect wasn't immediately necessary. The instant noodles and biscuit were for later endurance, so all of them went back into storage untouched. Opening items in a desperate situation made it easy to misuse them in panic. The order of use had to be more reliable than speed. The 13th item was an E-rank women's suit. Durability, 31. Agility, plus 28. When the final cloud of white light dispersed, a heavy spiked mace slammed into the mud. Spiked mace, D-rank offensive equipment. Durability, 54. Attack, 52. Strength, plus 20. At last, something capable of saving my life had appeared. I swallowed an entire healing bun to treat my injuries, then drained the iced black tea. The doubled attributes and the mace's strength bonus took effect together. Only then could I lift the weapon, which weighed several hundred pounds. The zombie king charged toward the sound and swung its remaining fist. I did not evade. The spiked mace met its fist head-on. Bone cracked, and the once immovable hand deformed beneath the blow. The strength increase did not mean I could trade blows indefinitely. After the first strike, the web between my thumb and index finger split, and both arms went numb from the rebound. I used the mace's weight to guide the force sideways, making the zombie king drag its damaged leg around for every turn, then launched each new attack from the side it could no longer see. Before the third blow, I deliberately kicked a rock to create noise. The monster turned its head in the wrong direction, fully exposing the side of its neck. If I sought a frontal contest of strength, I would most likely still be the one who fell. The second strike broke its forearm. When the third descended toward its head, the blinded zombie king moved aside on instinct. The spikes buried themselves in its neck and knocked its entire body to the ground. I planted a foot on its chest and gave it no chance to recover. I struck again and again until its head completely lost its shape and the life information in Eye of True Sight disappeared. The E-rank zombie king was finally dead. I did not approach its head immediately just because the status disappeared. I delivered 2 more long-range blows with the mace, then retreated and waited 10 seconds. The enhancement from the iced black tea was counting down. Once my strength suddenly dropped, the several hundred-pound mace could injure my wrists instead. After confirming it was safe, I laid the weapon flat rather than storing it directly in the ring. It was covered in corpse fluid and needed cleaning, and the spikes had to be checked for fractures after colliding with such high defense. The iced tea enhancement was still active, but my injuries and overexertion had left me close to collapse. The moment the mace hit the ground, I looked not at the spoils, but toward the little monkey and Xiaodao. Both figures lay motionless in the mud. Xiaodao and the little monkey could have escaped just now. Yet once again, they chose to come back and save me. The little monkey's abdomen had been torn open, and its skull was badly fractured. Xiaodao's chest had collapsed, and blood continued to flow from her mouth and nose. Fortunately, Eye of True Sight confirmed that both companions still showed signs of life. I handled breathing first. Xiaodao's chest had caved in and blood filled her mouth, so she had to lie on her side to keep fluid from blocking the airway. The little monkey's open abdominal wound needed clean cloth pressure first, preventing further strain on its organs while medicine was administered. Both life readings were falling but had not immediately reached 0. I treated them in the order of airway, bleeding, then bone injuries instead of first helping whichever looked worse. Only 1 healing bun remained. and I had to reserve it for emergency treatment in battle. The chestnut leaves acted somewhat more slowly, but we had enough of them. I pulled out a large bundle, chopped it with the tang dao into a clean container, added supernatural mineral water, and ground everything into a thick liquid. Neither casualty could swallow independently. I had to open their mouths and administer it a little at a time. I used only a few mouthfuls for the first dose and watched whether they could cough and swallow. Xiao Dao choking out a sound actually proved that her airway still had a reflex. The little monkey didn't respond, so I spread the mashed leaf over the membranes inside its mouth and around its wounds, waiting for it to regain some consciousness before feeding more. Every 10 minutes, I rechecked their life information. Only after confirming that the leaves were working did I increase the dose. Having plentiful medicine didn't justify pouring it in carelessly. Suffocation could still kill someone whose wounds were healing. Xiao Dao expelled the first mouthful with a wet spurt, and her breathing became smoother. I slowed down and let the medicinal liquid enter along the side of her mouth to prevent it from entering the windpipe again. After we used roughly 22 pounds of leaves, the little monkey's wound gradually closed and new tissue covered the fracture in its skull. Xiao Dao's collapsed chest slowly returned to position, and the bleeding finally stopped. The little monkey woke first. When it saw the zombie king's body, its first reaction wasn't to ask about its own injuries. It asked whether I had been hurt. I told it the monster was dead and did not conceal that the D-rank weapon from a star crystal had changed the battle's outcome. When you tore out its eyes, you gave me time to open the star crystals and fight back. I handed it the remaining bottle of iced black tea. This is your life-saving supply. In danger, it can double your attributes for 1 hour. Don't waste it without my order. I added another condition. If the contract link broke and I couldn't give an order, and it had to choose between drinking and dying, it could use the tea on its own. The command existed to prevent waste, not to make a contract beast wait for death after its master lost consciousness. The little monkey hugged the bottle to its chest, eyes filled with excitement. Xiao Dao woke afterward. Her first words were a question about whether she had already reached the underworld. I told her to look at the zombie king's corpse beside her, then explained that dead people didn't need to drink a bellyful of chestnut leaf juice. She tried to stand immediately, but pain returned to her chest. I made her remain seated and take 3 deep breaths, then used Eye of True Sight to confirm that her life reading wasn't falling. Reset bones did not equal restored stamina. For the rest of the day, she was forbidden from moving supplies or extracting crystals and would only report the count. Xiao Dao offered no excuse for charging the zombie king. She admitted that she saw only me being seized and forgot the difference in our attributes. I recorded that error, but also acknowledged my failure to assign her something useful to do when she couldn't join a fight. I had left charging forward as the only option she could imagine. After sitting up, she examined her chest. Only when she confirmed the bones had truly healed did she realize what she had expelled with that wet cough. I gave her no more time to stare blankly. If you can move, go check the buffalo. Whether we have beef tonight depends on whether it's really dead. Xiao Dao approached with the butterfly knife, then suddenly retreated. It's still alive. I went over immediately. The buffalo lay on the ground as though it wasn't breathing, but its single eye opened slightly, still filled with hatred. The armor-piercing round in its skull had missed the vital area, and an E-rank mutated beast possessed far greater vitality than a human. It had survived until now. First, I sent Xiao Dao and the little monkey 30 feet away. Then I used a long handle to push leaf paste toward its mouth. If the buffalo experienced a final burst of strength, it could attack only me. Bringing both injured companions near it would remove our control over the conditions needed for the contract. Eye of True Sight showed its life reading was extremely weak, but its mind had not collapsed. It was still watching us and still understood that the leaves could save it. Only then was there potential for a lasting relationship. To me, this was not a piece of beef delivered to my doorstep. It was a completely subdued E-rank contract beast with 2 talents. I piled chestnut leaves near its mouth and used a small amount of medicinal liquid to restore the most basic signs of life. Its gaze remained unfriendly. That was fine. Once the contract was complete, it would understand who had given it a second life. Even after the buffalo regained some strength, it still tried to raise its head and attack me. It owed me no loyalty. I had taken the leaves first, then shot it during the pursuit. From its perspective, I was a threat. The contract would forcibly establish a relationship, but force couldn't replace later rules and rewards. If the mental chain merely suppressed hostility, this team would eventually retain obedience but lose judgment. I pinned the side of its neck with the spiked mace, stopped administering medicine, and pressed my hand directly against its forehead. The mental chain formed by contract soul entered its consciousness. The buffalo stood one rank above the little monkey and resisted far more powerfully, its whole body thrashing across the ground. But my ability wasn't limited by the difference in our ranks. As long as the target couldn't break contact, the chain would eventually complete. 1 minute later, all resistance disappeared. Cold sweat covered my forehead. Contracting a target one rank above me wouldn't fail directly because of the gap, but it continuously consumed mental energy. If the buffalo had still been mobile, 1 minute would have been enough for it to kill me repeatedly. Unaffected by rank difference, had to be understood together with subdue the target completely first. A heavy, sluggish thought appeared in my mind. Master. My second contract beast was mine. Only then did I have the little monkey and Xiao Dao help chop and mash nearly 100 pounds of chestnut leaves. We added water and fed the mixture to the buffalo in batches. Its wounds gradually healed, but the broken horn and damaged eye did not regenerate. F-rank medicinal leaves could repair injuries. They couldn't regrow limbs or organs. The buffalo did not eat all 100 pounds at once. I fed it 20 pounds first to confirm there was no rejection, then increased the amount in stages according to the changes in its life reading. The remaining paste was applied to the bullet hole in its head and the rupture in its abdomen. We stopped only when it could stand steadily without help. The quantity also proved that treating a massive E-rank mutated beast cost far more than treating a human. 2,000 pounds looked like a large reserve, but a dozen or so severe injuries could exhaust it. Once the buffalo regained its feet, it lowered its forelegs and bowed its head to me. After witnessing the entire contracting process, Xiao Dao finally understood how the little monkey could coordinate with me and realized that eye of true sight was far from my only ability. I did not show her the full contract panel. I explained only that I could form stable links with non-human life and hear thoughts they intentionally sent. She asked whether humans could also be controlled, and I answered clearly that they could not. That boundary protected her and prevented the team from interpreting every agreement as ability manipulation. When the buffalo expressed hunger through the link for the first time, Xiao Dao still backed away instinctively. The little monkey, however, pushed its remaining chestnut toward the buffalo. The two contract beasts did not become friends immediately, but at least they no longer treated each other as battlefield enemies. You can't tell anyone about this, I warned her. At least not until I'm strong enough to resist anyone who covets it. Strangers cannot learn that there's no limit to the number of contracts I can hold. She nodded solemnly. I sent the buffalo aside to search for newly sprouted grass and began clearing the battlefield. The spiked mace had crushed the zombie king's head. From the remains, I found 1 E-rank corpse crystal and 3-star crystals. The 3-star crystals confirmed its identity. It had swallowed at least 3-star crystals at the beginning of the apocalypse. That was how it had overwhelmed a buffalo of the same rank. Without this battle, it might soon have reached D rank and taken control of every horde in Guangzhou. The little monkey returned to the chestnut tree and brought back the heads of the remaining 12 F-rank zombies. We obtained another 12 F-rank corpse crystals and 12-star crystals. Including the zombie king's drops, there were 15-star crystals in total. I did not open them immediately. First, I checked everyone's condition and our supplies. The little monkey and Xiao Dao were out of danger, and the buffalo could walk normally. The M82A1 hadn't been damaged in the mud, but this continuous battle had reduced the original 60 armor-piercing rounds to 30. That number had to be controlled strictly. We had no stable source of large-caliber ammunition. From now on, the sniper rifle could not be used on ordinary enemies unless we faced a high-rank target. I also stored the broken half of the buffalo's horn in the spatial ring. It bore no supernatural equipment label, yet its sharpness and durability approached those of a D-rank weapon. Something capable of piercing the zombie king's abdomen could not be wasted. I wrapped the broken end in cloth and secured it separately in the weapons area. Later, it could be fitted with a shaft as an armor-piercing spike, or preserved to make a horn cap for the buffalo. Until its purpose was determined, it would not be cut casually. Battlefield remnants were also non-renewable resources. Finally, I picked up the E-rank corpse crystal. Absorbing it would take me directly from F-rank into E-rank. The E-rank corpse crystal shattered in my palm, and pure energy flooded my body instantly. Human male, E-rank evolver. Evolution progress, 0.16/100. Strength, 31. Agility, 35. Stamina, 25. Spirit, 48. Remaining lifespan, 59,963 days. I did not trust the panel immediately. First, I checked for lingering internal injuries. The pain in my ribs had vanished, but my right shoulder remained slightly stiff. Advancing could repair part of the damage, but wouldn't automatically correct every movement problem. A spirit of 48 expanded my perception and noticeably reduced the cost of keeping Eye of True Sight active. The 0.16 evolution progress came from the remainder of the ordinary corpse crystals I had absorbed earlier. It had not vanished for no reason. That continuity mattered. Any abnormal jump in the future might mean I had failed to record spoils or absorb some unknown energy. Every basic attribute had nearly doubled again, and my lifespan increased by 30,000 days. More importantly, I now stood at the same rank as my newly contracted buffalo. The next time I faced a high-rank battle, escape would no longer be my only option. Next came the 15-star crystals. I separated the 12 from ordinary F-rank zombies from the 3 dropped by the Zombie King and opened them in order of origin. Their source did not necessarily determine item rank, but the separation would at least let me trace the probability if an abnormal item appeared. I wouldn't mistakenly count 3 high-rank products among ordinary drops. The first 11 yielded 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 stuffed buns, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced black tea, 1 pack of instant noodles, and 1 F-rank military jacket. The consumables offered no surprise, but they perfectly replaced the stock used in the previous battle. I entered each item in the ledger instead of substituting the word several. 2 healing buns, 3 energy biscuits, and 1 attribute-enhancing iced tea. Each served a different purpose: injury treatment, long-distance endurance, and temporarily fighting above one's rank. They could not be treated as ordinary rations. The 12th crystal produced 1 F-rank evolution serum. I was already E-rank, so it couldn't awaken my potential again. Xiaodao was the most suitable recipient. If she successfully became an F-rank evolver, she would have enough strength to control the Tang Dao and firearms and could participate in combat for real. The final 3 crystals all came from the Zombie King. The first produced a D-rank mountain cleaver with durability 50, attack 54, and a 15-point increase to swing speed. The second produced D-rank heavy armor with durability 60, attack 39, and stamina plus 20. The final cloud of white light lasted far longer than the first 2. A palm-sized veil dropped into my hand. Invisibility tent, A-rank mobile shelter. Durability, 430. Conceals the life signs, scents, and most sounds of those inside. Covers approximately 3,200 square feet when deployed. At last, we had a true security guarantee. At the current strength of zombies and mutated beasts, almost nothing could break through 430 durability. With the right sight, it could provide rest and even conceal a contract beast as large as the buffalo. I stored the equipment and sent the little monkey back to the chestnut tree to excavate a root mass about 10 feet across. The spatial ring couldn't hold the intact root system, but the buffalo could carry it. I shaped the chestnut trunk into a wooden frame fitted to the buffalo's shoulders and secured the root mass on top. If we watered it regularly with 1 bottle of supernatural mineral water, the roots could remain viable for at least half a year. Once we obtained a life space, we could replant it. We did not rip the entire tree from the earth. The little monkey first dug a trench along the edge of the canopy's projection. Xiaodao cut the thinner lateral roots while I preserved the central taproot and most of the soil ball. The root mass was nearly 10 feet across, weighed several tons, and exceeded the spatial ring's capacity. The buffalo had to carry it. Folded clothing padded every point where the wooden frame touched the buffalo's hide, and we checked for abrasion every half hour. High defense did not mean long-term weight couldn't cause pressure sores. If the root mass tipped sideways, it could also crush Xiaodao beside it. Even with several tons of roots on its back, the buffalo walked steadily. Its strength and stamina finally served a purpose beyond battle. After all the work was complete, I took the veil into an open space outside the village. At a thought, the tent expanded rapidly and descended like a transparent dome. Deployment took about 8 seconds and folding took 12. The boundary became briefly visible during both processes. I had the little monkey time it while the buffalo simulated a guard. We confirmed that the team needed to break contact at least 20 seconds in advance to use it safely. The tent was not a shield that could be tossed down during combat. It was camp equipment that required an opening. Xiaodao, the 2 mutated beasts, and I were all enclosed inside. The scents and sounds of wind from the outside vanished immediately. The inside of the invisibility tent resembled a spacious domed camp. A soft layer covered the ground. The fabric walls blocked outsiders' view without preventing us from watching the exit. I stepped outside and looked back. Only empty ruins remained where the tent stood. Even my contract soul-enhanced perception couldn't lock onto its exact boundary. I marked the entrance with small stones and established a rule that everyone had to report before leaving. The invisibility effect concealed the shelter from those inside as well. If someone panicked and ran out amid a horde, they might turn around and be unable to find refuge again. The tent hid most sound and scent, but it did not erase footprints, flattened grass, or marks left by opening the entrance. We still had to avoid mud and the middle of roads when selecting a site. An A-rank item was not absolute invisibility. To test its defense, I had the buffalo activate monstrous strength and iron armor and ram the tent at full speed. After a tremendous impact, the recoil knocked the buffalo down, but the tent showed no mark. I then attacked with the D-rank mountain cleaver at full strength. The rebound numbed my arms and still left no scratch. We performed each test only once. Repeated collisions could reopen the buffalo's old wounds and draw nearby zombies toward a target they couldn't see. I also tried cutting and storing the tent from inside, confirming that it couldn't enter the ring while deployed. The entrance had to be cleared and the shelter deliberately folded first. That meant we couldn't wait for a high-rank enemy to reach the fabric wall before withdrawing. No matter how strong a shelter was, an enemy controlling its exit could turn it into a prison. The A-rank item's defense truly was reliable. After confirming our safety, we finally sat down to eat. I gave the little monkey 20 chestnuts and the buffalo 10. The buffalo disliked the difference. I told it that rewards had to match contributions. Once it proved its value, its treatment would improve naturally. Xiaodao did not ask for food immediately. She kept staring at the evolution serum. I peeled more than a dozen chestnuts and placed them beside her before handing over the vial. This is an F-rank evolution serum. Drinking it will cause extreme pain and hunger, and there is a risk of failure. You can use it now or wait until your body is in better condition. This time, I did not conceal the cost out of an old habit. Only if she understood the choice could she endure when the pain truly arrived. Xiaodao asked whether failure would kill her, how much she needed to eat, and whether I could save her partway through. I answered each question. The chance of failure couldn't be calculated precisely. Our current chestnuts were enough. The process couldn't be stopped through willpower once it began, but I would monitor her continuously and reserve a healing bond. She had another option: wait until we found more medicine before taking it. The team needed combat power, but not at the price of exposing a 12-year-old child to a risk she didn't understand. Xiaodao asked whether success would let her fight like me. You'll become an F-rank evolver, but the serum won't give you experience. You'll still need training. She looked at the little monkey and buffalo, then drank the serum. The pain began a few seconds later. Xiaodao curled up on the padded floor as her body rapidly consumed its reserves. I placed the peeled chestnuts and warm water beside her and ordered her to keep eating no matter how badly it hurt. She never begged me to make it stop. After an hour, she could barely raise a hand. I broke the chestnuts into small pieces and held them to her mouth, but still made her complete each swallow herself to preserve consciousness and movement. Evolution wasn't a simple treatment. Once the user lost the will to survive, no amount of food from others could save them. After confirming that her condition was stable, I began allocating the spoils. The D-rank spiked mace and heavy armor suited the little monkey best after gigantification. I kept the D-rank mountain cleaver. The old Tang Dao and F-rank dress would go to Xiaodao after she evolved, together with one handgun, 100 rounds, and the butterfly knife. Every weapon was registered with a primary user and backup custodian. Xiaodao's handgun would normally remain with the hammer down on an empty chamber, while the ammunition was divided into 2 packs of 50. If she lost consciousness, I would recover it. The little monkey's heavy armor had to be checked daily under the arms and at the joints. The buffalo had no compatible protection yet and would handle transport and frontal blocking. The E-rank women's suit added 28 agility. I wore it beneath the military jacket. Its appearance didn't matter. The fishnets remained our core escape equipment and stayed in my possession. The battle had cost us dearly, but it transformed us from one man and one monkey into a team with 2 dual-talent contract beasts, an A-rank shelter, and a complete set of ranged and melee weapons. More importantly, we held 3,300 pounds of chestnuts, nearly 2,000 pounds of medicinal leaves, and the intact root system. That was a true harvest. Xiaodao's evolution was not yet complete, so I fitted the little monkey with the heavy armor first. The D-rank armor looked no larger than a vest, but rapidly expanded after touching its body, protecting the chest, abdomen, back, and limb joints. The full set weighed well over 100 pounds. When the monkey stood and took 2 steps, the metal plates clattered against one another. I made it perform 4 sets of movements: shrinking, gigantification, rolling, and raising both arms overhead. The plates changed with its size, but left mobility gaps beneath the arms and behind the knees. The mace also tended to strike the right shoulder plate on its backswing. Without adaptation, the strongest equipment would restrict movement instead. I marked the gaps with white paint so the most vulnerable areas could be located quickly during post-battle inspections. I handed over the spiked mace and prepared 30 chestnuts, 1 bottle of water, 1 healing bun, and 2 compressed biscuits. The little monkey continued carrying the iced black tea it had previously earned. I labeled the conditions for using the bun, biscuits, and tea. Ordinary fatigue meant chestnuts only. The healing bun was reserved for wounds that impaired movement. The biscuits were for complete exhaustion, and the iced tea could be opened only when an E-rank target couldn't be escaped. Only after repeating the rules twice did the monkey pack the supplies into pockets inside its armor. The ordinary zombies nearby are no longer a threat to you. Clear the village alone before dark. Practice with your weapon and collect corpse crystals for Shoutao. Retreat immediately if you encounter an E-rank target or the numbers become uncontrollable. The little monkey hoisted the mace, slapped its chest armor, and raced excitedly out of the tent. The buffalo immediately approached me and expelled 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Its thought came through the contract. It could earn merit too, and it knew a secret. I made it explain first. The buffalo had originally come from a slaughterhouse west of the industrial park. After the meteors fell, the keepers and butchers became zombies, and it smashed through its pen to escape. 2 days ago, it discovered a short tree deep inside the industrial park. 2 bright red fruits hung from it, their surfaces threaded with faint golden lines. After eating 1 fruit, it evolved directly to E-rank and gained the iron armor talent. Before it could eat the second, a zombie king emerged from a factory building and took control of the area. I immediately asked about the location, roads, and surrounding hordes. The buffalo could express only vague scents and directions. I took out paper and drew the slaughterhouse, factory buildings, drainage ditch, and roads on the ground, making it confirm them repeatedly with its hoof. At last, we fixed the target inside an abandoned greenbelt in the industrial park's northern section. It couldn't remember street names, but recalled 3 stable landmarks: a collapsed red smokestack, an oily-smelling drainage ditch, and a row of silver storage tanks. I drew each as a symbol and made it choose from different directions, ruling out the possibility that it was merely stepping wherever my hints led. The hand-drawn map wasn't precise, but at least it gave us a withdrawal direction before entering the park instead of placing all our hope in the buffalo guiding us on the spot. It was a golden thread fruit. In my previous life, I had heard it mentioned only once. It wasn't food for humans, but one of the most valuable early evolutionary resources for mutated beasts. The buffalo was clearly waiting for my response. If the information is true, it counts as a major contribution. I patted its horn. Once we obtain the fruit, you'll receive 3 servings of supernatural food and 100 chestnuts. It swished its tail in satisfaction, then immediately stretched its head toward the pile of chestnuts. Work first. I made it lie down and secured clothing, cookware, medicine, and drinking water from the village to both sides of the wooden frame. The root mass was too heavy. The load had to remain balanced. If it fell amid a horde, we couldn't stop to tie everything down again. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the tent before dusk. The little monkey returned dragging a mace covered in black blood. Its heavy armor was scored with claw marks, but nowhere had it broken. It brought back 536 ordinary corpse crystals, 3 F-rank corpse crystals, and 3-star crystals. I did not accept the total blindly. First, I recounted the corpse crystals into bags of 100. 5 full bags and 36 remaining. The 3 F-rank crystals were sealed separately, and each of the 3-star crystals was assigned a source location. The monkey could remember how many enhanced targets it had killed, but couldn't guarantee no ordinary target had been missed. The ledger recorded only what we actually received, not estimated victories. That meant it had cleared the remaining horde around the school alone. I did not look only at the result. After removing the heavy armor, I inspected beneath its arms, along the neck, and behind its knees. I found 1 shallow wound on the right arm. It had not blackened, meaning no infection, but it also proved the armor was not without blind spots. Don't raise your arms so high when you turn next time. The little monkey nodded. I rewarded it with 10 chestnuts, then absorbed the 3 F-rank corpse crystals and 536 ordinary ones. My evolution progress rose from 0.16 to 0.26. Every step at E rank required vastly more energy than at F rank. This entire haul moved only the digits after the decimal point, yet it remained the fastest method of growth currently available. The most frightening aspect of a golden thread fruit was not that it raised attributes, but that it rewrote potential. In my previous life, Major factions had slaughtered entire forests of mutated beasts for these fruits. The reason was simple. Ranks could be raised slowly through corpse crystals, but talents could almost never be added later. One compatible ability could create a several-fold difference in combat power among creatures of the same rank. The word random also implied risk. The little monkey might obtain a powerful combat talent or an ability with no short-term use. Before deciding that it should consume the fruit, I couldn't calculate only the best possible outcome. Golden thread fruit trees couldn't be cultivated reliably like chestnut trees. They usually bore only 1 or 2 fruits upon maturity. Once the fruit was picked, the branches, leaves, and roots rapidly withered. Of all the seeds, cuttings, and soil samples obtained by various groups in my previous life, not one had been propagated successfully. The fruit before us might be the only one left in Guangzhou. I had the buffalo describe the process of consuming it again. After eating the fruit, it first lost the ability to move and remained unconscious for several hours before completing its advancement. The zombie king happened to be absent, or it would have died at its weakest. In other words, even if we obtained the golden thread fruit, we couldn't let the little monkey eat it inside the industrial park. We had to bring it back to the A rank tent first. The first time any mutated beast below D rank consumed one, it would advance by 1 rank and gain a random talent. Only the first fruit in its lifetime had this effect. Eating another merely restored a small amount of stamina. The buffalo had advanced from F to E rank and gained iron armor. If the already F rank little monkey ate one, it would reach E rank as well. The buffalo had already eaten one and would gain no new talent from a second. That did not change the reward I had promised. Its intelligence had led the team to a rare resource. The 3 servings of supernatural food and 100 chestnuts were owed regardless of who ultimately received the fruit. This also established a rule. Whoever discovered a resource received an intelligence reward, while the actual recipient was chosen based on combat contribution. Otherwise, contract beasts would hide information to compete over items. Even the strongest contract would not preserve the team's efficiency. I did not depart immediately. Resting first was not cowardice. Xiao Dao had not yet awakened. The little monkey's heavy armor had only just seen its first real battle, and the buffalo had supplied only a vague route. Taking 3 unverified factors into a horde numbering in the tens of thousands could turn the golden thread fruit into the team's last piece of loot. The industrial park route was divided into 3 sections: the cleared outer zone, the drainage channel reconnaissance zone, and the golden thread fruit zone to the north. Xiao Dao could train only in the first. Only the little monkey and I would enter the second. Whether we continued into the third would depend on horde density. If an E-rank target appeared at any stage, everyone would return to the tent instead of improvising a haunt. I also gave each member enough supplies for 1 independent withdrawal. The buffalo's frame held chestnuts and water. Xiao Dao carried 50 rounds. The little monkey retained a healing bun. Even the most complete plan could split the team. I couldn't keep every supply inside my ring alone. Xiao Dao was still evolving, and at least tens of thousands of zombies remained in the industrial park. Charging in now was more likely to kill us than secure the golden thread fruit. I opened the 3-star crystals the little monkey had brought back, one by one. All 3 came from F-rank zombies it had killed alone, so I recorded them under the same source. The monkey had already received equipment and chestnuts as rewards, while the opened items remained part of the team's reserves. If something appeared that suited only the monkey, it would receive priority. Contribution and ownership both had to be explained clearly instead of decided anew each time. The first contained 1 bottle of supernatural mineral water. The second produced a metal can of beef. The moment the label appeared, my breathing stopped. E-rank canned beef supplies a full day's energy. Permanently increases strength by 1 after consumption. Permanent attribute food shouldn't have appeared this early. Even a single point was far more valuable than a temporary drug. I didn't rush to eat it. I carved an inventory number into the bottom and stored the can in the ring. For now, it was a combat reserve, worth using only when we faced an attribute threshold or an unavoidable hard fight. No effective limit on permanent attribute food was known. In my previous life, some people had accumulated it over time to build a strength advantage within the same rank. I therefore sealed the sample away first. The 3-star crystal had already cracked in my palm, and a glass bottle filled with amber liquid dropped from the white light. F-rank glutinous rice wine replenishes a full day's hydration. Increases strength by 80 for 10 minutes after consumption. Causes mental confusion for 3 hours when the effect ends. 80 points of strength could let me fight above my rank for a short time, but it would also leave me helpless afterward. This could be used only in a desperate situation, and only when both contract beasts could protect me for the following 3 hours. I wrote the risk on a strip of cloth and tied it around the bottle's neck so I wouldn't see only the enhancement number in the confusion of battle. The wine went into the deepest part of the spatial ring, completely separated from ordinary drinking water. It counted as a weapon only when the team had a confirmed withdrawal route and the tent could be deployed in time. Night had fully fallen when the fever in Xiaodao's body finally began to recede. Every 10 minutes, I recorded her breathing, pulse, and conscious responses. She could accurately state her name and clench and open her fist on command, proving that the evolution had not damaged her mind. Before dawn, she fell into a deep sleep. Eye of True Sight displayed new data: Strength 16, Agility 17, Stamina 12, Spirit 11, and 31,057 days of remaining lifespan. She had succeeded. I did not wake her. Instead, I confirmed the next day's route with the 2 contract beasts. The buffalo would guide us and smash through isolated hordes from the front. The little monkey would protect the flank. Xiaodao and I would remain between them. If any member saw more than 500 zombies gathering, we would first retreat to open ground and reevaluate. The golden thread fruit was important, but not important enough to wager the entire team. When Xiaodao woke in the morning, her first reaction was to look for her sword. She sat up too quickly, lost her balance, and nearly toppled off the pad. I caught her, made her eat chestnuts and drink water first, then let her adapt to the sudden increase in strength. Becoming an F-rank evolver overnight did not mean an ordinary person immediately knew how to fight. The first time she held the Tang Dao, she used too much force and slammed the point into the ground. Her changed stride also made her walk into the tent wall while trying to move in a straight line. I drew a cross-shaped footwork grid on the ground and had her practice advancing, sidestepping, and retreating empty-handed before gradually adding the sword. She increased speed only a little each time, with the edge always pointed outward. On the third round, she rushed a turn and swept the point across her own calf. The dress stopped it. Without armor, training alone would have wounded her. After that, she stopped pressing us to leave and obediently finished the fundamental movements. I made her practice for half an hour and confirmed there was no dizziness or joint pain before issuing her equipment. We calibrated her strength before the handover. She swung 3 wooden sticks of different weights with the same motion. Only after the impact points of 10 consecutive swings fell within one hand's breadth did she move to the Tang Dao. For the handgun, I loaded only spent cases while she practiced drawing, aiming, and reholstering. Her evolved strength of 16 was enough to control recoil. It did not mean she knew how to use a gun safely. The F-rank dress went beneath her combat clothes and added strength. The butterfly knife rested on her right side, the handgun on the left, and she carried 100 additional rounds outside the weapon. The Tang Dao was her primary weapon, but I made one rule explicit. Until she could reliably hit a moving target, the handgun was for emergency escape only. Your task today isn't to show off. Xiaodao tightened the sword scabbard. It's to stay alive while I learn to kill zombies. The team left the village and followed the route indicated by the buffalo toward the industrial park. The first 6 miles were almost unobstructed. The little monkey's mace crushed any isolated zombie that approached. The buffalo acted only when wrecked vehicles blocked the road, using its horn to push them into the ditch. The hordes grew denser when we entered a residential area. I had the 2 contract beasts deliberately leave one zombie with broken legs. They removed both arms, then handed it over to Xiaodao. The training objective and the combat objective were separate. The buffalo blocked the surrounding view. The little monkey guarded the retreat, and I stood within arm's reach of Xiaodao. If she lost her weapon twice in succession, training would stop immediately and I would finish the target. I would not use real danger to force her to prove her courage. Her first slash struck the shoulder bone and the blade stuck. The zombie opened its mouth and lunged. She instinctively retreated and forgot to pull the sword free. I blocked its head with the mountain cleaver and reminded her to rotate her wrist rather than yank straight back. On the second attempt, she freed the weapon and cut diagonally behind the ear, finally destroying the brain. Black blood splashed across her face. She bent over retching but did not drop the sword. I handed her a piece of cloth. Wipe yourself clean and check whether your skin has any wounds. After following the instruction, she selected a second target on her own. The second zombie retained both arms but was restrained from behind by the little monkey. This time, Xiaodao didn't rush to swing. She pressed the scabbard against its chest to control distance, then attacked from the side and rear. Afterward, she voluntarily retreated 2 steps and confirmed that its jaw had stopped moving before recovering the blade. The third target was no longer restrained. It moved slowly but changed direction on its own. Xiao Dao slipped on rubble the first time and immediately rolled away from the edge of her sword. I did not kill it for her. I used the mountain cleaver to block one bite and made her regain her feet and counterattack herself. Across 7 training engagements and finishing blows, her blade stuck twice, she fell once, and she forgot to check behind her once. Those failures were more valuable to record than her number of kills. This time, she circled to the side before swinging. The motion still wasn't clean, but she retained control. By the time we cleared the outer edge of the industrial park, more than 200 zombies lay behind us. Xiao Dao had killed only one entirely on her own. Every other target had been controlled by me or a contract beast. But she had learned to watch footwork, manage distance, and search for the next threat immediately after every attack. Real training was never about exploding numbers. It was about turning strength into movements that would not kill one's companions. The silhouettes of factory buildings finally appeared in the afternoon. The buffalo stopped and let out a low bellow. Wind blew from the northern section, carrying a stench of decay so dense it seemed solid. Beyond the shattered wall, masses of human shapes occasionally moved between the roads. We had reached the industrial park. I climbed onto an abandoned toll booth and surveyed the industrial park through binoculars. The booth's roof had already cracked. I secured a rope around my waist first and stationed the little monkey below to protect the support. High ground provided a better view, but one loose piece of concrete could also give me away. I scanned only fixed sectors through the binoculars and paused every 30 seconds to listen to my immediate surroundings, preventing the distant horde from consuming all my attention. Thousands of zombies crowded the main road, with even more inside the factories and dormitory area. The hordes did not wander evenly. They flowed slowly between several enormous open spaces as if driven by an invisible force. These were the traces left by the zombie king. The buffalo's memories were limited, but the little monkey had seen the king use its roar to summon nearby zombies during the battle. Nearly 100,000 people had lived or worked in the industrial park. Even if it gathered only a majority of them, the horde here could swallow any team of early survivors. We could not cross the main road. I led the team to a drainage channel on the western side. Stagnant, filthy water covered the bottom. Its smell masked the scent of living flesh, while the concrete walls blocked most lines of sight. The cost was a narrow retreat. If hordes appeared at both ends, we would have to scale the wall and force our way out. I established 3 signals. 2 knocks meant continue, 3 meant hide in place, and continuous knocking meant retreat immediately. The buffalo was too large to enter the narrowest section, so it and Xiao Dao remained outside. The little monkey accompanied me north on reconnaissance. Our outer rendezvous point was behind an overturned tanker truck. The secondary retreat point was the southern village entrance. Xiao Dao carried 1 handgun and 50 rounds, while another 50 were sealed on the buffalo's frame. If we had not returned after 1 hour, she was forbidden from entering merely because she heard fighting. I made her repeat the orders to the little monkey. The operation would not begin if either remembered them incorrectly. Along the way, we killed only targets blocking our path and pursued nothing. The little monkey pinned the zombies down while I finished them through the jaw or the back of the skull with the mountain cleaver. Half an hour later, the spatial ring held 157 ordinary corpse crystals, 1 F-rank corpse crystal, and 1 star crystal. We did not clean the crystals in the channel, only sealed them in double cloth bags. Filthy water already covered our ankles, and any tiny wound could become infected. Every 50 yards, I checked my pant legs and gloves. The little monkey's heavy armor scraped noisily against the narrow channel walls. It had to shrink down and drag the mace on cloth strips to reduce impacts. The star crystal produced only 1 bottle of water. After absorbing the 157 ordinary corpse crystals and 1 F-rank crystal, my E-rank evolution progress rose to 0.3215. The number still increased slowly, proving that ordinary hordes couldn't support high-rank evolution forever. In the future, we had to seek targets of the same rank or higher purity corpse crystals. The reward was completely disproportionate to the danger, but it verified one thing. After the zombie king died, the hordes hadn't truly dispersed. They had merely lost unified commands and remained gathered here because of noise and lingering scents. The green belt containing the golden thread fruit was less than 1.25 miles directly north. Crouched at the drainage channel exit, I watched at least 4 separate hordes cross the roads. The smallest contained around 300 zombies. The largest had no visible end. Only 20 to 40-second gaps separated the hordes, not enough time to cross at a normal walk. I measured the flow cycle 3 times and discovered that on every 6th pass, the northern and southern hordes simultaneously blocked the greenbelt entrance. It was the most dangerous point of convergence, but could also briefly obstruct anything pursuing me during withdrawal. Taking the entire team would only create more noise. I sent the little monkey back outside to protect Xiao Dao with the buffalo. Then I put on the E-rank suit, checked the fishnet's effect, secured the mountain cleaver to my back, and placed the handgun and butterfly knife where they were easiest to reach. 1 hour. I ordered through the contract. When the time is up, retreat to the village in the south whether I've returned or not. Retreat did not mean abandonment. The southern village held the tent deployment marker, backup water, and a map. If I returned late, I would go there first instead of searching the entire industrial park perimeter. Only by fixing the reunion point could a split operation avoid becoming permanent separation. The little monkey was unwilling. That's an order. I can carry the fruit away. You would only make the target larger. It finally turned and left. I moved north through the shadows of the factory buildings. Before crossing each intersection, I waited for the hordes to pass completely, then used wrecked cars and walls as cover. Eye of true sight continuously swept the area, prioritizing any target with unusual spirit. 40 minutes later, a patch of black and green space entered view. At its center, a shrub less than 3 feet tall bore one bright red fruit. Golden threads crawled slowly over its surface like living things. No guard stood around the golden thread fruit. The open space made me even more cautious. There were no fresh bodies or mutated beast tracks near the greenbelt. The Zombie King's aura might have suppressed every other creature in the past. I threw a stone beside the fruit tree, then used a reflective surface to inspect the back of the shrub. Only after confirming there was no ambush did I enter. I remained in place and watched for 2 more minutes. Only after confirming there was no E-rank presence nearby did I cross the low wall. The instant I plucked the fruit, the shrub rapidly withered and its leaves turned to gray powder. The true prize was already inside the spatial ring. I withdrew along the original route. As I reached a row of employee dormitories, a second-floor window suddenly opened. Help! A middle-aged man leaned out holding a boy of 5 or 6. When he saw my combat clothing and weapons, he thought rescue had finally arrived. His voice carried across half the street. The nearest hordes turned together. Be quiet. Get back inside. I hissed. Instead of retreating, the man began striking a metal basin against the window frame. The child in his arms was too weak even to raise his head. The man clearly saw me as his final lifeline. But I was more than 200 feet from the building's entrance, with at least 200 zombies between us. Breaking through, climbing upstairs, and returning with 2 people would take long enough to draw in every horde from the surrounding streets. I did not have the ability to save them. That conclusion took only a few seconds, but it was not made without calculation. With my enhancement active, I could cross 200 feet of zombies, but couldn't carry both an adult and a child. The dormitory had only one staircase, and bodies already blocked the entrance. Gunfire or an explosion would only attract more targets. I pointed once toward the roof. There might be a maintenance passage crossing to the adjacent building. Whether he understood, I couldn't tell. Once the first zombies broke through the door, remaining there would only drag my companions to their deaths as well. I had no choice but to turn away when the first wave crashed into the dormitory. I did not look back to confirm the father and son's fate. That would waste my only withdrawal window and might drive me into a second impossible charge merely to ease my guilt. The only facts I could confirm were that they had exposed their position and that the building entrance had been breached. I could not write the rest of their outcome from sound alone. That restraint did not make the decision easier. The man's cry would remain in my memory, reminding me to identify an executable route before offering survivors hope in the future. The cries behind me were soon drowned beneath roars. I forcibly suppressed the sound, ate my last can of F-rank tuna, and drained the only remaining iced black tea. My strength and speed doubled rapidly. The moment the enhancement began, I marked the time on my wrist. The tea lasted only 1 hour. I had to reserve the final 10 minutes for breaking contact rather than spending all of it killing. My route changed to crossing the factories, climbing the wall, and drawing the flow southeast. I would collect no spoils. The original withdrawal route was already blocked, and a mass of zombies was pouring toward the drainage channel. I smashed through a factory side window, vaulted over the production line, and cut down 3 zombies blocking the way. Glass split my left arm and black blood splashed into the wound, but the tuna's antiviral effect activated in time. Human shapes also filled the factory's other end. I did not fire. Gunshots would summon an even larger tide. The mountain cleaver broke open the front, while the escape boost from the fishnets let me squeeze through before the claws closed. When I burst through the north door, the chain link fence ahead had collapsed. Dozens of zombies pressed through the opening. I used an abandoned forklift to leap onto the wall, but a zombie hidden in the cab clawed my shoulder. The military jacket tore, and 4 bloody tracks appeared in my flesh. The wound did not blacken immediately. The tuna's antiviral effect remained active. I quickly tied my sleeve around the upper arm to limit blood loss while running, but did not stop to clean it. Viral resistance wasn't permanent immunity. Before the 24-hour effect ended, I had to recheck the wound and my temperature. I cut through the zombie's neck with a backward swing and jumped from the 10-foot wall. Pain shot through my right knee on landing, but I couldn't slow down. The iced tea had only a little more than 20 minutes left. I did not run toward the planned rendezvous. More than 2,000 zombies followed behind me. Leading them, there would trap Xiaodao and both contract beasts in the encirclement. The contract told me only that both mutated beasts were still moving. It couldn't confirm whether Xiaodao remained on the buffalo's back. I forced myself not to look west and did not distract the little monkey's judgment with repeated calls. Everyone had to follow the agreed route now. Searching for one another on the fly would only let the hordes close the ring. I turned southeast and deliberately struck the metal railings along the road, drawing the horde away from the industrial park exit. Through the contract, I sensed that the little monkey and buffalo were also moving rapidly. Something had gone wrong on their side as well. I spent 10 minutes drawing the pursuit into a warehouse district. Shelving and shipping containers divided the horde into several streams. I squeezed through a gap wide enough for only one person, then toppled the final row of empty racks. Metal crashed down, pinning the leading zombies while those behind continued piling on top. I didn't wait for the obstruction to finish falling before moving. A horde would fill any difference in height with its own bodies, and the shelving could delay them for only minutes. I climbed a maintenance ladder to a second-level platform, slid down a fire pipe on the outer wall, deliberately left a trail of blood toward the west, and exited through the east door. My right knee twisted again on landing, and my speed dropped noticeably. I shifted the mountain cleaver to my left hand and used my right to brace against the wall. One attempt at forcing full speed could make the knee lose all support. The iced tea's enhancement began to fade. The weakness caused by my abruptly falling strength nearly dropped me to my knees. I bit my tongue to stay alert and ran another 3 miles after leaving the warehouses. Only when I could no longer hear pursuit did I lean against a broken wall and inspect my injuries. Glass had cut my left arm. My shoulder bore claw wounds, my right knee was sprained, and 2 bruises marked my back without my knowing when they had appeared. The F-rank tuna had suppressed the infection risk, but it couldn't make the injuries vanish. I ate 1 stuffed bun. I hesitated for several seconds before using it. The wounds were not immediately fatal, but if my right knee didn't recover, I couldn't reach the rendezvous point or re-enter the industrial park to find my companions. Saving medical supplies for a more dangerous time assumed that I would survive long enough to reach it. The bun healed the scratches and sprain, but blood loss and mental exhaustion remained. I drank water and ate 2 chestnuts, recovering only enough to keep moving. The disappearance of pain did not mean I could pretend to be at full strength. White motes covered the injuries as my stamina slowly returned. Only 1 healing bun remained in the ring. It had originally been reserved for the next, more dangerous battle. The contract links remained. Both the buffalo and little monkey were alive, but they were moving in different directions. The contract couldn't show me what surrounded them. I could sense only the buffalo's fear and the monkey's increasingly faint life force. I did not turn back recklessly. The hordes pursuing them might be even larger. Charging in now would only leave all 3 groups lost. Before dark, I returned to the agreed village, deployed the invisibility tent, and lit a small fire outside. The flame was both a signal and bait. If nearby zombies approached, I could eliminate them before they discovered the tent. 1 hour passed without movement. Every 20 minutes, I checked the contract marks and drew their approximate directions on the map. The buffalo's presence first moved south, then turned toward the village. The little monkey continued north before suddenly becoming extremely faint. That change revealed only distance and condition, not what had happened. 2 hours later, footsteps finally carried on the wind. The buffalo staggered out from the ruins. Its hide was covered in scratches, yet the wooden frame and supplies were miraculously still intact. Xiaodao lay on its back, her hair clotted with blood and ash, though her body showed no obvious wounds. I went over and helped her down, my gaze passing beyond the buffalo. Where's the little monkey? Tears filled Xiaodao's eyes the moment she regained her feet. The images transmitted by the buffalo were fragmented. A horde suddenly poured from the industrial park exit. The little monkey ate its biscuits, then swallowed the healing bun and iced tea before exhausting its strength and activated berserk early. It and the buffalo fought side by side to open a gap. But in the end, the monkey turned back alone and drew the pursuers in the other direction. I checked the supplies first. The 30 chestnuts carried by the monkey were almost gone. It had used both biscuits, the healing bun, and the iced tea according to their emergency conditions. The buffalo's wooden frame remained, and Xiao Dao hadn't spent any of her 100 handgun rounds. They hadn't separated because someone fought recklessly. A new horde had cut through the established withdrawal route. Did you see it die? I asked. Xiao Dao shook her head. The buffalo hadn't seen it either. It remembered only that the monkey had discarded its supplies by the time they parted, and that a horde filled the space behind it. I closed my eyes and searched for the contract mark in my mind. Faint, but not extinguished. It's still alive. I redeployed the tent. Treat the wounds and restore your strength first. We returned to the industrial park before dawn. Xiao Dao wanted to leave immediately, so I shoved a bowl of chestnut porridge into her hands. Eat, or you stay here. Searching for a teammate does not mean throwing your life away because of emotion. She held the bowl and finally lowered her head to eat. The buffalo's injuries weren't fatal. Exhaustion was the real problem. I made it eat most of the pot of chestnut porridge and fed it dozens of pounds of medicinal leaves. The wounds stopped bleeding quickly, but its mind and energy needed time to recover. I never touched the final healing bun. That was reserved for the little monkey. I fed the porridge in 3 portions spaced 10 minutes apart. The exhausted buffalo might regurgitate if it swallowed too quickly, so I had it lie on its side and continued only after confirming its breathing was stable. Xiao Dao also washed the corpse fluid from her arms and rewrapped her scrapes so the wounds wouldn't expand during the search. While we waited, I questioned the buffalo and Xiao Dao separately. It wasn't because I suspected either of lying. After extreme fear, the mind automatically fills gaps in memory. Only by having them independently describe the time, direction, and last observed movements. Then comparing both accounts on one map, could I separate facts from what must have happened? The only discrepancy was whether a tremendous crash came from the left or behind them. That depended on the buffalo's orientation and didn't affect the conclusion that the little monkey had led the horde north. They knew only that the monkey activated Berserk, positioned itself between them and the horde, and made the buffalo carry Xiao Dao away. The buffalo looked back once while leaving the industrial park and saw the spiked mace swinging above the mass. The last thing Xiao Dao heard was the monkey telling them not to stop. The two accounts confirmed each other, but could not explain how it later escaped. The contract mark was our only certain information. I did not equate alive with safe. As long as the mark hadn't gone out, it would remain. The little monkey might be bleeding, unconscious, or trapped. I gave the buffalo at most 2 hours to recover. Once that limit passed, we would leave even if it wasn't fully restored. Any longer, and the final bun might arrive too late. During those 2 hours, I forced myself to close my eyes for 20 minutes while Xiao Dao and the buffalo kept watch together. 2 consecutive days without sleep had created double images at the edges of my vision. In that condition, I might misread any detail during the search. It was alive, and its position was no longer inside the original encirclement. The presence waxed and waned, as if obscured by something or simply too far away. A contract could tell me life or death. It couldn't replace a map. I drew the industrial park exit, the separation point, and the buffalo's escape route on paper. 3 search arcs went onto the map. The first checked the original separation point. The second followed the likely northern breakout route, and only the third entered the industrial park itself. Every route had an ending time. If no traces appeared, we would move to the next instead of circling repeatedly under the control of emotion. If the little monkey broke out alone, north was the most logical direction. The hordes were thinner and the roads clearer than to the east. But after overusing Berserk, it shouldn't have been able to move so quickly. Something we did not understand had to have happened in between. Before dawn, the wind suddenly stopped for an instant. I scattered a pinch of ash at the tent entrance. The wind lifted it, but the particles froze in midair before suddenly falling. The anomaly was too brief to repeat. An eye of true sight detected no life form or energy source. Fatigue-induced hallucination remained possible, but the change in the ash's position showed this wasn't merely an auditory mistake. I recorded its duration, wind direction, and the fluctuation in the contract mark without naming it in advance. The greatest danger of an unknown ability was the human tendency to explain it too simply with familiar concepts. The flame held its tilted shape, and absolute silence surrounded the tent. When I raised my head, the wind swept through the ruins again and carried a stream of sparks away. The entire event may have lasted less than a second. Neither the buffalo nor Xiao Dao noticed. I couldn't determine whether it had been a hallucination caused by fatigue or some anomaly, so I recorded only the time and direction on paper. After eating, Xiao Dao remained beside the exit and repeatedly wiped the Tang Dao. What if it dies because it saved me? She asked. Then remember why it turned back, and remember where you fell short at the time. She looked up at me, as though she hadn't expected that answer. Grief can't repay a debt. Make one fewer mistake and save one more teammate in the future. That's useful. As the sky brightened, the buffalo regained its feet. I folded the tent and packed the monkey's share of chestnuts and the final healing bun separately. We approached the industrial park through the southern ruins without entering the horde directly. Since the monkey was alive, our first objective wasn't to reenact its breakout. It was to find the route it had left behind. The hordes around the industrial park had loosened. I watched from beneath a collapsed overpass for 10 minutes and found the northern distribution most unnatural. From the park's interior to its outskirts, zombie density formed a long trail that gradually narrowed, as if something had drawn them all the way out. Zombies on the southern road were slowly flowing back, but large numbers to the north remained trapped between fences and wrecked cars with their heads uniformly facing outward. This tail had formed recently. Even the blood at its leading edge had not fully dried, making the direction reasonably reliable. We circled to the far north. Dozens of zombies still occupied the end of the road. I did not make the injured buffalo clear the way. I took the mountain cleaver and eliminated them one by one. 2 days without sleep had made my wrists stiff. I stopped every 10 kills to regulate my breathing, avoiding a mistake in front of the final one. Xiao Dao counted and watched the flanks rather than joining the frontal assault. She tried several times to accelerate, and I forced her back into cover. Emotion taking control of the pace was the greatest danger during a rescue. Spending 5 extra minutes to clear the path was better than letting a second companion fall here. Once the horde was gone, we found a twisted suit of heavy armor beside an abandoned car. The spiked mace lay nearby. The equipment was covered in the little monkey's blood, but the clasps hadn't been torn. It had removed the armor intentionally. After Berserk ended, it couldn't carry the heavy gear and had been forced to abandon protection. There were no new bite marks inside the armor, nor was there oil from human hands on the mace's grip. The monkey was still moving under its own power here. Whoever took it must have appeared farther north. Leaving complete equipment behind also proved the pursuers had been close enough that there was no time to hide anything. I stored both items and followed the blood north. My first instinct upon seeing the armor was to charge forward, but fatigue left my fingers unable to grip the blade steadily. I stopped for water and had Xiao Dao retighten the wrist strap for me. Worrying about a companion was no excuse to ignore my own condition. If the tracker fell, the one awaiting rescue would simply lose another chance. At first, one drop appeared every few yards. Later, the intervals grew longer, proving its speed was falling. More than a mile away, the blood formed a small pool beside a broken wall, then disappeared abruptly. There was no body, no continuous drag trail leading away, and no tissue left by a feeding mutated beast. Xiao Dao found a fresh corn husk among the rubble. There were no mature fields near the industrial park. Ordinary crops certainly couldn't produce fresh corn within days of the apocalypse. Only a mutated plant could have done it. I examined the edge of the blood pool and found an imprint from coarse burlap. Someone had carried the little monkey away in a sack. They had rested here and eaten corn, then left without treating its wound. That was why a second drop of blood, not yet covered by wind-blown sand, marked a vertical wall to the north. Beside the sack imprint were 5 distinct shoe tread patterns. One pair was smaller, but its stride matched the others. There were at least 5 people, all with the stamina of ordinary survivors, and they had no cart or large mutated beast. If the little monkey had been conscious, it could easily have broken free. It must have been unconscious when they took it. Maybe they saved it, Xiao Dao said, then fell silent on her own. If it had truly been a rescue, they would at least have dressed the wounds instead of stuffing the monkey into a sack like prey. I made her sit on the buffalo's back and accelerated the pursuit. Wind had erased most footprints, but not every collision. Grass stems were broken northward, burlap fibers clung to corners, and fresh meteor dust had been crushed along a path that avoided the hordes. Every few dozen to several hundred yards, another drop of monkey blood appeared. Half an hour later, I heard voices and the clash of metal from low hills ahead. An unfinished tunnel lay at the base of the hill. Scrap blocked most of its entrance, and a fire burned nearby. Steam from boiling water filled the air, along with the scent of the little monkey's blood. The contract mark was inside. I signaled the buffalo to stop, placed the heavy armor and mace beside it, and checked the chamber of Xiao Dao's handgun. First, determine who did what. Anyone who tried to save it is to be separated from the rest. After Xiao Dao nodded, I made her repeat the rules for firing. She was still furious over the monkey's disappearance, but answered accurately. Don't fire at anyone who puts down their weapon. Don't shoot repeatedly inside the tunnel. Don't fire through Old Chin's body. That proved she could still exercise judgment rather than seek only revenge. I would not kill the wrong person because I was in a hurry, and I would not spare anyone who had truly treated my companion as food. Meteor impacts had cratered the low hill, and waist-high weeds pushed through the charred soil. The tunnel entrance looked broad, but most of the interior had collapsed. Only one side passage remained habitable. Xiao Dao and I approached from downwind, while the buffalo stayed outside to block the retreat. I placed a stone marker on each side of the tunnel entrance to define our fields of fire. Xiao Dao would shoot only if she saw a blade descending toward a person or the little monkey. Her first target would be the weapon arm, not the chest. The buffalo would enter if it heard 3 consecutive knocks. Otherwise, it would remain concealed. A gunshot inside the narrow tunnel would create a tremendous echo. We both inserted improvised earplugs, leaving one side slightly loose so we could protect our hearing and still hear commands. My enhanced hearing delivered the conversation first. At least 6 survivors were inside. 4 men repeatedly discussed how to divide the meat, while 2 women urged them to boil the water. A man they called Manager Wei controlled the food, and Yu Donghai handled the fire. Another man, Old Chin, had his hands tied and hadn't eaten for 3 days, yet they still ordered him to carry the pot. I did not charge and based only on several vicious remarks. Hunger in the apocalypse could make people say horrifying things. Their actions would determine the response. I listened for several more minutes and confirmed that they had prepared a metal basin, pliers, and boiling water and explicitly refused to treat the little monkey's wounds. Old Chin, by contrast, asked 3 times to treat the wound first and was beaten each time. He did not share the other's position. The meat they discussed was the little monkey. I looked through a crack. Covered in blood, it lay curled beside a cement sack, its chest rising faintly. An inner pot from a rice cooker sat above the fire, and the water had begun to bubble. A passage deeper inside was concealed behind wooden planks. The group mentioned a corn plant 5 stories tall. It had originally borne 49 ears, and one had ripened that morning. We now knew where the husk had come from. Just as I prepared to enter, Old Chin spoke. It's still alive. If you're really going to eat it, at least kill it first. Yu Donghai cursed and told him to shut up. Old Chin stopped arguing, but placed his body in front of the sack containing the little monkey. Manager Wei led the others to inspect the corn, leaving only Yu Donghai, Old Chin, and 1 woman outside the tunnel. Yu Donghai lifted the monkey into the metal basin and prepared to pour boiling water directly over it. Old Chin's hands were tied, but he suddenly rammed Yu Donghai while the other man held the pot. He knew they would probably kill him after the boiling water spilled, but acted anyway. That deed carried more weight than any claim of kindness and completed my final judgment. Once we entered, Old Chin had to be excluded from our targets. The inner pot overturned and drenched Yu Donghai in boiling water. His scream filled the tunnel. Manager Wei and the others rushed back immediately and beat Old Chin to the ground. Yu Donghai was badly burned, but no one helped him. Instead, they began discussing how to redistribute the food now that there would be 1 fewer person. Old Chin lay on the ground and laughed, directly exposing Manager Wei's plan to use someone else's hand to kill him. Humiliated and furious, Manager Wei drew a dagger and stabbed Old Chin's thigh, then shifted the blade toward his neck. The evidence was enough. I sent Xiao Dao in first and followed directly behind. She aimed at Manager Wei's knife hand and ordered him to stop. Sending her into view first wasn't making a child bear the risk. I stood half a step behind her right side with the mountain cleaver already in hand. Her lower line of sight let her see past the fallen Old Chin to the armed hand, while I was responsible for blocking any sudden charge from the others. The buffalo remained at the tunnel mouth. If anyone fled outside, it would block the route with its body and would not pursue with its horn without an order. The people inside did not obey. When they saw that Xiao Dao was only 12, relief appeared on their faces instead. 1 woman approached from the side, coaxing her to hand over the toy, while suddenly reaching for the grip. Xiao Dao retreated using her trained movement and instinctively blocked outward with her left arm. She forgot she had just evolved and still applied what felt like ordinary force. That was a failure in my training, not an intentional killing on her part. After the woman fell, I first made Xiao Dao confirm the gun hadn't discharged, then ordered her to retreat 3 feet to prevent a panicked series of strikes. She was an F-rank evolver, while the other woman was an ordinary person weakened by many days of hunger. The single block hurled her away. The back of her head struck a stone beside the fire, killing her instantly. The smell of scorched flesh quickly spread. I made Xiaodao look at where the woman had landed and the distance from which she struck. I wasn't forcing her to relive the fear. She had to understand that an F-rank evolver's block alone could be lethal. In the future, she couldn't swing her arm at an ordinary person with the force used against a zombie unless the other person's weapon truly threatened a life. She repeated the point aloud. Only then did her hands stop trembling around the gun. Xiaodao stood frozen and pale. For the first time, she understood that her evolved body could kill even without swinging a blade. Get behind me. Keep the muzzle away from old Qin. I stepped into the firelight and glanced first at the little monkey in the metal basin. It was still alive. Manager Wei hid the dagger behind his back and immediately forced a smile onto his face. It's a misunderstanding. We rescued that monkey and were about to wash its wounds. The water was still boiling. Yu Donghai lay screaming nearby, and pliers for pulling fur were scattered beside the metal basin. The lie wasn't worth exposing. I walked directly toward the little monkey. The other 3 men did not stop me, but their gazes moved between the buffalo and Xiaodao's handgun. They didn't believe the explanation. They were searching for a chance to counterattack. I deliberately left a gap on my right that seemed to offer an approach, while concealing the mountain cleaver behind the monkey's body. If they truly stopped, everyone could remain alive until the facts were established. If someone attacked while I administered treatment, their movement and target would expose the choice more completely. The little monkey's breathing was extremely weak. Multiple tears marked its neck and back, and its abdomen had caved in from forcibly maintaining berserk. Another half hour, and it might have been beyond saving even if the contract mark remained. I lifted it from the basin, tore open the last stuffed bun, softened it with water, and fed it a little at a time. White motes appeared around the edges of its wounds. I fed only 1/4 first and continued after confirming that it could swallow on its own. The monkey's abdomen had collapsed from the depletion caused by berserk. The healing bun could repair wounds, but couldn't instantly replenish the loss. It would still need chestnuts and rest. Brother, look, we really didn't hurt it. Manager Wei spoke while moving toward my back. It's hard for everyone to survive in the apocalypse. Since you're here, we can share the corn too. Old Qin lay on the ground and suddenly warned me. He has a knife. Manager Wei attacked instantly, driving the dagger toward the side of my neck. I did not turn. The mountain cleaver had already dropped from the ring into my right hand. The back of the blade knocked the dagger away, and a turn of my wrist brought the edge to a stop before his shoulder. Back away. He didn't retreat. Instead, his other hand reached for the little monkey in my arms, trying to take it as leverage. Steel flashed, and his right arm lost all strength. The other 3 men charged Xiaodao at the same time. One grabbed for the gun, one for her body, and the last ran deeper into the tunnel, clearly intending to escape through the collapsed section. Xiaodao first locked the holster with her thumb to prevent an accidental discharge during the struggle, then turned her body to deny the gun thief a frontal grip. The man trying to seize her was slowed as he stepped over old Qin, giving her room to draw the Tang Dao. Both movements came from training rather than flailing with F-rank strength. Buffalo, seal the exit. Xiaodao, strike only people who are attacking. That order constrained us as well. Anyone who dropped a weapon or stopped approaching would not be pursued. The fact that one death had already occurred did not automatically condemn everyone to the same outcome. With only one tunnel exit, controlling the situation was far easier than indiscriminate killing. The buffalo blocked the passage with its body and flipped the leading man with its horn. Xiaodao did not fire. After drawing the Tang Dao, she stepped back half a pace, struck away the grasping hand with the flat, and cut the man's leg when he lunged a second time. The remaining woman picked up Yu Donghai's iron tongs and swung at Xiaodao from behind. I had no time to shout, but Xiaodao had already moved aside and ended the threat with one counterstroke. A dozen seconds later, the tunnel fell silent again. Not one of Manager Wei's accomplices stopped attacking. Even Yu Donghai reached for the dropped dagger from the ground until the buffalo pinned his wrist beneath a hoof. In the end, everyone who had actually participated in capturing, boiling, and attacking lost the ability to resist. Only old Qin remained alive. He pressed his bound hands against the wound in his thigh. He neither begged for mercy nor approached us. Why did you knock over the pot? I asked. It was like a child. He looked at the little monkey. I couldn't watch them boil it alive. His words matched the action we had witnessed outside. I also asked whether he had touched the monkey, who put it in the cement sack, and who proposed boiling the water. His answers matched the conversation I had heard and the positions at the scene. Old Qin did not present himself as a savior. He admitted only to overturning the pot at the end because he hadn't possessed the courage to resist earlier. I cut the rope around his wrists and tossed him a clean strip of cloth. Stop the bleeding yourself. The little monkey in my arms finally moved. It opened its eyes, recognized me, and its first thought was not pain but delight. Only then did the tension that had stretched through my chest all night finally loosen. The stuffed bun began healing the little monkey's injuries. The tears slowly closed, and its faint breathing grew steady. I fed it another half bottle of water. Only after confirming that its swallowing reflex had returned did I turn my attention back to the tunnel. Manager Wei was still wailing. Of the others, some were badly injured, and some continued searching for weapons. Drop them, I warned one final time. I specified exactly where the weapons had to go, tossed them beside the fire ahead, raised both hands above the shoulders, and retreat to the wall. Anyone who complied would have their bleeding stopped before responsibility was investigated. A vague order like, "Don't move," left frightened people to interpret it differently. Explicit actions offered a genuine chance to stop fighting. They did not comply. One man picked up the fallen dagger. Another rushed toward Old Sheen, hoping to take a hostage and trade for passage. The buffalo knocked the first aside, while Xiao Dao stopped the second. I needed only a few swings to end the resistance in the tunnel. Xiao Dao used only the flat of her blade and strikes to the legs. The buffalo did not pursue targets after they fell. Everyone who still died had continued lunging for firearms or hostages after losing their weapon. Once the fight ended, I kicked every blade away, then checked them one by one to ensure no one was pretending to have stopped resisting. This was not meant to intimidate strangers, nor did I enjoy killing. Manager Wei's group had captured my companion, prepared to boil it alive, and launched repeated attacks after being exposed. Leaving them alive would merely transfer the next danger to someone defenseless. Old Sheen never moved. "You aren't going to kill me?" he asked. "You saved it." That was enough. From the others' packs, I recovered 2 wearable sets of clothing, several pairs of shoes, rope, lighters, and a small amount of spoiled flour. Xiao Dao still lacked shoes that fit properly. I let her choose the closest pair of athletic shoes and set aside durable pants and a jacket after cleaning. We did not take the spoiled flour. I left it only to observe whether it could bait small mutated animals. The clothes were treated with boiling water, while the shoe soles were checked for nails, glass, and blood. Spoils taken from a scene of death certainly couldn't be worn against the body without cleaning. I recounted the ammunition. Xiao Dao hadn't fired, so all 100 rounds on her person remained. The M82A1 still had exactly 30 armor-piercing rounds. Such ammunition couldn't be replenished from ordinary ruins and had to remain sealed separately. Xiao Dao's 100 rounds had already been issued from the total reserve, leaving 1,500 rounds of common handgun ammunition. The 50 rounds Old Sheen would receive were deducted separately from the shared supply and could not be confused with what she carried. After the deduction, shared reserves held 1,450 rounds, while Xiao Dao still carried 100. Every ammunition type was bagged by caliber to prevent selecting the wrong cartridge during an emergency reload. The little monkey finally awakened completely. The moment it saw me, it tried to jump down, but its legs gave out and it collapsed again. I pressed it back onto the blanket and peeled several roasted chestnuts. "Eat first. You can show off after you're steady on your feet." Only after its third chestnut did it send the events after our separation through the contract. I made it begin before activating Berserk and recall what it saw, heard, and felt as separate categories. It couldn't remember how many seconds had passed, but could confirm that before the anomaly appeared, it no longer had the strength to swing the mace, while at the end it had reached the outside of the industrial park. At least several hundred yards had passed in between. As Berserk neared exhaustion, every zombie suddenly froze. They were not distracted by some sound. They remained completely motionless in mid-lunge. Even airborne dust and the wind blowing through the monkeys first stopped. It remembered one zombie's teeth already touching the side of its neck before stopping short of contact. When the monkey moved, nothing obstructed it, as though it alone remained within normal time. That resembled control over the entire environment rather than a simple mental deterrent. Then a hoarse voice urged it to hurry from somewhere inside the horde. The little monkey never saw the speaker. It merely used the dozens of seconds during which the anomaly persisted to escape the encirclement. When time flowed again, it was outside the industrial park. It abandoned its equipment and continued fleeing, eventually collapsing from its injuries and being found by Manager Wei's group. That matched the instant in which I had seen the wind stop before dawn. An ability capable of stopping thousands of zombies, and even the airflow was most likely related to time or space. In my previous life, abilities of that kind were S-rank at minimum and exacted a tremendous price with every activation. Was the voice male or female? Which direction did it come from? The little monkey could only shake its head. It had been close to unconsciousness. The only thing it could confirm was that the unknown person had truly saved it. I entered the information about the unknown ability user into my records and did not keep guessing at their identity. The record contained only 4 verifiable facts: a hoarse voice, frozen zombies, stopped dust and wind, and a limited duration. Sss-Rank, time system, and space system were all marked as inferences. Only another similar event in the future would let us compare whether the same person was responsible. The danger in the tunnel was gone, but a mutated corn plant remained deeper inside. Manager Wei had mentioned that only one of 49 ears had ripened. I put away my weapon and signaled Old Sheen to lead the way. The sight deep inside the tunnel far exceeded my expectations. A corn stalk as thick as a barrel rose through the rubble, its top nearly touching the ceiling 5 stories above. Broad leaves blocked the remaining daylight, and 48 ears hung at different heights. One fresh break marked the main stalk, where Manager Wei's group had removed and eaten the 49th. I checked the roots and the ceiling first. The taproot had entered the collapsed stone layer. Forcibly digging it out might trigger another tunnel collapse, while the top leaves had already widened several cracks. What we could safely take were mature ears and a small sample of the main stalk, not the entire plant. Eye of true sight scanned them one by one. The 48 countdowns were different. I numbered the matching heights in chalk and drew the ripening order. The little monkey would climb, but could pick an ear only after I called its number, preventing it from knocking down seed corn still hours short of maturity. F-rank mutated corn, nutrient-rich. Time to maturity, 49 hours. F-rank mutated corn, time to maturity, 52 hours. The latest still needed 61 hours. The little monkey looked up and tried to climb. I caught it by the tail. They aren't ripe. Eating them now would be a waste. It stared longingly at the corn. I explained that these ears were seed first and food second. We had chestnuts, but only one stable staple crop. If the life space opened and we could plant corn, 48 seed ears would be worth far more than 48 meals. I decided to wait outside the tunnel for 3 days. Old Sheen followed us to the entrance and asked to join the team. He had military experience and close combat ability, but I had evidence from only one of his actions. That was nowhere near enough to entrust him with my back. Not yet, I said. You can leave or find your own path nearby. I explained why. The team carried an A-rank tent, a spatial ring, and a large quantity of supernatural supplies. Any new member had to be observed over a long period. Old Sheen's single good deed deserved repayment, but it wasn't enough for me to reveal every hidden card immediately. He didn't bargain after hearing that or use saving the monkey to demand a place. I recorded his restraint, but the rules would not be skipped because of it. His expression dimmed for an instant, but he didn't press the matter. He merely picked up a kitchen knife and prepared to leave. The little monkey tugged at my clothes and made its thought clear. Old Sheen had helped it, and it wanted to share its food. I had no reason to prevent repayment. I took out 5 chestnuts, 1 handgun, and 50 rounds, then gave Old Sheen a complete set of outer clothing and shoes. The gun wasn't a gift. It translated his act of saving the little monkey into one chance to stay alive. Before handing it over, I made him check the barrel and hammer, load it, and unload it, then practice 3 times with an empty chamber. Old Sheen had military experience and learned quickly, but I still emphasized that this wasn't a silent weapon. 50 rounds looked plentiful, but one panic barrage could summon far more zombies than there were bullets. The ammunition is most effective against living human threats. A shot will draw every zombie nearby. Don't use it unless you have to. Old Sheen carefully memorized the operation and ate the chestnuts in small bites. He did not ask to accompany us again and left along the northern path. For the next 3 days, we lived inside the invisibility tent. Only one person entered the tunnel to harvest each day, while the other and the 2 contract beasts guarded inside and outside. The scent of ripening corn could draw animals, and Manager Wei's group might have other associates. We erased obvious tracks around the tent, but preserved a false trail in the opposite direction. The little monkey continued recovering. Xiao Dao completed basic sword practice, dry-fire handgun drills, and load training every day. The buffalo grazed near the tent while I inspected the corn plant on a schedule and recorded each ripening countdown. When the first ears ripened, their husks changed from green to gold. I did not strip them early. I waited until the kernels fully hardened before placing them in the ring and numbered them in separate cloth bags so moisture in one wouldn't ruin every seed. On the morning of the 3rd day, the final countdown reached 0. All 48 ears had been collected, and I cut away a section of the withered main stalk. It might not grow again, but could be preserved for research. The seed ears were divided among 6 bags of 8 and stored in different locations inside the spatial ring. Damaged outer kernels were reserved for food testing, while intact middle kernels formed the core planting stock. Even if we couldn't find the life space soon, we could still attempt to cultivate the seeds in suitable soil. Before leaving, I took out the golden thread fruit and handed it to the little monkey. You protected the buffalo and Xiaodao in the industrial park. This is your reward for combat merit. It held the fruit in both hands without eating immediately and looked toward the buffalo first. The buffalo was envious, but deliberately turned its head away. It had already consumed one fruit, and another would have no effect. Only then did the little monkey put the golden thread fruit into its mouth. After the golden thread fruit took effect, the little monkey remained curled on the ground for nearly half an hour. Its bones and muscles constantly restructured themselves. Its temperature rose, and its breathing became irregular for a time. The buffalo had experienced the same process. It circled the monkey twice and lay down only after confirming that the scent was normal. I did not relax merely because the buffalo had experience. Every 5 minutes, I recorded the monkey's mental fluctuations and temperature. Chestnut leaves, the healing bun, and the D-rank serum were kept within reach. In theory, the golden thread fruit was not fatal, but individual differences could still create an accident. 5 hours later, the little monkey opened its eyes again. Juvenile macaque, E-rank mutated beast. Strength, 40. Agility, 42. Stamina, 48. Defense, 32. Spirit, 15. Talents, gigantification, berserk, fire control. Its third talent was fire control. Even after reaching E-rank, its new defense of 32 remained far below the buffalo's 63. The heavy armor couldn't be discarded, and gaining one more talent didn't mean the monkey should absorb every frontal attack. Its real advantages were agility and a combination of multiple abilities, not becoming a second buffalo. I took it outside the tent, marked out a 65-foot safety zone, and sent the buffalo and Xiaodao back. The little monkey held its breath and raised one finger. A flame the size of a soybean appeared, then died in less than a second. It froze. I didn't laugh. A newly acquired talent was not automatically ready for combat. With only 15 spirit, controlling flame required repeated practice. A spark capable of reliably igniting dry grass still had value when fire-starting tools were scarce. Only after its spirit rose could it become a true ranged offensive method. I divided the training into 3 steps. Extend the flame's duration, move it, and only then increase its temperature and area. Daily practice could reach at most 70% mental fatigue. It could not consume vitality the way berserk did. I placed wet cloth, sand, and a bucket of water on the ground as fire control. The first test involved only a single dry blade of grass, confirming that the flame followed deliberate control rather than erupting randomly. If fire control ran wild inside the invisibility tent, for 130 durability did not necessarily mean heat resistance. The little monkey recovered its enthusiasm and tried 5 times in succession. Its longest flame lasted 2 seconds. Our combat roles were reordered. The buffalo remained the frontal defense. The little monkey provided burst power and future fire support. I handled judgment, long-range sniping, and critical kills. Xiaodao had to close her experience gap as quickly as possible. This wasn't a ranking from high to low. It defined who stood where. The buffalo could never move more than 65 feet from Xiaodao. The little monkey could scout ahead, but had to remain within contractual perception. I would use the sniper rifle only after confirming a clear field of fire. Anyone who overstepped a role could scatter an apparently stronger formation all over again. Once all the corn was harvested, we did not return to Guangzhou. Our next destination was the Dawei Mountains, 300 miles away. 300 miles could not be calculated by pre-apocalypse driving time. Collapsed roads, growing roots, hordes, and the weight of supplies would all reduce our speed. I prepared 10 days of provisions based on 25 to 37 miles per day, plus a 3-day buffer. We would prioritize ridges with water and old national highways, avoiding densely populated county towns. In the second year of my previous life, I had helped Lin Tianfeng capture a Sss-Rank winged white tiger there. That tiger eventually rose to monarch rank and was one of the contract beasts with the greatest potential I knew. By arriving early, I might establish a contract before anyone else discovered it. Something even more important also lay in the mountains. The winged white tiger and life space were only clues from my previous life, not spoils that already belonged to me. The tiger might not yet have been born or might have migrated elsewhere due to changes in the timeline. The Sss-Rank life space wouldn't become publicly known for years. My first objective in these mountains remained establishing a safe route and finding water. I would not challenge an unknown zombie king directly for a rumor. In the 4th year of my previous life, a powerful ability user obtained an Sss-Rank life space in the Dawei Mountains. When the news spread, multiple groups fought over it, and even its final owner did not survive. I did not know the treasure's exact coordinates. I knew only that it was connected to a star crystal from a zombie king in the mountains. It was too early to fight for an SS-rank treasure now, but learning the terrain and establishing a foothold would let me prepare years ahead of every competitor from my previous life. I folded the tent, had the buffalo secure the chestnut roots and supplies on its back, and began traveling north. Before departure, we recounted the 48 ears of corn, 30 armor-piercing rounds, handgun ammunition, and medical supplies. The weight difference between the two sides of the buffalo's frame was kept below 22 pounds. Xiao Dao and the little monkey each carried 1 day of independent rations. We extinguished every flame in the tunnel and buried our waste, leaving no direct trail for later arrivals. We had just left the tunnel when Xiao Dao pointed toward a black meteor. "There's something over there." A silver-white vial had been placed neatly on the stone. Beside it, 3 Chinese characters had been written in charcoal. "I'm sorry, I did not pick up the vial directly. First, I looped a long rope around its neck and dragged it 1.5 feet from behind cover. The stone surface didn't collapse and no wires moved. The little monkey circled downwind to inspect the scent while the buffalo guarded the retreat. Only after confirming no second item was hidden did I approach wearing gloves. There were no footprints nearby and no string or mechanism attached to the vial. Eye of true sight confirmed that it wasn't bait, but a genuine D-rank healing serum. D-rank healing serum, when consumed by a life form below D rank, rapidly repairs severe injuries and regenerates severed limbs. This was the most direct life-saving trump card among all our supplies. The serum couldn't be stored with ordinary water. I wrapped the vial in cloth, placed it inside a metal case, and labeled it severed limb, near death, below D rank. Minor injuries and ordinary fractures would continue to be treated with chestnut leaves or healing buns. We absolutely couldn't consume our only regeneration medicine early in a panic, nor could it heal a life form at D rank or above. The panel stated that limit clearly. As the team advanced, the window for using this serum would narrow. The decision of when to use it still had to depend on the injury rather than the item's rarity. In my previous life, a healing serum of the same rank had cost no less than an evolution serum. Limb regeneration also meant a core combatant could return to the team. No one could have lost such an item casually by the roadside. I examined the 3 characters. The charcoal marks were fresh. The rider had deliberately placed the vial along the route we had to take when leaving the tunnel. The strokes were short and hurried, and the wind had scattered the final one. The message couldn't have been written more than half a day ago. No ash had settled beneath the vial, meaning it had been placed even more recently. The person knew we would leave after the corn ripened and had watched the activity outside the tent, yet never tried to enter. "Are they apologizing to you?" Xiao Dao asked. I thought of the hoarse voice described by the little monkey in the instant before dawn when the wind stopped. The same person might have saved the monkey and left the serum, but I still had no evidence. Why wouldn't they reveal themselves? What were they apologizing for? Failing to return the monkey directly? Or something else they had done that we hadn't discovered yet? My enhanced hearing covered the surroundings, but detected only wind passing through grass and ruins. The buffalo couldn't smell the fresh scent of a stranger either. I stored the serum in the spatial ring without calling into the empty air. Someone capable of affecting time or space had chosen to hide. Forcing them to appear would only turn goodwill into hostility. I would record the favor and investigate the identity later. In my notes, I temporarily separated "I'm sorry" from "save the monkey" into 2 clues and marked only a possible connection. The charcoal message had no signature, and the vial offered no fingerprint evidence. Attributing every mysterious event to one person could make me misjudge the situation when a second ability user truly appeared. Xiao Dao asked whether we should leave a gift in return. I did not risk any supernatural supplies. I only drew a mark acknowledging receipt on the back of the stone. If the other person intended further contact, they would understand it. If not, we still wouldn't expose our inventory. We followed the old national highway north, then entered a forest shortcut after leaving the city. The meteors had destroyed most mature trees, but new grass already covered the gray-black earth, its roots even splitting concrete. The world was erasing the traces of the old civilization at an astonishing speed. Before leaving, I placed an inconspicuous charcoal behind the meteor as acknowledgement, revealing neither a name nor a route. If the other person remained watching, they would know the serum hadn't been abandoned. If the placement was coincidental, the mark revealed nothing. The little monkey scouted by day while the buffalo carried our supplies. Every 2 hours, Xiao Dao performed one short-weighted sprint. At night, She reviewed the footprints, droppings, and broken branches encountered along the way. In the past, she could only flee according to orders. Now she was learning to judge for herself which direction danger came from. On the third morning, she was the first to discover hoofprints concealed by new grass and identified them as ordinary deer rather than a mutated buffalo. That afternoon, she used the height of broken branches to recognize that a large animal had passed. I didn't give her the answer directly, only had the buffalo verified by scent. A mistaken judgment that could be corrected was more valuable than following behind me forever. On the third day, the terrain rose steeply. We had traveled roughly 100 miles in 3 days. The speed was below plan, but acceptable. Twice we detoured around collapsed bridges, and once we stopped to retie the buffalo's loosened wooden frame. No one was injured and no ammunition was spent. We marked every usable water source and every high point suitable for deploying the tent on the map, allowing us to retreat along the same route if necessary. The tourist area on the outskirts of the Dawei Mountains appeared ahead. An overturned minibus blocked the only route. 20 zombies wandered beside it, 3 moving noticeably faster than the rest. Eye of true sight confirmed that all 3 were F rank. Little monkey, clear the road. It hoisted the spiked mace and charged. The 3 F rank zombies were the first to charge the little monkey. It activated gigantification while running. The heavy armor expanded with its body, and the spiked mace swept sideways. The first zombie was struck down head-on. The second seized an armor plate from the side, but was flung away when the monkey turned. The third tried to circle behind and was stomped into the mud. The entire exchange lasted less than 10 seconds. I still identified 2 problems. When the second zombie grabbed the armor plate, the little monkey turned too sharply and exposed its back to the third. The final stomp controlled the target, but nearly destroyed the corpse crystal in its skull. An E rank would not always crush an F rank this completely. Bad habits had to be corrected against weak enemies. Once the remaining ordinary zombies lost their numerical advantage, they were quickly cleared as well. The little monkey shrank back and ran over. I rewarded it with 1 chestnut, but did not leave immediately. These 3 F-rank zombies were too ordinary. The mud on their clothes and feet came from the nearby area, with no sign of long-distance migration. Nor did the horde move in the unified formation of creatures driven by something stronger. The most logical explanation wasn't that a zombie king had brought them. Ordinary local zombies had naturally crossed the F-rank threshold. They served no zombie king and guarded no special location. They merely wandered with more than a dozen lower-rank members of their kind. Nearly half a month had passed since the horde outbreak. The time for ordinary zombies to evolve naturally had arrived. Xiao Dao volunteered to collect the corpse crystals. First, she made the little monkey remain in place. Using the impact points of the mace, she searched for fragments that might have been scattered and marked the search area with a cloth loop. All 3 F-rank corpse crystals were found among the skull fragments, but there were no star crystals. Only because the search was thorough enough could she rule out an omission. She opened the first F-rank zombie's skull and found only a corpse crystal. The same was true of the second and third. She repeatedly inspected the bone fragments, believing the mace had sent the star crystals flying. "Stop looking," I said. They never swallowed any star crystals. The earliest F-rank zombies had almost all advanced ahead of time through star crystals, so unopened star crystals remained inside their bodies. These 3 had crossed ranks naturally through flesh and time. Only corpse crystals existed in their brains. That implied another, more dangerous change. I recorded the time. Nearly half a month after the dead began turning, ordinary zombies started reaching F rank naturally. The pace would vary with the flesh they consumed and their environment, but it established the minimum threat line for the next stage. From now on, whenever we entered a village or town, we could no longer treat fast-moving targets as rare accidents. The zombies that swallowed star crystals and began earlier had probably reached E rank already. The fastest growing might even be approaching D rank. Human survivors had only just learned to handle ordinary zombies, and the second round of elimination had begun. After hearing that, Xiao Dao unconsciously tightened her grip on the sword. "If I hadn't met you, would I already be dead?" "Possibly." I did not offer false comfort. "That's why you need to learn independence, rank, equipment, and I will not protect you forever." She fell silent for a moment, then asked, "The next time we're surrounded, will you abandon us?" I looked at her, then toward the 2 contract beasts behind us. "I'll protect all of you within my ability, and I'll prepare withdrawal plans in advance. But if everyone who stays will die, I won't promise to die together. Then I'll become stronger so you never have to make that choice. That is more useful than a promise." She nodded and continued processing the bodies. We stored 17 ordinary corpse crystals and 3 F-rank corpse crystals, went around the minibus, and advanced into the mountains. Clouds covered the sky that afternoon. After the first thunderclap, rain struck the scorched earth and quickly joined into a gray curtain. This was the first rain since the apocalypse. In my previous life, plants began explosive growth from this storm onward, while surviving animals entered evolution in large numbers. Food became more abundant, but the forests grew more dangerous than the edges of cities. Rain diluted scents and concealed footsteps. Slick ground reduced running speed, while low areas could flood overnight. I immediately abandoned the planned valley route and searched for a site at least 16 feet above the old riverbed with no loose rock face behind it. I did not continue traveling through the downpour. I deployed the invisibility tent in a clearing above the drainage channel. The buffalo unloaded the supplies, Xiao Dao started a fire and cooked chestnuts, and the little monkey guarded the entrance while practicing how to sustain a flame. We dug a shallow drainage trench outside the tent and laid stones at the entrance so muddy footprints wouldn't reveal the boundary directly. Every weapon was dried and oiled. The seed corn was resealed in separate bags. At last, the little monkey's fire control could reliably ignite damp tinder. For the first time, that seemingly weak talent saved a lighter and dry fuel. The rain showed no sign of weakening after nightfall. I sat beside the fire checking the map when I suddenly raised my head. Amid the dense drumming of rain came the sound of rapid footsteps. They were approaching quickly through the darkness.